Chapter 23. I sat there and cried for a long time, and the old man waited me out, as he might have waited out a storm, squatting in a cave in the hills. When it was over, I was sane again, or at least as close to sanity as I could expect to be under the circumstances. Together we went back to the camp, and from then on he was openly at my side most of the daylight hours. What he had done, of course, was to crack the protective shell I had grown about myself in reaction to the massive internal effort of controlled power that had been involved in using the monad. In doing that, I had discovered muscles of the inner self that I had not known I owned, and I had also tuned myself up emotionally with a vengeance. In self-defense, with Sunday's death, my mind had closed itself off until it could heal the psychic tearings these stresses had created. Now that I was back in my skull, however, these things were suddenly very obvious to me, and some other things as well. Chief of these was that there was a great deal I needed to do with myself if I wanted to continue my joust with the time storm and the universe. Meanwhile, I was faced with re-entering the world of the living. To my pleasure, and to the feeding of a new humbleness inside me, the others had been doing very well without my guiding hand. I found that I was now ruler of what might well be called a small kingdom, and that was only the beginning of the discoveries awaiting me. A great deal had happened in the year and a half that I had been obsessed with myself. For one thing, the world was a world again. With the interference from the moving timelines ended, shortwave radio communications had tied the continents back together, to the mutual discovery of all us survivors that there were more of us than we had suspected. The North American continent was now a patchwork of relatively small kingdoms like my own, with the exception of the west coast from Baja California northward halfway into British Columbia, Canada. That west coast strip, as far east as Denver, and in some cases beyond, was now a single sovereignty under a woman who called herself the Empress. The Empress was from the Hawaiian Islands, which appeared to have suffered less than any other part of the world from the moving mist walls and the time changes of the time storm. The islands had lost no more than 2/3 of their population, as opposed to a figure that must be much closer to 98 or 99% for most of the rest of the world. The Empress was a woman from the island of Hawaii itself, who had seized control there with a ragtag impromptu army, and then gone on to take over the other islands in the west coast of North America. England and Ireland, apparently, were nearly deserted. Most of northern Europe also was a wasteland because of a brief ice age that had come with some of the time changes and covered most of that continent with an ice sheet from the Arctic Circle as far south as the middle of France. This ice sheet was now gone, but the human life that was left was now all below the former ice line. Stretching around the Mediterranean and into the north of Africa were essentially nothing more than scattered single-family households. The rest of Africa, like South America, was largely non-communicating, from which Bill assumed that those areas had been pretty well depopulated by the time storm also. Russia, India, and the whole Oriental area had also been hard hit. As a result, they appeared to have fallen back into a sort of peaceful, medieval agricultural condition, with small villages scattered sparsely across the immensity of land. Australia and New Zealand had lost almost all of their cities, but had a surprising number of families surviving pretty much as they always had in the interior and on the rest of that island continent. However, these people, although articulate and largely supplied with their own radios, were so widely scattered that they were also, in effect, no more than individual families living in isolation. Bill had made a large map on one wall of the rambling, continually building structure that my group had come to call the Summer Palace. The place was a strange construction, being composed partly of lumber, partly of native rocks cemented together, and partly of cement blocks trucked in from a half-obliterated town 30 miles away that had owned a cement block factory. The palace had poured concrete floors and bare walls for the most part, but Bill had been a good enough architect to see that it was adequately wired and equipped with ductwork, not only for heating, but for summer air conditioning. I think that I had been conscious of the existence of his map in it during my non-participating period, but I never looked at the map with any degree of interest until the old man cracked me out of my shell. Now that I did, I found myself marveling that what was left of the world could have gotten its scattered parts back into contact with each other in such a short time. I discovered something else as a byproduct of reawakening to what was going on around me. This was that our new world was a world hungry for news, and I myself was a piece of that news. By this time, all the people on Earth who had radio receivers knew who it was who had brought the local effects of the time storm into balance. They knew what I looked like, who my lieutenants were, and what our local situation here was. I discovered, regarded as a sort of combination of Einstein and Napoleon, and the planet's #1 celebrity. This attention might ordinarily have given me a large opinion of myself. However, under the circumstances, it had a hollow ring to it. It was rather like being crowned king of the earth on the stage of the empty Hollywood Bowl, while an audience of 5 sat in the middle of the front row seats and applauded energetically. After discovering what it was like, I put my position in the worldwide public eye out of my mind and concentrated on matters close to home. It was curious that I, who had once believed that I could never endure to be married, now had 2 wives. Of course, legally I was married to neither one of them, but wives they were in every practical sense of the word, and particularly in the eyes of the community surrounding us. Marie and Ellen, I would have bet anyone that if there were ever 2 women likely not to get on with each other at all, it would be those 2. Marie was talkative, conventional, and probably, she had never told me her age, older than I was. The girl was certainly still well under 20, close-mouthed to an almost abnormal degree, and recognized no convention or rules but her own. What the 2 of them could have in common was beyond me. I puzzled over it from time to time, but never succeeded in getting an answer. But they joined forces magnificently when it came to lining up in opposition to me. One of the typical examples of this appeared directly after I'd come back to my senses and rejoined the world of the living. All the time that I had been more or less out of my head, they had taken care of me, as if I had been 3 years old. Now that I had my ordinary wits back, rather than just getting back to normal ways, they both apparently decided, without a word, that I should get it through my head that my days of being waited upon were over. This would have been all right if they had merely returned to the normal pattern of affairs that had existed before we got the time storm forced into balance. But they now moved as far in the direction of leaving me to my own devices as they had gone previously in watching over me. In fact, the whole matter went to what I considered ridiculous limits. For example, during the time I'd been obsessed with my inner problems, I had been, except for rare intervals, as sexless as a eunuch. When I came back to myself, of course, that changed. The day the old man helped me break loose, I found myself waiting for the evening and the hours of privacy in the motorhome. I had never been one to want more than one woman in my bed at a time, and I was not at all sure whether it was the girl or Marie I wanted that night. But I definitely knew that I wanted one or the other. I gave them time to get settled first. But when I came to the motorhome, Ellen was nowhere to be seen, and Marie was a mound under covers on her own bed, her back towards me. I blew gently into her ear to wake her up and get her to turn toward me. She came to, but not satisfactorily. "Not tonight," she murmured sleepily, and pulled the blanket up to where it almost covered her head. Annoyed, I left the motorhome and went out to look for Ellen. I found her after some search in a sleeping bag at the foot of a tree, with her rifle leaning up against it in arm's reach. The rebuff from Marie had taken some of the rosy glow off my feelings. I poked the sleeping bag, and her eyes opened. "What are you doing out here?" I said. "Sleeping," she said. "Good night." She closed her eyes and pulled her head down into the sleeping bag. Angry and not a little hurt, I wandered off. Was this all the two of them cared for me after all? Here I was back to normalcy, and neither one seemed to give a damn. It was almost as if they had preferred me as the mindless near idiot I had been for the past 18 months. I went back into the motor home, opened the cupboards that held our bottled goods, and took out a bottle of sour mash bourbon. I made myself a solitary campfire off into the woods at the edge of the clearing holding the motor home and the half-finished shape of the summer palace, and set out to get myself drunk by way of solitary celebration. But it did not work. I got thick-headed without feeling any better, and finally gave up going back to the motor home and falling into my own lonely bunk without bothering to do much more than take off my boots. If that was all they cared for how it had been with me this past year and a half, I thought resentfully as I dropped off. It was not until late the next morning, when I woke up to a dry mouth, a headache, and the sunlight streaming through the windows of the motor home, that it occurred to me to think how it might have been for them too. If I had been essentially without a woman all that time, they had been essentially without a man. Or had they? That was a question I found I really didn't want to consider, although I made a mental note to find the answer sometime later. I never did find out, as a matter of fact. I got up, washed, shaved, changed clothes, and went out. Not only had they forsaken my bed, there was no sign of any breakfast made for me. Not that I was incapable of cooking for myself, but I had gotten used to having the spoon all but put in my mouth, and I felt the transition to the present state of neglect to be unnecessarily harsh and abrupt. However, the motor home refrigerator, run from the standby oil generator outside it, had cold juice, eggs, and canned sausage. I made myself a pretty decent meal, scrupulously washed up after myself, just to rub their noses in the fact that I could be independent too, and went outside to see what was going on. There was no one around outside the summer palace, not the girl or Marie, not even Wendy. Now that I began to think of it, I had a vague impression from the past months that Wendy was ceasing to be the timid little creature she had been when I first saw her, and was beginning to develop into a lively young girl, busy every hour of the day all over the place. I went into the summer palace, prowled through its rooms, and discovered Bill busily at work at a large draftsman's table in the same room that had the map on the wall. Besides those two items, the room had 3 large filing cabinets, a regular desk covered with papers, and one wall entirely in bookcases. "Hello," I said to Bill. He glanced at me over the top of whatever it was he was drawing, put down his pen and ruler, and got off the high stool he'd been sitting on. We shook hands with awkward formality. "How are you?" he asked. "Fine," I said. "Just fine." I glanced around the room. "You've all been pretty busy," I said. "Oh, well," answered Bill. "There's always a lot to do." "And you've been doing most of it, I'd guess," I said. "Oh, no," he shook his head. "I couldn't have carried most of the responsibility here if I'd wanted to. Actually, all I've been doing is handling the instruction, the maintenance and supply, and things like that. Marie and Ellen have been doing most of the everyday work of running things. Marie's a natural manager, and Ellen—" He paused. "Go on," I said, interested. "You're about to say that Ellen is—" "Well, I was going to say, sort of a natural general," he said awkwardly. "Maybe I ought to say a natural war leader. She's been the one who's been making sure that all our people know how to use their guns, and that none of our neighbors think they can walk in here and help themselves to anything we've got." Neighbors? What neighbors? I asked. Well, he said, to the north and northwest of us, it's the Ryans and the TV Lost Chord. To the west, it's Wallenstock. South and moving around to the east, it's Billy Project and his tribe. Not that we've anything really to worry about, even if they all took it into their heads to combine against us. He shot me a quick glance. We've now got over 600 people, he said. 600 people? I was rocked back on my heels. I had vaguely gathered during the last year and a half that the numbers of my small community were growing, but I guessed that at the most we would have somewhere between 30 and 50 people. 600 under these conditions was a small nation. Where did they all come from? I asked. Some of them knew about us back when the mist walls were still operating, said Bill, or they heard about us from others they ran into. We were a pretty good-sized party, and a well-equipped party to be moving around back then. After the time changes stopped locally, they began gradually to drift in, either out of curiosity or because they'd always wanted to join us. He waved a hand at the filing cabinets. I've got each one down on the census rolls, he said. In fact, if you'd like, you can read each one's life history up to the time they've joined us. About 9 months ago, I made everybody fill out a complete file on themselves, and now we make every new person do that before we accept them here. I've got not only the facts of life, but blood type, medical history, occupational skills, and everything else that might be useful information for us. I shook my head. His mind and mine were two different constructs. The last thing I would have thought about with a group that size would be getting into their former occupations and blood types. It had probably been the first thing that Bill had thought of. He had an orderly brain. You don't need me, I said. From what I can see, you've all been doing fine on your own. Now he shook his head. All we've been doing is keeping the machinery running, idling, waiting for you to do something with it, he said. Do you want to look around at things? Yes, I said. He led me out of the room and down a corridor of the summer palace that I had not been in before, or if I had, I didn't remember having been through it, and out another door. A jeep and a station wagon were parked there. He got in behind the wheel of the jeep, and I climbed in beside him. Porniarsk's got his working area back here behind the summer palace, Bill said, as he started up the motor of the jeep and backed it away from the building to swing it around to head down the hillside. But I thought we'd end up with him. Let me show you the rest of it first. We drove down through the belt of trees into the lower area where the village of the experimentals had stood. I had not been down here since we had halted the effects of the time storm, and what I saw was startling. The village of the experimentals was still there, although it was now enclosed in cyclone fencing, and the gates wide enough to drive a truck through were standing ajar. Sprawling out on the open space beyond and slightly downhill from the village was what could only be described as a town, a new town of everything from prefab houses to tents. Eventually, Bill spoke in my ear over the noise of the motor as we negotiated the now clearly marked, if unsurfaced, road downward from the tree belt. We'll set up some uniform construction. For the present, however, we've been giving anyone who's accepted here a free hand, provided their housing and their habits conform with our sanitary regulations and local laws. Who enforces our local laws? I asked, bemused. Everybody belongs to the militia, and everybody who belongs to the militia pulls police duty on a regular rotation, said Bill. That's Ellen's department. You ask her about it. She's on top of it all the time, and she makes it work without a hitch. From what I can gather, we've got a much more organized community here than they have almost any place else in the world. Of course, the people who are here badly want to be here. They all think that you're going to go on pulling miracles out of your hat and that they'll end up either on top of things or with all the luxuries of former civilization back again. All that just because we managed to stop the time storm? I said. It's a function of the situation, Bill said, with his precise pronunciation of each word. Think of it this way. You're the sorcerer. Porniarsk's your demon assistant. You're my Grand Vizier, Ellen's General of the Armies, and Marie's the #1 queen. Is that it? I asked. Bill laughed. Yup, he said. Chapter 24. By this time we were almost down level with the gates of the experimental's village. How come you've got them penned up? I said. They're not penned, Bill answered. That fence is there for their own protection, in case some of our newcomers don't have the sense to leave them alone, or in case there's a sudden surprise attack on us from somewhere. They can lock their gates and have a certain amount of protection until we drive the attackers off. They seem to understand that perfectly well. He looked at me briefly. I think the old man can communicate with them all right, he said. Anyway, things have gone pretty smoothly with all of them since we stopped the effects of the time storm. There were a few of the experimentals out in front of their buildings, and these watched us solemnly as we passed, but made no move either to come toward us or to retreat inside. The jeep roared on, and we drove down what seemed to be a sort of center street between the heterogeneous buildings of the human community. 8 or 9 young children were flying kites in a clearing half surrounded by trees just beyond the village. The picture they made was so normal and so pre-time storm that it jolted me. Where did all the kids come from? I asked. Some of the people coming in had them, Bill said, breaking the jeep to a halt before one large Quonset hut. And we've had several babies born here during the past year. Of course, those are too young to play yet. Still, the proportion of children to adults isn't that large. I don't think we've got more than 20 of them. I shaded my eyes and tried to make out a familiar figure among the darting young bodies. Is that Wendy out there? I said. I don't think so, said Bill, without turning around. She's probably out with the dog somewhere. She handles them now most of the time instead of Marie, and they've gotten so that they follow her wherever she goes. Generally, Marie thinks it's a good thing, and I agree. The dogs are good protection for her. This is our government building here. Come on in. He got out of the jeep. I followed him, and we went up 3 wooden steps and in the front door of the Quonset. It was like stepping into any busy office. Behind a low barrier of wooden fencing, there were 5 desks at which 3 men and 2 women were sitting, typing, or engaged in other paperwork. File cabinets occupied one wall, and there was a large copying machine in a corner. Where are you getting the power to run all this? I asked Bill, for the typewriters were all electric, and the copier looked as if it had to require at least a 220-volt line. We put in a much larger gas generator, said Bill, leading me through a gate in the wooden fence. Before fall, we ought to finish a dam on the river and have a water power generator that'll take care of all our needs for the next 5 years. He led me into a corridor with 2 doors on each side and opened the first one on the right briefly. Supplies, he said. I looked in. It was, as he had said, a supply room. Most of the supplies were clerical, but I saw some stacks of blankets and other material for household living. A chained and locked gun rack against the far wall of the room held rifles, and there was a rack of handguns below it, also chained and locked. I shut the door again and turned open the door across the way. Communications, he said briefly, and let me into a radio room containing 2 women, one young and one middle-aged. It was filled with radio equipment that even to my amateur eye seemed impressive. Beebe, Jill, Bill said, this is Mark Despard. The 2 looked up from their panels, smiled, and nodded to me. Bill led me out of the room again. "Now," said Bill, moving down to knock on the second door on the left. "This is—" "Come in," said Marie's voice. Bill smiled at me and led me in. Marie was seated behind a large desk in a very businesslike office with papers in front of her. She was looking over the papers at a lean, big-boned man who must have stood about 6'6" when he was on his feet. Right now he was sitting down, dressed in a white shirt and what seemed to be white duck pants. "I'll be right with you, Mark," she said, and picked up what was apparently an interrupted conversation with the man in white. "What you've got to make them understand, Abe, is that if they want to draw supplies and cook their own meals, they have to do it according to our rules, at our convenience, not theirs. I'm not going to put up with anyone either wasting food or not eating adequately, any more than I'd put up with their breaking any of the other laws. That means they submit their menu for a week in advance to you, you approve it, and then, only then, you authorize one of your own people to give them supplies for just exactly what they plan to serve. You understand?" "Sure," said Abe in a deep, slow voice. He had a touch of some Eastern European accent. Marie looked away from him over to me again. "Mark," she said, "this is Abe Budner, our Director of Food Services and chef for the community kitchen. I'm hoping we can train people to take the chef's job off his hands before long." Abe Budner got up as slowly and solemnly as he had spoken, shook hands with me, and sat down again. "We're just looking around," Bill said. "Good," said Marie briskly, "because I really don't have time to stop and talk now. I can tell you all about this work this evening, Mark." We were dismissed. Bill and I left. "And this," said Bill, knocking on the remaining door in the corridor, "is Ellen's." We waited, but there was no answer to his knock. The door at the far end of the corridor opened behind us. "Something?" said a voice. We turned, and I saw what looked like a boy of about 18, wearing dark pants and a khaki shirt with 2 brass buttons pinned on the left side of his shirt collar. "Ellen's out checking the Rhine boundary," this individual said. "Is there anything I can do for you?" He looked questioningly at me. "This is Mark Despard, Doc," said Bill. "Mark Despard? I'm really glad to meet you, sir," said Doc, flusteredly and energetically, shaking my hand. "I've looked forward to meeting you." "Well, now you have," I said. I was not exactly taken with him. "Doc is Ellen's second-in-command," said Bill. "His full name's Kurt Dockweiler, but we all call him Doc. His militia rank is captain." "Oh?" I said. "I was just going to show Mark Ellen's office," Bill added. "You bet. Come in," said Doc, stepping past us, throwing open the door and leading us in. I followed him, and Bill brought up the rear. I don't know what I had expected, but Ellen's office was simply a tidy, utilitarian place with the usual filing cabinets, a perfectly clean desk, and a few extra chairs facing the desk, as if she'd been holding a conference recently. "If you'd like to wait," said Doc. "She ought to be back in about 20 minutes. I can send over to the kitchen for coffee or anything else." "No, I'm just looking around," I said. "I'll see her tonight." "Of course." Doc followed Bill and myself back down the corridor and out through the outer office. "If I can ever be useful in any way, Mr. Despard, the message center can reach me at any time." "I'll remember that," I said, getting in the Jeep. Bill started up and we drove off. "How old is he, anyway?" I said. "I don't know exactly," answered Bill. 20 or 21, I think." "He looks more Ellen's age." "Nothing wrong with that," Bill said. I looked at him, but his face was perfectly innocent of any particular expression. "I'm just surprised there aren't any older men around to hold down a job like that," I told him. "That's all." "We've got older men, of course," said Bill. He was heading the jeep back up into the trees in the direction of the summer palace. "Most of them have families, or at least somebody who make them a bad choice for a high-risk occupation. Then again, none of them have Doc's qualifications." "Qualifications?" "His father was career Army," Bill said. "He absorbed a lot of the military art just by growing up in various bases, that and other things. He's a black belt in judo, and he's taught survival classes. Also, he's a mountain climber." There was not much to say to that. I sat quiet during most of the ride back up to the summer palace, and in that time I came around to feeling that I might have been a little unfair to Doc. "We'll go see Porniosk now," Bill said, stopping the jeep once more at the palace. "I didn't take you to him right away because I thought either Marie or Ellen might have things they'd want to show you in their areas, and their schedule is pretty well tied in with other things. Porniosk you can see any time." I felt a warmth of old affection at the thought of the alien avatar. Porniosk, with his ugly bulldog shape and unemotional responses, was a particularly stable point in my pyrotechnic and shifting universe. I followed Bill into the palace, thinking with surprise that in all the last year and a half I had not sought out Porniosk once, and had seen him in total perhaps no more than half a dozen times. The room in the summer palace that Bill led me into eventually must have had as much floor space as the Quonset hut down in the village we had just left. It was a rectangular room with floor, walls, and ceiling painted white, and a row of windows all down one side. The other walls were occupied mainly by equipment that had once been in the station. Apparently, Porniosk had had it all transported down here. However, what caught my eye immediately was not this, nor even the friendly sight of Porniosk himself, but a box shape with transparent sides, perhaps 20 feet long by 6 wide and 3 deep, almost filled with some grayish-blue substance. When I got closer, I saw that whatever it was seemed to be a liquid. There was a noticeable meniscus, and a black tube running over the edge of one of the sides and down into the box showed the apparent angular distortion at the surface that a stick does poke down into water. Porniosk had been doing something with the tank, but he turned and came to meet us as we entered. "How are you, Mark?" he said as we met, his easy speech at odds, as always, with the curious mechanical sound of his voice and his manner of speaking. "I'm fine, now," I said. "How have you been?" "There's been no reason for me to be other than I always am," Porniosk said. "Of course," I said. "Well then, how have things been going?" "I've been getting a few things done," Porniosk said, "but nothing with any great success. But then real progress isn't often dramatic, being a matter of small steps taken daily that add up to a total accomplishment over a period of time." "Yes," I said. I thought of the experience it had taken me a year and a half to come to terms with. "There's a lot of things I'd like to talk to you about." "I'm glad to hear it," said Porniosk. "On my part, I've been looking forward to talking to you. I can progress much more rapidly if I've got a primary mind to work with, and the only primary mind we've produced so far is you." "Only me?" I said. It jarred me slightly to hear it. At the same time, I felt a small ego pleasure. "Primary minds can only be developed or uncovered by monad activity," he said. "All the other minds involved in the Gestalt only resonated and amplified yours without developing. So I've been restricted to doing what I can with the resonating minds.
In fact, I've been restricted to the one resonating mind that had no other duties to occupy it."
He turned his head and nodded ponderously toward a corner. I looked and saw the old man perched on the seat before one of the consoles taken from the station, the helmet on his head.
"The Alpha Prime,"
said Porniarsk.
"He's been my main subject. Happily, he seems eager for the experience of being connected with the equipment here. Daytimes he's generally unavailable. I understand he's been with you most of the time, but at night he often comes here on his own initiative to work with me."
I gazed at the old man. He squatted utterly still on the chair before the console with a curious assurance, almost as if it was a throne and he was a king. "What could you learn from him?" I asked.
"It's not what I can learn from him,"
said Porniarsk deliberately,
"but what I could learn through him, just as I want to learn and discover matters through you, though since you're a primary mind, I'd expect that you'd also learn and be able to add the knowledge you personally gain to what I can gain."
He stopped speaking for a second, then started again.
"In fact," he said, "I ought to point out that what I can learn is limited by the kind of instrument I am, myself, personally, as an avatar of Porniarsk. I've got only so much conceptual range. On the other hand, Mark, your conceptual range is something I don't know. It could be less than Porniarsk's, that is to say, mine, or it might be a great deal greater. It could be limitless, in that you might be able to go on increasing it as long as you want to make the effort to extend its grasp, which brings me to an important point."
He stopped again, but this time he did not continue immediately. "What point?" asked Bill finally.
"The point,"
said Porniarsk in his unvarying accent,
"of whether Mark, after his one experience with the monad, really wants to explore further into an area where mind becomes reality and where it's impossible to draw a line where the definitive change occurs."
"I'll answer that," I said. It came to me suddenly that while I'd never really come to doubt that I wanted to dig deeper into the time storm and everything connected with it for the last year and a half, I'd been hiding from the fact that I'd eventually have to get back to that work. "I don't have any reverse gear," I said. "The only way for me to go is straight ahead. Even standing still doesn't work."
"In that case,"
said Porniarsk,
"you and I have a big job ahead of us."
"Fine with me," I said.
"I guessed so from the beginning,"
said Porniarsk.
"So, in that case, maybe we might talk right now about the basic principles involved here and how you can be involved also."
"Absolutely," I said. I meant every word I said. "This all ties in with something I want to do, something I'm going to do."
"If you'll forgive me,"
said Porniarsk,
"I felt that about you from the first time we met. However, it's a lot bigger universe than you or the entities of your time seem to realize. If you were anything else than a rather unusual individual, I'd have to say you're presumptuous to have the ambition I think you're entertaining."
"I told you I've got something to do," I said. "In any case, we both want the same thing, don't we? To control this runaway situation with time?"
"Quite correct. But remember what I said. If you weren't an unusual individual, I wouldn't be devoting this much energy to you. Not because I wasn't interested, but because it'd be a waste of time. By your own standards, Mark, you're arrogant. Partly this is simply because you recognize your own ability. Part of it is a prickliness, what you'd call a chip on the shoulder. because other people don't see what you see. I can sympathize with this, but it's still something you'll have to overcome if you're going to achieve the full primary identity you'll need."
"We'll see," I said. I had been looking forward to talking to him. I had a great deal I had thought to tell him. What I most wanted to talk about was how it could be that, just as it had been back in the days when I'd been playing the stock market, I could almost taste, almost feel, what it was I wanted to take hold of in the time storm. But his sudden criticism put me off. "You said this was some sort of representation of the storm?" I said, turning to the tank.
"Yes,"
he answered. "I don't see anything."
"It's not operating right now,"
said Porniarsk,
"but I can turn it on for you."
He went to a control panel on the far wall and touched several studs and dials there with the tips of his shoulder tentacles.
"What you'll see,"
he said, coming back to Bill and me,
"isn't actually a view of the time storm. What it is a representation produced by the same equipment that was in the station. Look into the tank, not at it, into it."
I'd already been looking, but now I realized my error. I'd been staring the same way you might stare at a fish tank from entirely outside it. But what this piece of equipment apparently required, and require it did, for it was evidently already warming up, and I could feel it drawing my attention psychically the way a rope might have pulled me physically, was for an observer to put his point of view completely inside it. There was nothing remarkable about the first signs of its activation. All I saw were little flickerings like miniature lightning, or even less, like the small jitterings of light that register on the optic nerves when you close your eyes and press your fingers against the outside of the eyelids. These small lights will-o'-the-wisped here and there through the blueness of whatever filled the tank, and I suddenly woke to the fact that what I had taken to be a sort of blue-gray liquid was not liquid at all. It was something entirely different, a heavy gas, perhaps. Actually, I realized it had no color at all. It was any shade the subjective attitude of the viewer thought it was. For me now it had become almost purely black, the black of lightless space, and I was abruptly, completely lost in it, as if it was actually the total universe, and I stood invisible at the center of it. The little flickerings were the forces of the time storm at work. They had been multiplying to my eye as my point of view moved their center point, and now they filled the tank in every direction, their number finite, but so large as to baffle my perception of them. I understood then that I was watching all the vectors of the full time storm at work at once, and as I watched, I began slowly to sort their movements into patterns. It was like watching, with the eyes of a Stone Age savage, a message printing itself on a wall in front of you, and gradually as you watched, you acquired the skill of reading and the understanding of the language in which the message was set down, so that random marks began to orient themselves into information-bearing code. So, as I watched, the time storm began to make sense to me, but too much sense, too large a sense for my mind to handle. It was as if I could now read the message, but what it told was of things too vast for my understanding and experience. Two things I saw were happening. Two separate movements were characteristic of the patterns of the still expanding storm. One was a wave front sort of motion, like the spreading of ripples created by a stone dropped in a pond, interacting and spreading. And the other was like the spreading of cracks in some crystalline matrix. Both these patterns of development were taking place at the same time, and both were complex. The wave fronts were multiple and occurring at several levels and intensities. They created eddies at points along their own line of advance, where they encountered solid matter, and particularly when they encountered gravitational bodies like stars. Earth had had its own eddy, and it had been only the forces within that eddy that we had been able to bring into dynamic balance. The crystalline cracking effect also intensified itself around gravity wells. It was this effect that threatened the final result of the storm that Porniarsk had first warned us about, a situation in which each particle would finally be at timal variance with the particles surrounding it. The cracking extended and divided the universe into patterns of greater and greater complexities until all matter eventually would be reduced to indivisible elements. So much I saw and understood of what the tank showed. But in the process of understanding so much, my comprehension stretched, and finally broke. I had a brief, confused sensation of a universe on fire whirling about me faster than I could see, and I woke up on the floor of the room feeling as if I'd just been leveled by an iron bar in the hands of a giant. The heavy gargoyle head of Porniarsk hung above me inches from my eyes.
"You see why you need to develop yourself?"
he asked. I started to get up. "Lie still," said the voice of Bill urgently. I looked to see him on the other side of me. "We've got a real doctor now. I can get him on the radio from the communications room here and have him up here in 20 minutes. I'm all right," I said. I finished climbing to my feet. Looking beyond Porniarsk, I saw a huddled mass of black fur at the base of the console, a helmet still on its head. "Hey, the old man," I said, leading the way to him. Porniarsk and Bill followed. He was still on the floor by the time I reached him and took the helmet off, but apparently he too was coming out of it. His brown eyes were open and looked up into mine.
"Yes," said Porniarsk. "Of course. He'll have been in Monad with you just now."
The old man was all right. He continued to stare at me for a second after I took his helmet off. Then he got to his feet as if nothing had happened. I thought that if he really felt as little jarred as he looked by what had decked us both, he was made of stronger stuff than I. My knees were trembling. "I just want to sit down," I said. "This way," Bill answered. He led me out of the room and down a corridor, the old man tagging after us. We came to a solid, heavy-looking door I had never seen before in the palace. He produced a key, looked at me for a second with a shyness I'd never seen in him before, then unlocked the door and pushed it open. "Come in," he said. I stepped through, feeling the old man crowding close behind me, and stopped. The room Bill had opened for us was narrow and long, and one of its lengthier walls was all windows. They were double windows, one row above the other, so that, in effect, that wall of the room was almost all glass, and the view through them was breathtaking. I had seen what was to be seen through them, but not from this particular viewpoint. From where I stood in the room, my gaze went out and down the open slope just below the palace, over the tops of the tree belt below to a familiar view, the village of the experimentals and the human town beyond. But then it went further, for the angle of this room looked out between a gap in the lower vegetation to the open land beyond, stretching to the horizon and divided by a road that had not been there a year and a half ago. Now this road stretched like a brown line to where earth and sky met, with some small vehicle on it, a mile or so out, moving toward us with its dust plume like a squirrel's tail in the air behind it. "How do you like it?" I heard Bill asking. "Wonderful," I said, and meant it. I turned to talk to him, and for the first time focused in on the interior of the room itself. There was a rug underfoot, and a half-dozen armchairs, overstuffed armchairs, comfortable armchairs. I had not realized until now that I had not seen a comfortable piece of furniture in months. The kind of furniture that we tended to accumulate was that which was most portable, utilitarian, straight chairs and tables of wood or metal, Those in this room were massive, opulent things, meant for hours of comfortable sitting. But there was more than furniture here. Most of the available floor space was stacked with books and boxes containing books. All in all, there must have been several thousand of them stacked around us. The piles of them stretched between the armchairs and right up to a massive stone fireplace set in the middle of the wall opposite the windows. There was no fire in the fireplace at the moment, but kindling and logs had been laid ready for one. At the far end of the wall in which the fireplace was set, I saw what the ultimate destination of the books would be, for the first two vertical floor-to-ceiling shelves of built-in bookcases were completed and filled with volumes, and framing for the rest of the shelves stretched toward me what would eventually be 4 solid walls of reading matter. "Sit down," said Bill. I took one of the armchairs, one that faced the windows, so that I could gaze at the view. The small vehicle I had seen, a pickup truck, was now close to the town. Without warning, the music of the Great Gate of Kiev from Mussorgsky's Pictures at an Expedition poured forth around me into the room. "I thought," said Bill from behind me, "that we ought to have some place just for sitting." He was still being shy. The tones of his voice carried half an apology, half an entreaty to me to like what I saw around me. "It's really magnificent, Bill," I told him, and turning, saw him standing at one end of the windows looking out himself. "Who's been building all this for you?" "I've been doing it myself," he said. I took a long look at him. I had known he was a good man in many ways, but I never thought of him as a carpenter, mason, or general man of his hands. He looked back at me stiffly. "I wanted to surprise people," he said. "Only just now you seemed jolted by what happened, so I actually wasn't going to tell anyone until I had it all finished, the books on the shelves and all that." "Look, this room's the best idea you could have had," I told him. I meant it. God knows if anyone ever loved reading, it was me. I was no longer looking at the view now. I was looking at the books, beginning to feel in me a stirring of excitement that I would not have guessed was still possible. The books were suggesting a million things to me, calling to me with a million voices. Maybe only a handful of those voices had anything to tell me about the things I really needed to know. But the possible smallness of their number did not matter. It was me against the time storm, and I was humankind. And what was humankind was locked up in those codes of black marks on white paper that had once filled libraries all over the earth. Suddenly I wanted to know a million things very strongly. There was the dry ache in my throat and the fever in my head of someone athirst and lost in a desert. Chapter 25. I was reading the last paragraph of Joyce's short story, The Dead, in his collection Dubliners. Snow was general all over Ireland. It was falling on every part of the dark central plain, on the treeless hills, falling softly upon the bog of Allen, and farther westward, softly falling into the dark, mutinous Shannon waves. It was falling, too, upon every part of the lonely churchyard on the hill where Michael Fury lay buried. It lay thickly drifted on the crooked crosses and headstones, on the spears of the little gate, on the barren thorns. His soul swooned slowly as he heard the snow falling faintly through the universe, and faintly falling like the descent of their last end upon all the living and the dead. There was something there, I told myself, tight with certainty. There was something there, a certain part of humankind and the all. A tiny something, but something. I put down that book and went to find the words of Ernest Hemingway in the first paragraph of A Farewell to Arms. In the late summer of that year, we lived in a house in a village that looked across the river and the plain to the mountains. In the bed of the river there were pebbles and boulders, dry and white in the sun, and the water was clear and swiftly moving and blue in the channels. Troops went by the house and down the road, and the dust they raised powdered the leaves of the trees. The trunks of the trees, too, were dusty, and the leaves fell early that fall. Something. I went looking further. Hui Non Su, in the 2nd century before Christ, had written, "Before heaven and earth had taken form, all was vague and amorphous. Therefore it was called the Great Beginning. The Great Beginning produced emptiness, and emptiness produced the universe. The combined essences of heaven and earth became the yin and yang." Sigmund Freud. No one who, like me, conjures up the most evil of those half-tamed demons that inhabit the human breast. Tennyson, in The Passing of Arthur. Last, as by some one deathbed after wail of suffering silence follows, or through death or death-like swoon, thus over all that shore, save for some whisper of the seething seas, a dead hush fell. But when the dolorous day grew drearier toward twilight falling, came a bitter wind, clear from the north, and blew the mist aside, and with that wind the tide rose, and the pale king glanced across the field of battle, but no man was moving there. Einstein. What I believe. It is not enough that you should understand about applied science in order that your work may increase man's blessings. Concern for man himself and his fate must always form the chief interest of all technical endeavors. That the creations of our mind shall be a blessing and not a curse to mankind. Never forget this in the midst of your diagrams and equations. Do you feel it? I asked, looking at the old man as the two of us sat alone in Bill's library. Do you feel it too, there, someplace? He looked back at me out of his fathomless, savage brown eyes without answering. He was not my companion in the search for what I sought, only a sort of trailer or rider who hoped I would carry him to the place which would satisfy his own hunger for understanding, that hunger which, being part of the monad, had awakened in him. It was his curse not to be quite human, but still not to be simply a beast, like Sunday, who could love, suffer, and even die unquestioningly. It was something I could see, like a heavy load on him, how he knew he was dependent on me. After a second he put a long hand lightly on my knee, in a nearly beseeching gesture that had become habitual with him lately and stirred my guts each time he did it. So we continued, he with me, and I poring over the books in the library, along with many more Bill had since brought me from the surrounding territory. What I was after was still undefined, only a feeling in me of something that must be there, hidden in the vast warehouse of human philosophy and literature. But I kept finding clues, bits and pieces of thought that were like gold dust and stray gems spilled from the caravan of knowledge I tracked. I had not concerned myself about it during the first few days of this, but after a week or two it occurred to me to wonder that no one, not Marie or Bill or even Ellen, had been after me to take charge of our community once more. The wonder brought with it both a touch of annoyance and a sneaking feeling of relief. I was bothered that they did not miss my help more, but at the same time I felt in my guts that what I was doing was by all measures more important than being an administrator. So the summer colors outside the window dried and brightened to fall ones, then faded to the drab brown of winter grass and the occasional white of snow, with only different hues of evergreen to relieve the scene. And I came to understand that my presence was required, so to speak, only on state occasions. One of these was called Thanksgiving. although for convenience it was held on the 10th of December and began 3 weeks of general celebration that ended with New Year's Day. At Thanksgiving dinner that year, we had as guests in the summer palace the leaders and chieftains of the surrounding communities Bill had listed for me. The leaders themselves were a mixed bunch. Mary Water of the TV Lost Chord was in his early 20s, thin, stooped, black, and intense. He had the look of someone about to fly into a rage at a word. And in fact, the 3 wives and 5 children he brought with him walked around him, so to speak, on tiptoes. He was the only really young man among the leaders present, and the rest of his semi-communal group, Bill told me, were about the same age. Bill Project was in his late 30s. He claimed to be pure-blooded Sioux from the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota, but he did not have the look of the Sioux I had seen around Minnesota, although otherwise he looked undeniably Indian. He had a face that looked as if he could walk through a steel wall without a change of expression. Actually, he was almost exclusively a political leader for his colony, of whom only a few were also Indian. Piotr Wallenstadt was in his mid-50s, a tall post of a man with iron-gray hair, large hands, and a heavy-boned face. He was a limited-minded man whose quality of leadership lay in utter steadfastness of attitude and purpose. Whatever Wallenstadt said he would do, Bill had told me in the briefing he had given me on the leaders before their arrival, and calling him stubborn was a weak way to describe him. Once he had made up his mind, it was not merely no use to try to argue further with him. He literally did not hear you if you tried to talk about it. Old Ryan, otherwise called Gramps, was the patriarch among the leaders, and the patriarch of his own group as well. He may have been only a few years older than Wallenstadt, or he may have been as much as 20 years older. He was white-haired, as wide as a wall, bright, tricky, domineering, and explosive. He and Mary Water did not hide their intentions about steering clear of each other. And there had been bets made in the other communities for some time now as to when the two would hit head-on and over what. One possible reason why this had been avoided so far may have been the fact that the young Ryans, anyone in Gramps' group was labeled a Ryan, whether he or she was one by blood or not, sneakingly admired the more esoteric freedoms of the TV Lost Chord people. And there was a good deal of fraternization and sororization, to coin a word, going on. Meanwhile, the two leaders stayed close to home and ran into each other in person only on occasions such as this Thanksgiving bash at our place. There had been considerable jockeying by the 4 leaders from the moment they showed up to see who could get the most of my attention. Not surprisingly, old man Ryan was the clear winner. He could not monopolize my time, but he could and did get half again as much of it as anyone else. I found myself with a sneaking liking for the old bastard, a title he came by honestly, both in the ancestral and moral sense, and was, if anything, rather proud of. For one thing, he had both brains and experience, and he was not the monomaniac that Mary was, the tacit informer that Piotr Wallenstadt was, and had been before the time storm, or the suspicious, chip-on-the-shoulder character that Billy was. Ryan could talk about many things and did, and his sense of humor was well developed, though raunchy to the point of unbelievability. It was he who brought up the matter of the Empress, after about a week or so of celebrating. We were standing in the library, brandy snifters half full of beer in our hands, looking down the slope in the late winter afternoon sunlight to the river, where a skating party was in progress on the ice that stretched out from the banks to the black open water of mid-channel. "What'll you do if she comes?" Ryan asked, without warning, in the midst of a talk about spring planting. "Who?" I asked absently. My attention and my mind were only partly on the discussion we'd been having about storing root vegetables, and it seemed to me I had missed something he had said. Actually, I'd been concentrating on the skaters. In the early twilight, some of them had put on hard hats with miners' lamps attached to them, and these, now lit, were glinting like fireflies in the approach of the early twilight. The little lights circled and wove figures above the gray of the ice. Patterns of all kinds had been a fascination to me from my beginning. It had been the patterns I saw in the movements of the stock market that had been the basis of my success there. Similarly, with the management of my snowmobile company and everything else, right up to our duel with the time storm, in which my ability to see the force patterns was crucial. Now I was beginning to make out a pattern in the encircling lights. It was a fragile, creative pattern, built as it developed, but determined by the available space of ice, the social patterns of the occasion, and the affections or dislikes of the individuals involved. I felt that if I could just study the swirl of lights long enough, I would finally be able to identify by his or her movements each invisible individual beneath the light source. Who? I asked again. Who? The Empress. Beer getting to you desperate? I said, what'll you do if she comes this way? And she'll be coming all right if she lives that long, because she's out to take over the world. You've got a pretty good little part-time combat force, but you can't fight 300 full-time soldier kids equipped with transports, planes, helicopters, and all sorts of weapons right up to fly-in light artillery. What'll you do if she comes? I asked, still not really with him. Christ! Me? I'll wheel and deal with her, of course. He grunted into his glass, drinking deeply from it. I know I can't fight her, but you might be sucker enough to try. He tickled me. I finally pulled my attention entirely from the skater patterns on the ice. So? I said, mimicking his own trick of argument. When he got serious like this, he talked with the explosiveness of a 1920s car backfiring. I better not plan to ask you for help if I'm crazy enough to take her on, then. That it? Damn right. He stopped backfiring suddenly, turned full on to face me, and switched to purring like an asthmatic alley cat. But you're smart. You know well as I do how many ways there are to peel a grape like that. Now, if you just let old Gramps do the talking for your bunch and mine only, I tell you I can deal with someone like her. Sure you can, I said. And with you dealing with her for your people and mine, all the other groups would be forced into joining us in their own self-defense, which would leave her with the idea, particularly since you could help it along while you were doing the dealing, that you were the real power in this area, the man to settle with, and, like all the rest, I was in your pocket. Screw you! He swung away from me to stare out the window at the skating party. The cold afternoon was darkening fast, and his fat profile against the dimming light showed panting and angry. Let her take your balls, then. See if I make you a neighborly offer like that a second time. I grinned. He could not help himself. It was simply in him to push for an advantage as long as he had the strength to do it. If I ever really needed an alliance with him, I knew he would jump at the thinnest offer. From what Bill had told me, we would have had very little trouble conquering all our neighbors, including Gramps and his clan, if we took the notion. But all this did not alter the facts that the Empress was nothing to grin about, and that the old man had a head on his shoulders. I sobered. What's this about her having 300 full-time soldiers, aircraft, and artillery? I asked. Where'd you hear that? One of my boys came back from the West Coast, he said. Back from the West Coast, I said. When did any one of your people go out there? It's some time back, he said, taking a drink from his snifter. He was lying, and I knew it, but I couldn't waste half an hour pinning him down to the truth. The point is, he was in San Luis Obispo. There's an old army camp outside that town, and she's been using it as a training area. All the people in town know about the planes and the helicopters and the guns, and the soldiers come into San Luis Obispo every night to hit the bars. They've got 4 actual bars in there. She's got half the world to go after down to the top of South America and the other half clear up to Alaska, I said. What makes you think she'd be coming this way? Don't be a jerk, grunted Ryan. It's not country you take over nowadays, it's people, the important places. And this place is important enough. It's got you here. Unfortunately, he was right. It had gradually begun to dawn on me, since I came from living exclusively inside my own skull, how much I was considered some sort of post-time storm wizard, not only among the people of our own community, but generally around the globe. Why they had settled on me and not on Poniarsk, or even on Bill for that matter, puzzled me. Possibly Bill was not colorful enough to make good myth and legend, and Poniarsk could be considered too inhuman to be Judge the Wizard rather than the wizard's familiar. But it was a fact that this impression of me seemed to be spreading all over the world, according to the shortwave talk we heard, no doubt growing more wild and hairy the greater its distance from anyone who had ever seen me in person. That being the case, it suddenly made sense why the Empress might mount an expedition in my direction. She could hardly lose. If I was as magical as rumor had it, she would be acquiring a valuable sort of Merlin. If I was not, she could still keep me close under wraps and maintain the legend, threatening people with my powers and gaining the sort of credit anyone acquires by owning a pet sorcerer. A corner of that situation suddenly opened up into innumerable corridors of possibilities. The pattern-seeking portion of my mind began to gallop along them to map out the territory to my own advantage. Ryan was still talking to me. "What?" I asked. "Got through to you with that, didn't I?" he said. "That's right, Gramps," I told him. "You got through to me." I turned to face him. "I want to talk to that boy of yours," I said. "I want to hear him tell me about everything he saw." "Well, now, I don't know." "We can dicker over your price for letting him talk to me later. Is he here with the people you brought along?" "No," said Ryan, frowning. "Now, where did he say he was going? Seems to me he said something about going east this time." But, of course, this was only his way of making sure he gave nothing away for nothing. I had to promise him I'd send someone over to do welding for him on a windmill generator he was putting up. None of his group could weld for sour apples. And then, of course, it turned out that the relative who had been on the West Coast was out on the ice right now, together with the others we were watching from the window. I had the boy in, he was only 18, and with Ryan, Bill, and Ellen standing by, we shook him down for everything he could remember about the Empress and her armed forces. He was a little reticent about why he had gone away to the Pacific coast in the first place. I got the impression he had had a fight with Gramps and run off before the old man could have him beaten up by some of the more loyal sons and daughters of the clan. He kept moving because he ran into no one who particularly wanted him to stay. And so he ended up somewhere around San Bernardino, where he found work as a wagon driver. The West Coast was short of petroleum products, and horse breeding was becoming a way of life. As a teamster, he had eventually driven a load of freight north to San Luis Obispo and spent a week or so in the town before selling his freight goods to someone other than the person he was supposed to deliver them to, and cutting and running with the sale price. Once safely away from San Luis Obispo, he had decided to head home, not only because San Bernardino was now an unhealthy place for him, but because he thought he could probably buy his way back into Gramps' favor with the stories he had to tell, if not with his newly acquired possessions, for he had used the value of the goods he had stolen to buy himself the best horse, saddle, and rifle he could find. Besides, as he told us, he was more than a little homesick by that time. It turned out, however, he did not have that much more of value to add to what Gramps had already told me, except that his description of the planes used to transport the Empress's troops revealed them to me to be VTOLs, vertical takeoff and landing craft. That bit of information explained how the Empress could plan to airlift her soldiers into potential battlefields around a world where airports and landing strips were either no longer in existence or in bad states of repair. With VTOLs, she would be able to land just about anywhere. But there was a joker in the deck at the same time. My mind went click and put the matter of the petroleum shortages and the horse breeding together in a military context. Her aircraft would need fuel to operate. That meant that to come as far east as we were, she either had to be sure of finding refueling spots along the way, the remains of cities with fuel still in storage somewhere, or carry her fuel along. To carry it along in the aircraft themselves would leave no room for the troops. It was an equation in supply that had only one sensible solution. Before she went anywhere, she would need to send the fuel ahead of her overland, for which horse-drawn wagons were the only answer. Not only that, but her soldiers must necessarily hoof it to within a few miles of their objective. Meanwhile, the pilots of the aircraft would undoubtedly fly them empty, except perhaps for the Empress herself and her immediate staff, to a rendezvous with the soldiers on foot, when those were at last within striking distance of their objective. I sent Gramps and his wandering relative away and laid the matter, as I saw it, before Bill and Ellen. What it means, I told them, is that we've got a cushion of a few months between the time when she decides to come this way and when she actually gets here. Not only that, but we ought to be able to set up some sort of agreement with communities west of us to warn us when her soldiers and wagons start to come through. Is there someone around here we could send off to do that for us? Bill looked at Ellen. There's Doc. He'd be good at it, Bill said, if you could spare him for a couple of weeks. Doc, I echoed, and then I saw them looking at me. All right, I just can't get over how young he is. That was not the right thing to say. Ellen's face did not change an inch, but I could feel her reaction. Once you get to know him, Bill said, Doc can command a lot of respect, and it isn't exactly like taking a stroll in the park, traveling around like that these days. The number of things that still might have kept somebody like young Ryan from coming back alive might surprise you, Mark. With Doc, we'd have the best possible chance of getting our envoy back. All right, I said. It was a time for giving in. I was just thinking how he'd strike other people who'd seem the way I seem. But you know better than I do. I suppose I ought to get to know him better myself. Ellen grinned, a thing she did rarely. You'll learn, she said. I was left with the feeling that while I was forgiven, I had lost a point to her nonetheless. Well, as I told myself after they left, all that was mainly in her, Bill, and Marie's department. My department right now was tracking down that something I searched for in the library and in my own head. I had not been able to do much while the holiday season was still on, with the guests around, but as soon as all that nonsense was over, I went back to work. The search I returned to kept producing the same results as it had before, only more of them. I kept picking up clues, bits, indications, twingles, call them what you like. What they all really added up to was evidence that what I searched for was not just in my imagination. At the same time, they were no more than evidence. I began to lie awake nights listening to the breathing of the woman body beside me, staring at the moon-shadowed ceiling over the bed and trying to stretch my mind to form an image of what I was after. But all I could come up with was that, whatever its nature, it was something of a kind with the time storm. Not akin to the time storm, but something belonging to the same aspect of the universe. What I searched for had to deal with the total universe, no matter what else it did. If nothing else, the track of its footsteps was undeniably there, like the track of some giant's passing all through the thought and creativity of the literary world. I became avaricious, impatient to close on the quarry I hunted. My reading speed, which had been fast to begin with, increased 4 or 5 times over. I galloped through books furiously, swallowing their information in huge gulps, making a pile of unread volumes at the right of my chair in the library every morning, mentally ripping out the information they contained in chunks and dropping the empty to the left of the same chair in the same second that I was picking up the next book. As the winter wore on toward spring, I became like an ogre in a cave. I turned into a blind Polyphemus, made drunk by Ulysses, bellowing for books, more books. Nonetheless, I did not lose myself in this, the way I'd lost myself after Sunday's death. I continued to dress, shower, shave, and eat my meals on time. I even pulled myself out of my search now and then, when there was an administrative or social matter that needed the attention of Mark Desperate. But essentially, the winter snows and the waking year that took place around me this year were like some scene painted fresh daily on a wall at which I barely looked. And it came as a shock to me one morning to look out on the fields of April and see that the snow was gone and there was a fuzz of new green everywhere. I had made a fresh stack of books at the end of the previous day on the right side of my chair, but the morning I first noticed the new green of the landscape, I did not reach out as usual to pick up the top volume and start devouring it. For some reason, the old man was not keeping me company that day. Lately, the sun, through the wall of windows, had been so warm that I had gotten out of the habit of making the fire in the fireplace. That morning a curious stillness and peace seemed to hold all the room, piled and cluttered and jumbled as it now was with the books I had demanded and discarded until it looked like a warehouse. But out beyond the window was warm yellow sunlight, and where I sat was like a small bubble of timelessness, a moment out of eternity, where anyone could catch his breath without the moment wasted, being charged against his life. Instead of reading, I found myself just sitting, looking out down the slope and over the town and the plain beyond. I had been reading a great deal of writing on religion in the past few weeks, on yoga and Zen and all the martial arts, trying to pin down what the Chinese call qi and the Japanese ki, and which was usually translated by the English word spirit. As I sat staring out the window, a male cardinal flew down and perched on a feeding platform for birds, which Bill had set up during the winter without my hardly noticing it. I stared at the cardinal, and it came to me that I had never seen such a beautiful color in my life as the rich red of his body feathers leading up to the black ones at his throat. He balanced on the feeder, pecking at some seeds Bill had put there, then lifted his head and was perfectly still against the high blue sky of spring. Something happened. Without warning, the timeless moment that enclosed me also reached out through the glass pane of the window to encompass the cardinal as well. It was not a physical thing happening. It was a moment of perception on my part, but all the same it was real. Suddenly, I and the cardinal were together. We were the same. We were identical. I reached down and picked up not one of the unread books, but the last volume that had been in my hands the evening before. It fell open near the beginning, where I had laid it, face down, open for a minute yesterday. And under the influence of the timeless moment, the words I had read before stood forward to speak to me with a voice as large as the world. They were the words of the opening paragraph of Chapter 2, The Value of Our Existence, in the book Aikido in Daily Life by Koichi Tohei, who had founded Ki Society International and who had himself studied under Master Morihei Ueshiba, the founder and creator of the art of Aikido. Our lives are a part of the life of the universal. If we understand that our life came from the universal, and that we have come to exist in this world, we must then ask ourselves why the universal gave us life. In Japanese, we use the phrase suisei mushi, which means to be born drunk and to die while still dreaming, to describe the state of being born without understanding the meaning of it, and to die still not understanding. With that, it all came together. Not suddenly, but at once, so that it was as if it had always been together. I had been like someone born drunk, doomed to die drunk, and now I was sober. The cardinal was still on the feeder. The timeless moment still held the library, but it was as if a strange golden light had come out to flow over everything. All at once I understood that what I had been after was not just in the scraps of lines I had read in the books that had passed so hotly through my hands. It was not the fragments of ideas, the shards of wisdom I had studied, that alone were precious bits of what I sought, but that everything I had read, everything I had experienced, the world and all in it, all time and all space, were what I hunted and needed to grasp. And now I could grasp it, not by making my hands big enough to cup the universe in my palms, but by taking hold anywhere in anything as small as a moment, a sentence, or the sight of a bird on a feeder. With that understanding, it seemed to me that the golden light was suddenly everywhere, and I was abruptly aware of life around me as far as my mind could stretch to picture it. I could feel the rapid beating of the heart of the cardinal on the feeder. I could feel the beating hearts of the experimentals and the humans at the foot of the slope. I could feel the slow, true life in the firs and the oaks and the grasses and flowers. I could feel the blind stirring of the earthworms in the newly warmed earth. My new sensitivity ranged on and on without limit, beyond the horizon and over the whole world. I could feel life stirring everywhere, from the shark cruising the hot tropical seas to the Weddell seal sunbathing on the south polar ice. The whole globe beat to the rhythms of existence, and below that beat were the quieter, more massive rhythms of the inanimate, of the soil, rock, water, wind, and sunlight. Gravity pulled. The Coriolis force spun clockwise to the north, counterclockwise to the south. The intermixing patterns of weather sounded together like the disciplined instruments of an orchestra rendering a symphony. I do not remember the golden light leaving and the sensitivity it had brought me. Just after a while it was gone, and the cardinal had vanished from the feeder. I was back to feeling with merely the ordinary sensitivities of my body and mind. But within those I felt alive as I never had before. Everything seemed as if seen under a very bright light, clear and sharp. My mind was racing. I seethed with energy. I could not wait to put what I just found to practical use. I bolted from the chair and went out of the summer palace by the entrance where the vehicle stood. There was a jeep sitting in the parking area. I climbed behind its wheel and sent it bouncing down the slope toward the town. I did not quite know where or how I was going to take hold of the universe in the new way of doing so that had just become clear to me, but now it seemed impossible that I could not find a place and a means. But oddly, as I got close to the flat ground and the houses, a strange shyness came over me. I had been down there only briefly before, on half a dozen separate occasions, and each time I'd gone directly to City Hall to see Ellen, Marie, or someone else, then left again in less than an hour. It came home to me that I really had never met those who lived in the town, and I was abruptly as conscious of my stranger status as a grade school child on a first day at a new school. I parked the jeep in some bushes that hid it several hundred yards from the closest of the buildings, got out, and went ahead on foot. The first building I found myself heading for was a temporary one with a platform floor, plank walls, and a canvas tent roof. To this was being added a more permanent structure of cement block walls and gable roof, already shingled. There was no glazing as yet in the window opening, and outside the door aperture a white pickup truck was parked, from which a man in blue jeans and sweater was carrying in various lengths of lumber. I reached the pickup while he was still inside and waited by it until he came out again. He was a lean, black-haired type in his late 20s or early 30s, with a long, straight nose. "Hi," I said. He glanced at me indifferently. "Hello," he said, went to the truck and began pulling off some 12-foot lengths of 2x4. "Can I give you a hand?" He looked at me again, not quite so indifferently. "All right," he said. "Thanks." I went over to the truck as he backed off from it with his 2x4s, picked up several of my own, and followed him through into the building. There was no light inside except what came through the window openings, but this was enough to see that the building would be illuminated well enough with natural light even on dark days once it was finished. The 2x4s were apparently for wall studs, for he had several partitions already framed up. I carried my load over to where he was piling his. A cement floor had been poured, but not professionally finished, and the footing was both gritty and a little uneven. But it, like the wall framing and the block laying of the outer shell, was good enough for security and use. We worked together at unloading the truck for some time without saying anything to each other. I found myself getting an odd pleasure out of being useful in this ordinary way. The feeling was above and in addition to the pleasure of the physical exertion, which, once I warmed up to it, was body enjoyable, the way such efforts usually are. I was conscious of the house builder eyeing me as we worked, but that was as much reaction as he showed until we had finished getting all the 2x4s into the building. I came out from carrying in the last 2 lengths of lumber and found him standing, considering what was left on the truck, mostly nails and odds and ends of hardware. "What next?" I asked him. "I forgot to pick up conduit for the wiring," he said, without looking at me. "Well, let's get the rest of it in. You and I better take the nail cartons together, one by one. They're heavy." We pulled a nail carton to the open tailgate, took it each on a side, and carried it in. As we went toward the door opening, he spoke. "You're Mark Desperate, aren't you?" "Yes," I said. He stared hard at me for a second. "No, you're not," he said, as we stepped into the semi-gloom of the interior. "I'm afraid I am." "You can't be." "I'm afraid I am." "Look, he's got a long beard, and he's 6 inches taller than you are." We laid the carton of nails down and went after another. "I tell you," he said, as we went in carrying the second carton, "you can't be. I know what Desperate looks like." I grinned. I couldn't help myself. "So do I," I said. "Then you admit you aren't him?" "No," I said. "I'm him." "What makes you think I've got a beard and I'm 6 inches taller?" "Everybody knows that. Besides, you never come down from that mountain." "I do now." "Shit." We carried in the other cartons without words. It occurred to me suddenly that he might think I'd been laughing at him and that this was all some sort of practical joke on my part. I was distressed. "If I don't look like Mark Desperate," I asked him, "why'd you ask me if that's who I was?" He did not answer me immediately. It was not until we'd made one more delivery inside and were back out in the sunlight that he spoke again without looking directly into my face. "I don't know why you'd want to help me." "You had this truck here to be unloaded," I said. "It goes faster with 2 people than with 1. "There's got to be more to it than that." He stopped dead and faced me. "What's up? What is it? What's going on? Is there some kind of law here or something like that I've broken?" "Man," I began and then broke off. "Look, I don't even know your name." "Orrin Elsher." "Orrin," I held out my hand. "Mark Desperate. Glad to meet you." He stared at my hand as if I had a mousetrap in it, then slowly put out his own hand, and we shook. "Orrin," I said, "it was just such a fine day I thought I'd come down, and when I got here I saw you unloading the truck, so I thought I'd offer you a hand. That's all there is to it." He said nothing, only took his hand back. We finished unloading the truck. It was strange, but once upon a time it would have bothered me that he was bothered. I would have geared up emotionally in response to his emotions. But now all I could think of was what a nice day it was, and the enjoyment of using my body to some practical and useful purpose. I was getting the same sort of pleasure from unloading that truck that I might have gotten from engaging in a favorite sport, and I was grateful to Orrin Elsher for providing me with the opportunity for that pleasure. As far as his puzzle about me went, I felt no pressure to explain it. In his own time he would understand, and if that time never came, it would not make any real difference to the world. All that really mattered was that his truck was unloaded, and he had been saved some work, and I had enjoyed myself. I had gotten this far in my thinking when I remembered I'd left the summer palace intending to put my new insight to work, and here I had forgotten about it completely. But of course I hadn't. I saw the connection now between the insight and what I was presently doing. I had set out to take hold of the universe, and I had done that. There was no such thing as an unrelated action, and the act of my helping Orrin to unload his truck connected with the necessary completion of his house, the development of the whole town, the future of the people here, plus their effect and interrelation with all the rest of the people in the world. In fact, it connected with the whole future pattern in a way I could see building and stretching out until it became part of the great spider web of interacting forces that contained the time storm itself. As for me, in enunciating that connection, by being part of it and recognizing it, I had expanded my own awareness that I needed to stretch before I could take the next step against the storm. We finished unloading the truck. "Well, take care of yourself," I said to Orrin, and turned away. I was perhaps 5 steps from him, headed back toward where I'd hidden the Jeep, when I heard him call me. "Mr. Despard." I turned to find him right behind me. "Thank you," he said. "Nothing to thank me for," I answered. "I enjoyed the workout. I suppose I'll be seeing you around?" "Sure," he said, and then more strongly added, "Sure, you will." "Good." I turned and went. I had gotten a good echo from him, like the unblurred ring of uncracked metal when you tap a bronze vase with a fingernail. I went back to the Jeep, got behind the wheel, and after a moment's thought, headed on into City Hall. But there was no one around when I got there. Even the typists were not at their desks. I looked at my watch and saw it was just after 10 in the morning. Coffee break time, perhaps. I went out, got back in the Jeep, and headed back up toward the summer palace, enjoying the bright day, the sight of the buildings and people I passed, as if the whole world was something marvelous invented yesterday that I had never seen before. When I got to the summer palace, there were 8 vehicles of various kinds parked in the parking area. As I climbed out of the Jeep, Bill came out of the door with a rush. "There you are," he said. "We've been looking all over for you. The Empress is on her way. We just got word." Chapter 26. We were not surprised to see the helicopters ignore the town and head directly toward the summer palace. There were 3 of them, all the size of aircraft I had flown in between airports like LaGuardia and Kennedy in New York. They could each hold at least 30 people comfortably. We stood in the parking area and watched them come, a baker's dozen of us, including the old man and Porniarsk. There was nothing much else we could do. Our advance warnings from the communities farther west had earlier confirmed the fact that Paula Mirador, the Empress, was indeed moving toward us with at least 500 armed bodies, about 1/3 of them women, plus 3 155-millimeter howitzers. She had apparently merely passed through these other communities, pausing just long enough to accept their formal submissions on her way. Wisely, no one had tried to oppose her, and we ourselves were hardly in a position to do so, even though we were probably the strongest single social unit between our territory and the Rockies. According to her usual battle plan, which our scouts had confirmed, she had the main body of her troops standing off just over the horizon, with the VTOL transports ready and waiting. The howitzers were with them, ready to be moved in close to pound flat any property we owned before the troops followed to mop up any still living defenders. It was a strong military argument she proposed. We had not given in to it yet. Our town was evacuated except for a half-dozen fortified positions with 50 caliber machine guns hidden among the buildings. These, if they survived the artillery, could make it something less than a picnic for the troops advancing on the wreckage. Whether the Empress knew about our machine guns was a question. She apparently knew a good deal about us, but possibly not the full extent of our weapons and supplies. The rest of our non-combatants were scattered back in the hills with a light force to guard them and weapons of their own, as well as enough food and other basic supplies to last a year. She could not hunt them all down, even if she wished to spend the time trying. Aside from all this, there were 3 more heavy machine guns and gun crews camouflaged and dug in to cover this parking area from the surrounding rocks and trees, and 1 other machine gun nest hidden inside the palace. Even if she were bringing as many as 60 or 80 soldiers in her helicopters, it would not be a wise idea for her to simply try and make the 13 of us prisoners by head-on force. But of course, all this was beside the point. She did not really want to waste trained people and ammunition on us, any more than we wanted to fight a small war with her. She and we were both lining up our resources face to face for a bargaining session. The helicopters sidled in, looking very dramatic against the blue sky with its few patches of high clouds, and settled to earth with a good deal of noise and raised dust. The doors of the 2 furthest from us opened, and uniformed men with rifles and mortars and a couple of light machine guns jumped out and set up a sort of perimeter facing the surrounding country. They did not, however, move too far away from their planes, and seemed to be making the point that they were there to protect the helicopters and themselves primarily. After they had settled down, there was a wait of 2 or 3 more minutes. Then the door of the helicopter closest to us opened, the steps were run down, and a dozen men and women in civilian clothes came out to range themselves like an honor guard in a double line ending at the foot of the steps. Another brief wait, and a single figure came out. There was no doubt that this was Paula Mirador, even if the rest of the proceedings had been designed to leave any doubt. I stared, myself. I had not seen anything like this since before the time storm, nor had any of us, I was willing to bet. We had grown so used to living and dressing with practicality and utility in mind that we had forgotten how people used to wear clothes and what sort of clothes they might wear. Paula Mirador was a page out of some ghostly fashion magazine, from her dainty, high-heeled, cream-colored boots to an elaborately casual coiffure. She looked like she had just walked out of a beauty shop. In between was a tall, slim woman who only missed being very beautiful by virtue of a nose that was a little short and a little sharp. Besides the boots and the warm brown hair of her coiffure, she wore a carefully tailored white pantsuit over an open-throated, polka-dotted blouse, with the wide collar of the blouse lying over the collar of the suit. A gray suede shoulder bag with an elaborately worked silver clasp hung from one shoulder. She took my breath away, and not by virtue of her bandbox perfection alone. Her hair was not that blonde, her face was not that perfect, but something about her rang an echo of Swanee in my mind. She walked down the steps, not looking at us yokels, and gazed around at the general scenery, then said something to one of her civvies-dressed attendants, who popped to and turned away to peel off an escort of 8 armed troopers to come toward us. Once upon a time, I would have credited the attendant with a prior knowledge of what I looked like, seeing him come directly towards me alone. Lately, however, I had begun to realize how much the way in which human beings instinctively position themselves gives out signals. The group pattern of those standing around me amounted to a sign with an arrow pointing to me and the words, "Here is our leader." At any rate, the envoy, a round-faced young man in his mid-20s, who looked something like a taller version of Bill, came up within a dozen feet of me and stopped. His troopers stopped with him. "Mr. Despard," he said. "You are Mr. Despard, aren't you, sir? I'm Iñejo Johnson. The Empress would like to speak to you. Will you follow me, please?" I did not move. "That makes 2 of us," I said. "I'd like to talk to her. I'd like to know what the hell she's doing here on my property without my invitation. I'll wait here 5 minutes. If she hasn't come personally to explain by that time, I'll blow the whole batch of you apart. You're parked on top of enough buried industrial dynamite to leave nothing but dust." He blinked. Whether because of my tone and attitude, or because of the information about the dynamite, was hard to tell. Probably both. The dynamite, of course, was a bluff. It would have taken 20 truckloads of that explosive to mine the whole parking area, even sparsely. But there was no way he and the rest of Paula's party could be sure we did not have that much. And in any case, I had nothing to lose by bluffing, since they outgunned us anyway. He hesitated. I turned away. "Bill," I said, "see he doesn't waste time." I walked back a few steps toward the palace, hearing Bill's voice behind me. "You've lost 15 seconds already," Bill was saying. "Do you want to try for more?" I turned around and saw Johnson with his escort retreating at a fair pace toward his mistress. He rejoined her and spoke animatedly. She, on the other hand, as far as we could tell from this distance, was the picture of cool indifference. She waved a hand gracefully on the end of one slim wrist, and he came back to us with his bodyguards. "Mr. Despard," he said, "the Empress warned you. If you're bluffing, you'll be shot down by our escort troops as soon as the 5 minutes are up. If you're not bluffing, whether you kill us or not, her troops, who love her, will catch you and roast you over a slow fire. She herself never bluffs." I turned toward Doc. "Doc," I said, "shoot him." Doc unslung the machine pistol he had hanging from his right shoulder. "Stop! Stop!" shouted Iñejo Johnson. "Don't! Wait a minute. I'll be right back." "Just under 2 minutes left," I reminded him, and watched him gallop back across to his Empress. They were still talking a minute later. 4 minutes up," said Bill behind me. "Let it get down to 30 seconds, I told him. We waited. "Coming up on 4.5 minutes, Bill said. I stepped out in front of the others and made an elaborate show of looking at my watch. "Now," I said to Bill under my breath. He had a small detonator switch in his pocket, with a wire running from it back into the palace, and from there out again to a spot in the parking area near its west edge. He reached into the pocket, pressed the detonator button, and a fountain of dirt exploded very satisfactorily to about 30 feet in the air, thereby cleaning us out of dynamite almost completely. And not industrial dynamite at that, but the sort of explosive that used to be available in hardware stores and mining areas. I made a great show of looking at my watch again. "Maybe they won't realize it's a warning," said Marie tightly. "They'll realize," Ellen said. They had. The Empress was at last on the move toward me, not by herself, but with her whole entourage surrounding her. Mentally, I docked her a couple of points for not coming sooner. It should have been obvious to her that if there was one patch of ground in the parking area not likely to be mined, it would be the space where I and my own people were standing. She came on until her group merged with mine, and she walked up to stand face to face with me, smiling. "Mark," she said, "you and I have to have a private talk." "I can talk out here," I said. "You probably can." She was very pleasant. "I find it works better for me if I don't take my own staff into my confidence exclusively. But don't you think we could both be a little more relaxed and free if it was just the two of us chatting?" It was not an unreasonable argument, and I'd already made my point, which was that I was not about to make any deal behind the back of my associates. I could afford to give in gracefully. "All right, come inside," I said. I took her into the palace. On the still air indoors, I could catch a hint of perfume about her that had not been noticeable outside. I was suddenly very conscious of her physically, both of her female presence and her bandbox costuming. The ghost of Swanee moved momentarily between us once more. On impulse, I took her to the library, cleared the books off one of the other chairs for her, and we sat down facing each other. "You must have somebody around who cares about preserving information," she said, looking about the room. "Yes," I said. "What do you want to talk about?" She crossed one leg over the other. "I need your help, Mark." "You could have written me a letter, Paula." She laughed. "Of course, if it had been just a matter of you and me. But I'm the Empress and you're Mark Desperate, the man who controls the time storm. When two people like us get together, it has to be a state visit." "Aside from the fact that I don't begin to control the time storm," I said, "what about this state visit of yours? A state visit with an army and 3 howitzers?" "Don't pretend to be something other than the intelligent man I know you are," she answered. "All this show of force is an excuse for you, Mark, an excuse for you to agree to work with me because that's the only way you can keep the people you have around you now from being hurt." "I'm that valuable?" "I said, don't pretend to be less bright than you are. Of course you're that valuable." "All right. But why should I take advantage of your excuse? Why should I want to work with you in any case?" "Wouldn't you rather have the resources of the whole world at your fingertips than just what you can reach here locally?" "I don't need any more than I have here," I said. She leaned forward. There was an intensity, a vibrancy about her that was very real, unique. She had to know I knew she was using it deliberately to influence me. "Mark, this world still has got a lot of people in it who need putting back together into a single working community. Don't tell me you don't want to have a hand in that. You're a natural leader. That's obvious aside from the time storm and what you've done with it. Can you really tell me you'd turn your back on the chance to set the world right?" She either had a touch of the occult about her, or she was capable of reading patterns from behavior almost as accurately as I might have myself. My deep drive to defeat the time storm reached out with its left hand to touch the basic human hunger to conquer and rule. Mentally, I gave her back the 2 points I had docked her earlier, and a couple more besides. But I did not answer her right away. Like a good salesman, she knew when to close. "Say you'll at least talk it over with me in the next few days," she added. "I suppose I can do that," I told her. So it turned out that her appearance became a state visit in reality. A main body of her troops and the howitzers stayed out of sight over the horizon, although none of us, including me, ever forgot they were there, and she, with her immediate official family, slipped into the role of guests, as old Ryan and the others had been over the Thanksgiving holidays. She was a good deal more entertaining than my neighbors had been, and much more persuasive. She had a mind like a skinning knife. But the most effective argument she brought to bear on me in the next 5 days was the pretense that she was putting her military strength aside and trying to convince me by argument alone. I knew better, of course. As I just said, none of us could forget those troops and the artillery just beyond field-glass range. But her refusal to bring her military muscle directly into the discussion left me to argue silently with my own conscience over whether it was not just personal pride or stubbornness on my part that made me so willing to expose my wives and friends to death or maiming rather than join forces with her. She had another lever to use on me, although at the time I did not rate its effectiveness with that of the argument-only ploy. She was reputed to have the kind of legendary sexiness that made her troops dream of her at night and consider all other women as watered-down substitutes. But I got no such signals from her at all. Except for the odd moments in which she reminded me of Swanee, she was good company and interesting, that was all. At the same time, by contrast, she did seem to make Marie look limited and unworldly, and Ellen juvenile. Of course, she and I had very little time out of each other's company. We were the two heads of state, and if she was to be entertained by us, I usually had to be on stage myself. The time I had with my own people was what was left over, usually either the early hours in the morning, before Paula had put in an appearance from the several rooms. Suite was too pretentious a word for them. We had turned over to her and her several personal attendants, or late at night after she had tired out. It was a situation that put both Ellen and Marie, particularly, at some distance from Paula and myself, but perhaps this was not a bad arrangement. It developed that neither of them liked her or saw anything but serious trouble coming from any extended association with her. "She really doesn't like you either, you know," Marie told me the evening of the 3rd day Paula had spent with us. "She doesn't like anyone." "She can't afford to," I said. "She's a ruler. She's got to keep her head clear of likes and dislikes for individuals so she can make her decisions strictly on the basis of whether something is good for her people or not." "A good thing for her or not, you mean," said Marie. That was unusually outspoken for Marie. But the more I thought over what I had said to her, the more I liked the ring of my own words. I went to Ellen's room and tried the same speech on her. Ellen snorted. "Is that supposed to be an answer?" I said. "All right, tell me. Exactly what is it that's wrong with Paula?" "Nothing's wrong with her," said Ellen. "Well, you must think something's wrong, or you wouldn't be acting like this. What is it?" "You." "Me?" "You want to be a damn fool, go ahead and be one." I lost my temper. "How can I be a damn fool? I've got to find some way to deal with her and do it with gloves on. She can wipe us all off the map if I don't." Ellen got up out of bed, put on her clothes, and went for a walk at 3 in the morning. Nobody but she could have done something like that with such finality and emphasis. Her back was an exclamation mark going out the door. Bill did not like her either. Neither did Doc. For that matter, neither did the old man, who always disappeared when Paula came on the scene. I began to feel like the tragic hero in a Greek play, with the chorus in unison warning me of disaster at every step. I did not mention any of this to Paula, but she evidently sensed some of it at least, because along about the end of the week she got off on a subject that was particularly timely in view of the situation. "It is a lonely life," she said, apropos of something I had said. We were taking a stroll through the woods below the summer palace early in the morning. "Rank does more than isolate you socially. Do you realize, Mark, you're essentially the only person in the world I can talk to on the level, so to speak. With everyone else, I have to remember I'm the Empress. But it's not even that. so much as having to put myself in the balance sometimes against everyone around me when it comes to making decisions. Every so often, all the advice I get is one-sided. And sometimes I have to brace myself to turn it all down and go just the opposite way, because when it gets down to it, I have to trust my own decision more than all of theirs, or else I'm not a fit ruler. I know what you mean, I said. Sure you do. She glanced at me for a moment, then looked ahead the way we were walking. You can't take on responsibility without taking on everything else that goes with it. She stopped and turned to face me. I stopped also, necessarily, and turned toward her. That's why it would mean so much to have you with me, Mark, she said. I know you've got your own work with the time storm. I've only just begun to realize these last few days how important that is. But what you're needed more for now is to help me unify this torn-up earth we've got and put it on a single working community basis. That's your higher responsibility at the moment. And if I'm not with you, I'm against you? Oh, Mark, she said sadly, I'm not a monster. I felt slightly ashamed of myself. It was a fact that so far I had seen nothing in her that was not reasonable to the point of being admirable. The only evidence I had ever had that contradicted this was contained in the large body of rumor about her, and I had some experience with rumors, having heard some of the ones that circulated about me. Well, I said, how much time are you asking me to invest? A couple of years at the most. She looked sideways at me as we walked. Certainly no more than that. You think you can take over the world in 2 years? That's better than Alexander's record, and he was only thinking about the Asian continent. There aren't that many people nowadays. You know that as well as I do, she said. And it's a matter of contacting just the large population centers. Once those are organized, the small communities in each area and the individuals will want to adjust to the situation on their own. 2 years, I said. All at once it seemed like a long time away from here, away from the library and Porniarsk's workroom. Look, she said, stopping again. Once more we faced each other, and for the first time since I had known her, she touched me, putting a hand lightly on my arm. Let's forget about it for today. Why don't we do something different? You let me entertain you for a change. How? We'll fly to my base camp and have lunch there. You can see for yourself what my regular soldiers are like and why I think it won't take even 2 years to bring order to the world. I don't know, I said. The others may worry. Even if they do, it'll do them good, she said. When they see you coming back safe and sound after going off alone with me, they'll understand I'm no one to be afraid of. All right. We went back up to the palace. I did not quite feel like telling Ellen or Marie I was taking a solo jaunt into Paula's armed camp, so I looked for Bill or Doc. Doc was the one I found first, and he took the idea of my going calmly enough. In fact, it seemed to me his eyes even lit up a bit at the idea. Want me to come? He asked. It's not necessary. I checked myself. Come to think of it, why not? You may be able to see some things there I won't. I sent him to tell Bill we were both going, and went back to explain to Paula that there would be 2 of us, feeling somewhat smug with the notion that I had taken some of the force out of the objections the others would have to my going entirely alone. Of course, bring him, said Paula graciously, when I mentioned that I couldn't come after all unless I had someone like Doc along with me. It had occurred to me that, just as I had, she might be underestimating Doc because of his youth. I had learned better during the past few months. But if she was making the same initial error, it could do us no harm and might turn out to our advantage. On the helicopter ride to her camp, accordingly, I watched her closely for any sign that this was the case, but saw no clear signals either way. She was friendly, but a little condescending to him, which could mean that she did not, in fact, recognize his worth, or simply that she lumped him in with all those human bodies she looked down on from her status as empress. The camp, when we got there, was impressive enough. Paula's soldiers might or might not love her, as rumor had it, but they were well uniformed, well armed, and under good discipline. Their field tents were pitched in a hollow square, with Paula's clump of larger tents at the center, so that these were protected on all sides. The helicopter that brought us put us down in the open space outside this interior clump of tents and within the camp area. If Paula had been intending to make me prisoner once she had me here, she would have had no difficulty once we had landed. There were armed guards 10 deep around me in all directions. But as it was, our visit was nothing but pleasant. Paula evidently traveled with a full complement of personal servants. I estimated at least 2 full helicopter loads worth, which meant that she might not have needed to be so saving of fuel as I had guessed, including a number of younger women, none of them quite as good-looking as she was, but close enough. These were dressed as impractically as she was, with an eye to appearance rather than practicality, and this puzzled me until I began to realize that their primary job, or at least their highly important secondary job, was to act as ornaments and geishas. They were all over Doc and me while we were having cocktails before lunch, and they both served and joined us at the meal itself. I did not at all mind being fussed over by these attendants, and I could all but see Doc's ears wiggling. I say I could all but see his ears wiggling. What I saw, of course, was that they did not wiggle at all, and he was so poker-faced and determinedly indifferent to the attentions he was getting that it was almost painful to watch. Being a little more case-hardened by years than Doc, I had a corner of my mind free to note that it was a shrewd move of Paula's to provide herself with such courtiers. Not only did they act as a setting to show her off and emphasize her authority, they added an extra level between her and ordinary female humanity. Perhaps her troops did worship her after all, seeing her set off this way, in the same way that they might worship a god or a demigod. After lunch, Paula called in the commander of her soldiers, a small, lean, gray-haired man named Aruba, with 3 stars on each shoulder strap of his impeccable uniform. General Aruba and Paula, together, took us out to look over the camp and observe her troops. Those in uniform were all young. I saw some boys and girls I could swear were no more than 14 or 15 years old. They were all cheerful, bright-looking, and had the air of individuals aware of themselves as members of an elite group. There was a curious uniformity among them, too, which puzzled me for a while before I realized that I saw no tall bodies among them, either female or male. Like the general, they were short, and most tended to a squareness of body. Aside from their size, though, they were impressive. They were apparently spending their time in active training while awaiting the results of Paula's negotiations with us. They had set up an obstacle course outside their camp, and we watched as some 30 or 40 of them ran through it looking like trained athletes. They were, as Gramps Ryan had hinted, a far cry from my part-time militia. After the inspection tour, we stepped into Paula's largest tent once more for drinks, and then were flown back to the summer palace. I was itching to know what Doc's reaction was to everything we had seen, but I was back in host position again and could not abandon Paula to plunge immediately into conference with one of my staff. So it was 9 that night before I had a chance to get together with him and the others. We held a staff meeting down in the city hall, safely away from the summer palace and the view or hearing of any of Paula's attendants. "Well," I said to Doc, when we were at last gathered over the coffee cups in Ellen's office, he and I, Ellen, Marie, and Bill, "how about it? What did you think of those soldiers of hers?" "Well," Doc scratched his right ear. "They're in good shape physically. They're well trained. They're young and bouncy, and they've learned to obey orders. I guess they know their jobs." "Tough as we've heard they are, then," said Ellen. "Maybe," said Doc. "Why maybe?" I demanded. "Well," said Doc, "they're not veterans. My dad and the other officers used to talk a lot about that, and it was a fact. I mean, I could see it too. The ones who'd actually been shot at somewhere along the line knew what it was like, but there was no way the ones who hadn't been shot at could know what it was like. My dad and the others used to say there was no telling what a man who hadn't been shot at was going to do the first time he was." "What makes you so sure the ones we saw haven't been shot at?" Bill asked. Doc shrugged. "They just look like they haven't. I mean, it shows." "How?" I said. "For example." "Well," he frowned into his coffee cup for a second, then looked back at me. "They're too bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, too gung-ho. You understand? If they were veterans, they wouldn't be wasting energy except when they had to. For example, when they were off duty, you'd see them off their feet, sitting or lying down somewhere, that sort of thing." We thought about it for a moment. "You try to remember," Doc said, "when it was you last heard of the Empress actually fighting anyone. Maybe on the islands where she started there was some fighting, but ever since she landed on the West Coast it seems she just shows up with all those guns and whoever she's dealing with surrenders." "Then you think we might have a chance fighting her?" Bill asked. "Is that it?" "We might have a chance," Doc said. "One thing for sure, the people we've got carrying guns are going to use them and keep on using them when the fighting starts." There was another short silence full of thought. "I don't like it," said Marie finally. "There's still too many of them compared to us." "I think so too," I said. "Even if we were sure of winning, I don't want our town wrecked and even one of our people killed. Now, Paula's been after me to join her for the next year or two while she brings the rest of the world under control." They all started to talk at once. "All right, now just hang on there for a moment," I told them. "If I do decide to go with her, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to stay for 2 years or even 1 year. But if that's the best way, or the only way, to get her to leave everybody else alone here, then my spending some time with her is a cheap way to buy her off." "What sort of a place will this be without you?" said Marie fiercely. "Come on now," I said. "The rest of you run everything here. All I've been doing is sitting around and reading books. You can spare me all right." "Mark," said Bill, "you aren't needed here because you've got duties. You're needed here because you're the pivot point of the whole settlement." "Let him go," said Ellen. "It's what he wants to do." Bill looked at her quickly. "You don't mean that." "All right, I don't," said Ellen, "but it gripes me." She folded her arms and looked hard-eyed at me. "And what about the time storm?" Bill said to me. "How can you keep on working toward a way to do something permanent about that if you go off with Paula? What if the balance of temporal forces we set up breaks down sometime in the time you're gone? What if it breaks down tomorrow?" "If it breaks down tomorrow, I can't do a thing more about it but try to reestablish the balance again the way I did the first time." "You can't do that if you're not here," Marie said. "Don't talk nonsense, Marie," I said to her. "Paula needs a stable Earth as much as we do. She'd send me back in a hurry to reestablish a balance of forces if that balance broke down and mist walls started moving again." "It might not be so easy to reestablish next time, Porniarsk says," Bill put in. "What about that?" "If it's not as easy, it's not as easy," I told them all. "I tell you, I'm not yet ready to take on the time storm again to produce any more permanent state of balance than I did before." For a second, nobody said anything. The silence was as prickly as a fistful of needles. "Anyway," said Ellen, "have you checked with Porniarsk? You owe him that much before you do anything like going off." As a matter of fact, I had completely forgotten about Porniarsk. The Avatar was never concerned or consulted in any of our purely human councils about community matters, and as a result, I had fallen out of the habit of thinking about him when decisions like this were to be made. Ellen was quite right. I could not do anything with the time storm if I lost the help of Porniarsk. If I simply went off with Paula, and he should think I'd given up on the storm. "I haven't checked with him yet," I said. "Of course I will. I'll go talk to him now. I suppose he's in the lab?" "I think so," said Bill. "Yes, he is," said Ellen. "I was just in there." That bit of information caught my attention. As far back as I could remember, Ellen had never paid any particular attention to Porniarsk. I went out and down the corridors toward the lab. On the way, I passed the little interior courtyard where Sunday lay preserved, and on impulse I checked, turned, and went in to look at him. I had not come to see him in months. It had been a painful thing even to think of him for a long time. And while now the pain was understood and largely gone, the habit of avoidance was still strong in me. But at this moment there was a feeling in me almost as if I should let the crazy cat know that I was going, as if he was still alive, and would worry when I did not come back immediately. The roofless courtyard was dark except for star-glow when I stepped into it, and cold with the spring night. I closed the door by which I had come out and reached out to thumb on the light switch controlling the floodlights around the walls. Suddenly the courtyard was illuminated so brightly it hurt my eyes. There to my right was the transparent box in which Sunday lay. It was like a rectangular fish tank, a little longer than the leopard, and perhaps 3 feet deep, set up on a wooden support about coffee table height and dimensions. Within, it held that same fluid-looking stuff that filled Porniarsk's universe viewing tank, and which he had given me to understand was actually something like an altered state of space, if you could picture nothingness as having variable states. At any rate, what he told me it did was to hold Sunday's body in a condition outside the movement of time, any time. As a result, his body was even now in exactly the same condition it had been in less than 2 hours after his death, when Porniarsk had surrounded it with a jury-rigged version of this non-temporal space tank. Nearly 2 hours, of course, was far too long for him to have been dead if we had been hoping for any sort of biological revival. If it had been possible to mend his wounds and start his life processes in the present state of his dead body, there would have been nothing to bring to life. His brain cells had died within minutes without oxygen, and the information contained in them was lost. A body in perpetual coma would have been all we could have achieved. But what Porniarsk had hopes of was something entirely different. It was his expectation that if we could learn to control the time storm even a little, we might be able to either acquire the knowledge directly or contact others farther up the temporal line who had it, so that we could return the temporal moment of Sunday's body back to a few seconds before he had been wounded. It was a far-fetched hope, and one that I myself had never really been able to hold. But if Porniarsk could believe in it, I was willing to go along with him as far as his faith could take us. Perhaps at that, I thought to myself, as I stood looking at Sunday's silent form, lying there with its eyes closed and its wounds hidden under bandages, I had indeed had some secret and sneaking hope of my own after all. I needed to hope, because Sunday was still there in my mind, like a chunk of jagged ice that would not melt. He represented unfinished business on my part. He had died before I could show him that I appreciated what he had given me, and the fact that the gift was an unthinking animal's one did nothing to lessen the obligation. What I owed to the others, to Ellen, to Marie perhaps, and Bill, or even to Porniarsk himself, I still had time to pay because they were still alive and around. But the invoice for Sunday's love and his death, which had come about, because he had rushed to rescue and protect me, still hung pinned to the wall of my soul with a dagger of my late-born conscience. No, it was not because of how he had died that I was in debt to him, I thought now, watching his motionless body in the floodlights. It was what he had done for me while he was alive. He had cracked open the hard shell that cased my emotions, so that now I walk through the world, feeling things whether I wanted to or not, which was sometimes painful, but which was also a part of living. No, regardless of what happened with Paula, I could never be diverted permanently from work with the time storm, if only for my hope of seeing Sunday alive again, so that I could let him know how I felt about him. I turned off the lights. Suddenly, in the dark and the starlight, I began to shiver, great, shuddering, racking shivers. I had become chill, standing there in the raw spring night in my shirt-sleeves. I went back to the warmth inside, and down the hall a little farther to Porniarsk's lab. He was there when I stepped through its door, and the old man was with him, squatting silently against one of the walls and watching as the Avatar stood gazing into the universe tank. They both turned to me as I came toward them. "I thought I'd drop by," I said, and the social word sounded foolish in this working room, spoken to the alien Avatar and the experimental near-human animal. I hurried to say something more to cover up the fatuous sound of it. "Have you found out anything new?"
"I've made no great gain in knowledge or perception,"
Porniarsk said, quite as if I had last spoken to him only an hour or two before, instead of something like months since. "Do you think you will?" I said.
"I have doubts I will," he said. "I'm self-limited by what I am, as this one here."
He pointed to the old man, who turned to gaze at him for a second before looking back at me.
"Is self-limited by what he is. Porniarsk himself might do a great deal more, or you might."
"You're sure there's no hope of getting Porniarsk here?" I asked. I had asked that before, but I could not help trying it again, in hope that this time the answer would be different.
"I'm sure. There's a chance of something large being accomplished here, but there's a certainty of something not so large, but nonetheless important, being accomplished where Porniarsk is now. He will never leave that certainty for this possibility."
"And you can't tell me where he is, even?"
"No,"
said the Avatar.
"In terms that would make any sense to you."
"What if things change? Could you then?"
"If things change, anything is possible."
"Yes," I said. I was suddenly very aware that we were at the end of a long and full day. I would have sat down just then if there had been a chair nearby, but since neither Porniarsk nor the old man used chairs, the nearest one at the moment was at a far end of the room, and it was not worth my going and bringing it back. "I haven't been getting anywhere myself, I'm afraid," I said, and immediately having said it, remembered that this was not quite true. I hesitated, wondering if my experience of several days past with the cardinal that had come to perch on the bird feeder and all that had followed would mean anything to the Avatar. "Well, there has been something." He waited. The old man waited. If there had been two humans, at least one of them would have asked me what that something had been. "I've been doing a lot of reading for some time now," I went on after a moment, and proceeded to tell Porniarsk how the old man had cracked me loose from the mental fog I'd been in ever since Sunday's death, and how I had started on my search through everything I could lay my hands on between book covers. I had never told him this before, and hearing the words coming from my mouth now, I found myself wondering why I had not. Porniarsk listened in silence, and the old man also listened. How much the old man comprehended I had no way of telling. He certainly understood a fair amount of what we humans said to each other, apparently being limited not so much by vocabulary as by what was within his conceptual abilities. Certainly he knew I was talking about him part of the time, and almost certainly he must have understood when I was talking about that moment on the mountainside when I was ready to kill him and the touch of his hand stopped me. Porniarsk let me go through the whole thing, right down to the description of the golden light and my helping Orrin Elsher unload his pickup truck. When I was finally done, I waited for him to say something, but still he did not. "Well," I said at last, "what do you think? Did I really break through to something, or didn't I?"
"I've no way to answer that question,"
Porniarsk said.
"Any discovery can be valuable. Whether it's valuable in the way we need it to be, valuable toward learning how to control the time storm, I've no way of knowing. Basically, I'd say that anything that extends your awareness would have to be useful."
I found myself less than happy with him. It had been a great thing to me, that episode with the Cardinal and the golden light and the passage with Elsher, and the avatars treating it so calmly rubbed me the wrong way. I was on the edge of snapping at him. Then it came to me that I was having one of the suspect emotions, anger. So, why was I angry? I asked myself that, and the answer came back quickly and clearly. I was angry because I had been expecting to be patted on the back. Subconsciously, I had been cooking in the back of my head all this time a neat little argument for him, to the effect that I had made this large step forward working on my own. So, going off with Paula would not waste any time, since I could continue working toward more large steps while I was away. But now Porniarsk had shut the whole scheme down by not showing the proper astonishment and awe at my accomplishment, and I was left without the necessary springboard for my argument. All right. So it was a case of going back and starting over again, with honesty this time. "We're up against a situation," I said. "I may have to leave here for a time. I don't know how long."
"Leave?"
Porniarsk asked. I told him about Paula. "You see," I said when I was done, "the only safe way for the people here, and for that matter, for what you have in this room, and any work with the time storm, is for me to go along with her for a while anyway. But it's temporary. I'll only be gone for a while. I want you to know that."
"I can understand your intentions,"
said Porniarsk.
"Can I ask if you've weighed the importance of what you want to protect here against the importance of what you may be able to do eventually in combating the time storm? If nothing else, an accident could destroy you while you're away from here."
"Accident could destroy me here."
"It's much less likely to do so here. However, isn't that so? With this Paula, you'll be moving into an area of higher physical risk."
"Yes, I guess so," I said. No guess about it. You're right, of course."
"Then perhaps you shouldn't go."
"God help me, Porniarsk," I said. "I've got to. Don't you understand? We can't fight her and survive. And we've got to survive first and get our work with the time storm done after, because there's no way to do it the other way around."
"You're sure we couldn't survive if you stayed?"
"As sure as I am of anything." He stood, the heavy mask of his features facing me silently for a second.
"Do one thing, please," he said. "It's been some time since you looked into the viewer here. Will you look again now and tell me if there's any difference in what you see?"
"Of course," I told him. I stepped up to the tank and looked into it. Now that I focused in on the space contained by it, I once more saw the myriad of tiny lights moving about in it. I looked at them feeling a strange disappointment. and it took me a second or two to realize the reason. I had unconsciously bought my own story about having accomplished some breakthrough in understanding the moment with the cardinal. I had really expected to see something more than I ever had the next time I looked into this device, and now came disappointment. Identified, the disappointment grew to a sharp pang. It was against all reason. I did not want to discover evidence that would be against my going with Paula. I wanted evidence that I should go, and it was exactly that sort of evidence that I was getting. But I realized that this was not what I really wanted. It was not what my heart wanted. I reached into my memory to recapture the moment with the cardinal and the golden light that had been everywhere, but it slipped away from my imagination. I could not evoke it. A bitter anger began to rise in me. My mind beat against the iron bars of its own inability, and what I reached for went further and further from me. I may have said something. I may have snarled or sworn or made some sound. I think I remember doing something like that, though I'm not sure. But suddenly there was a touch on my left hand. My mind cleared. I looked down and saw the old man beside me. He had taken hold of my fingers, and he was looking up at me. My mind cleared. Suddenly, Sunday and the cardinal and all things at once came back together again. All the angry emotion washed out of me, and I remembered that it was not by pushing out, but by taking in, that I had finally found the common pattern that connected me with all things else. I let go then, opened up my mind to anything and everything, and looked into the universe tank once more. There were the lights again, but now as I watched, I began to pick up rhythms in their movements and identify patterns. Forces were at work to shift them about, and those forces were revealed in the patterns I saw. As I identified more and more of them, their number grew until they began to interact, until larger and larger clusters of lights were locking together in interrelated movements. There was no golden illumination about me this time, but there was an intensity, not a tension, but an intensity that mounted like music, rising in volume until it reached a certain peak, and I broke through. All at once, I was there. I was no longer standing looking into a viewing device. I was afloat in the actual universe. I was a point of view great enough to see from one end of the universe to the other, and at the same time able to focus in on single stars, single worlds. Now I observed not the representation but the reality, and for the first time I perceived it as a single working whole. From particle to atom to star to galaxy to the full universe itself, I saw all the parts working together like one massive living organism moving in response to the pressure of entropy. "My God," I said, and I heard my own voice through the bones of my skull, very small and far away, for I was still out there in the universe. "My God, it's collapsing. It's contracting." For it was. What I looked at were the patterns of a universe that had been uniformly expanding, all its galaxies spreading out from each other, creating an entropy that was running down at a uniform rate. But now the pattern had been expanded too far. It had been stretched too thin, and now it was beginning to break down in places. Here and there, galaxies were beginning to fall back into the pattern to reapproach each other, and where this was happening, entropy had reversed itself. In those places, entropy was increasing side by side and conflicting with those still expanding patterns in which entropy continued to decrease. The result was stress, a chaos of laws in conflict, spreading like a network of cracks, fracturing a crystal, spreading through the universal space, riding the tides of movement of the solid bodies through space. It was stress that concentrated and generated new fractures at the points of greatest mass, primarily at the centers of the galaxies, and where the fracture lines ran, time states changed, forward or back, one way or another. 4 billion years ago, the first stress crack had touched our galaxy. My point of view turned time back to that point, and I saw it happen. An accumulation of entropy conflict near the galaxy center. A massive star that went nova, but unnaturally. Implosion nova. There was a collapse of great mass, a collapse of space and time, followed by an outburst of radiating time faults, riding the wave patterns of the stellar and planetary movements within the galaxy, until at last the time storm reached far out into the galactic arms and touched our own solar system. What had gone wrong was everything. What was falling apart was not merely this galaxy, but the universe itself. There was nothing to tie to, no place to stand while the process could be halted, the damage checked and mended. It was too big. It was everything, all interconnected, from the particles within my own body to the all-encompassing universe. There was no way I or anyone else could stop something like that. It was beyond mending by me, by humanity, beyond mending by all living intelligent beings. Facing it, we were less than transitory motes of dust caught up in a tornado, helpless to even dream of controlling what hurled us about and would destroy us at its whim. Chapter 27. I woke in my own bed, and with the feeling that I had been through this once before. For a moment I could not remember when. Then I recalled my earlier experience with the universe tank and how I'd passed out after getting caught up in what I saw there. I felt a momentary quirk of annoyance. If I was going to fold up every time I tried to see things in that tank, but the annoyance faded as I remembered what I'd seen. Here, lying in the familiar bed, in the familiar room with everything simple and usual about me, the memory seemed impossible, like nothing more than some bad dream. But it was not a bad dream, it was reality. And in spite of the comfortable appearance of everyday security that surrounded me, the fact of the time storm, as I had seen it, loomed over us all like some giant, indifferent mountain that might crumble and bury us at any moment, or might let us live 1,000 years in peace. But still, for all that, I could feel the shadow of the storm still dark on me. I was not quite as destroyed by it as I had been when I'd first seen it in its full dimensions imaged in the tank. A reaction had taken place inside me, a stubborn reflex against utter despair and hopelessness. There was no way I could even begin to dream, as I had for so long, of controlling the storm. And still, something inside me was refusing to give up. Some strange and snorky part of my being was insisting that the situation could still be fought and perhaps overcome. It was impossible. Perhaps 1,000 more individuals like myself, armed with powers beyond the powers of gods, might have stood a chance of achieving control, but I was alone and had no such power. Only, there it was, I could not let go. Something in me refused to do it. Ellen came in carrying a glass of water. "How are you?" she asked. "I'm all right," I said. The shade was pulled down on the bedroom's one window, and a light was on. But now that I looked, I saw the paler but brighter gleam of daylight around the edge and bottom of the shade. "How long have I been here?" I asked, as she came over to me. She handed me the glass of water and also 2 white pills. "Take these," she said. "What are they?" I asked, looking at the pills in my hand. She didn't tell me, but Marie said you should take them when you woke up. "Now, damn it, I'm not taking some medication I don't know about just because you say Marie says I should take them. I think they're only aspirin." "Aspirin?" I looked at them closely. Sure enough, they had the little cross stamped on one side that was the trademark of the brand we'd been able to get our hands on locally. And when I held them close to my nose, I could catch a faint whiff of the acid smell that was the sign of aspirin when it was getting old. Overage drugs were one of our problems, since we were restricted to stocks from time periods all antedating at least the time when we had balanced the forces of the time storm. These 2 tablets were really fresher than most of their kind that I had encountered in the last half-year. Marie must have been hoarding these against some emergency. I felt ashamed of myself. I did not need the pills, but they would only keep on aging toward uselessness if I did not take them, while swallowing them would do me no harm and make Marie feel her efforts had not been wasted. I took them. "Porniarsk wants to talk to you if you're up to it." "I'm up to it, all right." I threw the covers back and sat up on the edge of the bed. They had undressed me. "Where are my pants?" "Closet," said Ellen. "Maybe you'd better not get up." "No, I'm fine," I said. She looked unconvinced, and I decided to lie a little. I had a headache, but it seems to be getting better already. "If you're sure," said Ellen. "I'll go tell him then." She went out, and I had time to get dressed before Porniarsk trundled into the room. "Are you well?" he asked me. "Fine," I said. "No problems. I'm not even particularly tired." "I'm glad to hear that. Do you remember what you said before you collapsed?" "I'm not sure." "You said, 'My God,' and then you said, 'It's impossible. I can't do it. It can't be done.' Can you tell me what you meant and what made you say that?" "What I saw in the tank," I said. I told him what that had been. When I was through, he stood for a second, then creaked off one of his heavy-headed nods. "So you believe now that further effort to control the storm is useless?" he asked. "That's the way those patterns looked," I said. "But now I'm not sure. I still don't see any hope in them, but at the same time I don't seem to be able to bring myself to give up." "I'm glad of that," said the Avatar. "With no will to succeed, you'd fail even if there was good reason to expect success. But with will, there's always hope. Porniarsk himself has always believed that the apparent is only the possible. Therefore, failure, like success, can always be only a possibility, never a certainty." "Good," I said. "But what do we do now?" "That's my question to you," said Porniarsk. "My earlier guess was right. Your capabilities are far beyond mine. It's up to you to find the answer." For the next 3 days I tried, while holding Paula in play as well as I could. But the evening of the 4th day her impatience came out in the open. "I'll need an answer tomorrow, Mark," she said, as she went back to her own rooms. "I've spent more time here now than I planned." It was the 11th hour, clearly. I thought of calling Porniarsk, Ellen, and Marie together for a brainstorming session, and rejected the notion. There was nothing they could do to help me. As Porniarsk had said, it was up to me alone. I isolated myself in the library, paced the floor for a while, and came up with absolutely nothing. My mind kept sliding off the problem like a beetle on a slope of oily glass. Finally, I gave up and went to bed alone, hoping that something might come to me in my sleep. I woke about 3 hours later, still without a solution. My mind was spinning feverishly, but only with worries. What was to become of Ellen and Marie, and for that matter our whole community, if I went off as Paula's captive servant and either died or did not come back. What could help the world if the local forces of the storm broke out of balance again? There was no answer anywhere except the hope of doing something with the storm after all and using control of its forces to somehow break the hold that Paula's superior army gave her over us all. And I could not find such a hope. Every possibility seemed bleak and dry and worn out. There was only one way to unlock the door, confronting me, with some kind of a key. And there was no key. My thoughts had spun around in a circle so long they were exhausted. I threw on the topcoat that I used as a bathrobe and went back to the library to get away from my own circular idea dance. Under the artificial lights, the library was still and comfortless. I sat down in one of the overstuffed chairs and closed my eyes. My mind skidded off at all angles, throwing up pictures of everyone for whom I felt responsible: Marie, Wendy, Ellen, the Avatar. Their images chased each other before the vision of my imagination like movie film played on the inner surfaces of my closed eyelids, even the shapes of people who were not around anymore. I watched Tech going down from the bullets of the machine pistol in Ellen's hands. Samuelson waiting with his rocket launcher for the outsized toy-like attackers of his small town. Sunday, as I had first seen him. Sunday again, with Ellen, back when I had called her only the girl. Sunday. Sunday. Suddenly, with the thought of him, it all came together. My mind opened up like a flower at sunrise, and life flowed back into me. The light and all things in the still room seemed to change. Once more I felt my identity with all my people and the cat who slumbered. And I saw at once what could perhaps be done if there was time enough. I got to my feet with my ideas still in me and went as quickly as I could to Porniarsk's lab. Porniarsk was standing immobile beside the vision tank, his eyes fastened on nothing, when I turned the lights on in the dark room. It was impossible to tell whether he slept at times like this or whether in fact he slept at all. We had all asked him about that at one time or another, and he had always answered that the question was meaningless in his term and unanswerable in ours. Now, when the lights went on, he stayed as he was for a second, then turned his head to look at me. "What is it, Mark?" he asked. "I think I might have it," I said. "It just came to me. Look, you can run this tank like a computer, can't you? I mean, you can extrapolate the storm forward and back?" "Yes." "How far forward?" "Until extrapolation is no longer possible," he said. "Until the time storm destroys the universe, or the capacity of the tank's logical sequencing is exceeded." "Look," I said. My vocal cords were tight, and my voice bounced loudly off the bare, white-painted concrete walls. "There's always been the chance we might be able to get help with the storm up forward. But I've never thought about that in terms of a really long way forward. I remember now, when I was seeing the patterns in the tank, I thought that if I could find 1,000 like me, something might, just might, be done. We'd never find anything like that in the reasonably near future. But if we went as far forward as we could, maybe way up there really are 1,000 others like that. Way up there, as far into the future as we can reach." "And if there were," said Porniarsk, "how could we contact them?" "We might be able to go to them." The words were galloping out of me, and my brain felt wrapped in flames. If I could just see what the storm patterns were up in that time, just the patterns affecting this immediate area, the area right around this house, maybe just even around this lab, I might be able to unbalance the present forces enough so they'd correspond. I might be able to produce a time change line, one single mist wall, to move just us far down the future line to them. He neither moved nor made a sound for 5 or 6 seconds. while my heart beat heavily inside me, shaking my chest. "Perhaps," he said. The breath I had not realized I was holding went out of me in something like a grunt. "We can do it?" "I can show you the ultimate pattern possible to this device, perhaps," he said. "Are you sure you can make use of it if I do?" "No," I said. "I can try, though." "Yes," he said. His head went up. His head went down in one of his nods. "I'll need time to work out the storm patterns that far forward." "How much time?" He looked at me steadily. "I don't know. Maybe days. Maybe some years." "Years!" I said. But then the sense of what he was saying sank into me. The furthest pattern perceivable by the vision tank could only be reached by going through all preceding patterns. "When I've reached the limit of the device's capacity," he said, "I can call you in to see it." "Then we need to buy whatever time that takes," I said. "That settles it. I'll tell Paula I'll go with her." "Probably that's best. But you'll have to be able to come back here when I've found the final pattern." "I'll get back," I said. "Don't worry about that." I felt wonderful. All my frustration had vanished in a burst of energy and certainty. I would not have gone back to bed even if I could have slept. I looked at my wristwatch, and it was 5:30 in the morning. "I'll wake up everyone who needs to know and tell them," I said, "right now. Will you come along?" "You don't need me," he said, "and any time wasted from now on delays the final moment of achievement." All right. I went out and started waking up the others. A little under an hour later, I had them all sitting around the dining room of the summer palace, drinking coffee to get their eyes open and waiting for an explanation. I had rung into the meeting all those whom I thought must know what would be going on, but nobody else. At the table were Ellen, Marie, Bill, Doc, and Wendy. Wendy looking particularly sullen. She was grown up enough now to have a 14-year-old boyfriend, or thought she was. I thought 10 years old ridiculously young for anything like that, though it was a fact she was beginning to develop physically, and she had asked to have him take part in this council as well. Naturally, I spiked the notion. It was merely the last in a series of efforts she had made recently to get her mother and the rest of us to adopt the boyfriend into our inner family. For the rest, Doc looked unperturbed, as if he was the only person there besides myself who was wide awake. Ellen looked concerned. Marie looked drawn and older than I had ever seen her look, and Bill was still white-faced and shrunken-looking from interrupted slumber. "I'm going to tell Paula today I'll go with her," I said without preamble. "We'll probably take off later today." I told them about my hope, my talk with Porniarsk, and about what he was already at work on at this moment. "The point is," I wound up, "Porniarsk and the rest of you are probably safe here as long as Paula still considers me a friend and co-worker. If that changes, she might think of keeping me under control by picking up some of you as hostages for my good behavior. So if things get prickly between the two of us, I'll send you warning of it. And I want you all to clear out of here immediately and scatter. Scatter all over the place, each one by yourself, and don't let the rest of the community know you're going." Wendy looked grim. "I mean that," I said, looking her in the eye. "Nobody. Wendy, you can stay with your mother, but everybody else take off alone." "Mark," said Marie, "do you really need the rest of us to go into the far future with you if this works? Can't you just go alone, tell the people there what you want to tell them, and then come back?" "How can I said. "You know I need a monad gestalt to control the storm forces, and that'll take all of you. So listen. What I'll do is take the old man with me. If I send him back to you, or if he comes back under any conditions, that's your signal. Take off and scatter." "Mark," said Doc, "you'll need some way of getting the message from us in a hurry when Porniarsk finds what he's after. How's about I make regular runs to you, just to bring in letters from the home folks and a box of cookies and such, so Paula's people won't think anything of it when I pop in with the word?" I looked over at him gratefully. It was nice to hear a sensible mind at work around the table that morning. "Good," said Ellen. "Then if you need help getting away from wherever you are, Doc can help you." Another sensible mind. "Fine idea, Doc," I said. "You're right, Ellen. Anybody else have any suggestions?" "How long will you be gone altogether?" Marie asked. "I can't tell," I said. "It depends on how fast Porniarsk can reach the ultimate configuration in his tank." "Why?" I knew why. She was having more and more trouble controlling Wendy, and leaning on me more and more for that task. "Maybe Wendy could go with you. She could see something of the rest of the world that way." "No," said Wendy and I simultaneously. That was all I needed to have Wendy on my hands while I was trying to keep Paula happy and unsuspecting. I thought quickly, too dangerous for her. "I don't want to," whimpered Wendy, who was no slouch herself at picking up cues. Marie looked from the girl to me helplessly. She knew she was being double-teamed, but she was helpless to do anything about it. "All right," I said. "Then if nobody's got any more suggestions, you can get busy putting together what I'll need to take with me and spreading the word that I'll be going. I'll break the news myself to Paula over breakfast in an hour or so." Chapter 28. Paula took the news coolly. Whether this was because some of her people had already picked up the word of it that was spreading rapidly through the ranks of our own people, or simply because it was a strategy on her part to act as if her enlisting me had never been in doubt, was impossible to tell. In either case, it made no difference to me who was going with her, for my own private reasons. "All right," she said over the breakfast table. "How soon can you be ready?" 6 hours, maybe," I said. "In that case, I'll wait for you, and you can join my staff right here. If you hadn't been able to move quickly, I'd have needed to let you catch up with me. I'll send word to my officers. No offense to your kitchen help, Mark, but I'll be glad to get back to my own headquarters and have some decent coffee." There was only one small incident of interest in our leaving. Paula's people had already climbed aboard the helicopters that had been sitting parked and waiting for them, and I was not yet aboard the one carrying Paula herself. The old man, as I said, had shown no liking for Paula, and now he had made himself scarce. Doc had found him, finally, about half a mile from the summer palace among the rocks of the hillside, and literally held an automatic pistol at his head to get him to come along back to the takeoff point. The old man knew what human weapons were and came, but not happily. When I finally saw him approaching, squatting ominously beside Doc in the front of the jeep, I changed my mind about taking him. "Look," I said to Doc under my breath, when the jeep drove up and stopped by the entrance ladder to the copter, "this isn't going to work. If he's going to bolt the minute I take my eyes off him, this'll never work. Leave him here, and you come along instead while we figure things out. Then I can send you back with word." "All right," said Doc, climbing out of the jeep. "Do I have time to pick up any gear, or—" But at that point, the old man solved the problem for us. He had been staring at the copter and at me, all the while the jeep was driving out to us on the open area. He was not unintelligent, and he must have finally realized that I was actually going, with or without him. At any rate, he took a sudden leap out of the jeep directly onto the first step of the ladder, caught my hand, and pulled me toward him and the steps. "That's all right, then," I said to Doc. "But why don't you come along anyway, at least until I've had a chance to settle down?" No, you won't have time to bring anything. Got any kind of weapon with you? Pistol. All right. I can shake down Paula's people for what you'll need beyond that, and what you'll need to get back here from wherever she's headed next. Let's get inside. He followed me up the ladder, the old man preceding us. What's this? Said Paula, when we were inside and the ladder was being taken in, the entry hatch being shut behind us. She looked from Doc to me. There's some unfinished business, I said. I've got some decisions yet to make. He can carry word back from wherever we stop a couple of days from now, if that's all right with you. Certainly. Why not? She turned her attention to the old man, who still clung to my hand. This is the creature? I thought I saw it around earlier. Is it housebroken? Since long before I met him, I said. All his people learn to live like human beings while they're growing up, just as our children do. People? She smiled. Well, keep him out of the way. Find your seats now. She turned away. Apparently, we were not to return to where her camp had been when I had visited. Her orders had already gone out, and her troops and wagons had been on the move from an hour after I'd broken the news to her over our breakfast table. We flew on eastward and put down by a river about 25 miles further on, where the motorized section of Paula's transport had already arrived and set up her personal tents. Later that evening, the main body of our wagons and infantry arrived. I kept Doc with me for 4 days, mainly so he could prowl around and get acquainted with the way Paula's people did things. Then I sent him home before they saw through the bright-eyed teenage image he had been careful to wear anywhere near her and them. The old man stayed close in the tent I had assigned to me for my exclusive use, and was no problem. I found myself happy to have him there. He was, after all, a small touch of home. We continued to move steadily eastward. In open country between objectives, the pattern seemed to be for Paula's headquarters to stay comfortably put for 3 days while her army marched forward. Then her motorized division would move the headquarters tents and equipment forward 1 short day's trek in their jeeps and trucks. Meanwhile, Paula, her general, and a handful of us, who were at the top of the table of organization, took it easy for most of the day, then struck the pavilion tent and made a half to 3/4 of an hour hop in a single copter to the new site, while the other 2 aircraft followed empty except for pilots and co-pilots. It was a pleasant life, but monotonous, particularly when it began to be obvious that Paula had no real need for services from me, but was only carrying me along as a satellite to impress possible enemies and reluctant allies. I had a great deal of time on my hands, but it turned out this had been provided for by Paula's foresight. I discovered one of the main duties of our large staff of women, clerks, and attendants. Briefly, they were there to keep everyone happy, from me down to the lowest officer in the army, and also to keep us out of Paula's way and off her mind, except when she had need for us. A good share of this I picked up from my own observation, but it was General Pierre de Coucy-Aruba who dotted the I's and crossed the T's for me. The general was a drinker. That is, he could not yet be called a drunk because he held his alcohol without visible sign and never seemed to prolong his drinking beyond 3 or 4 drinks. But those drinks came at every lunch, dinner, cocktail hour, and late supper at which I ever saw him. "You could call me a philosopher," he told me one evening in his tent, after a post-dinner planning session with his staff had concluded. His officers were gone, and he had invited me in for a private chat with just the 2 of us. "You might think that I could probably set up with my own army and carve out a nice little empire for myself," he went on. "And I could. But I'm not the kind who wants an empire for himself. Everybody's a little mad except thee and me, and I even have my doubts about thee. People intrigue me. I like to be comfortable and watch them. So I'm the perfect commander for our empress. She knows she never needs to worry about a military coup as long as I'm in control. I can see she'd appreciate that, I said. Yes, indeed. He smiled at me, and it was a smile, not a grin, with the sun wrinkles deepening at the corners of his eyes and the tidy little gray mustache quirking upwards at the corners. Wouldn't you in her shoes? I gather she makes a good boss, I said. A good empress, you mean? He waggled a forefinger at me. Always remember that. An empress has to be an empress at all times. That's why the young ladies. The young ladies? Of course. Familiarity breeds contempt. He smiled again. And there's no familiarity like that in bed, eh? That's true enough, I said soberly, thinking of my own 2 women. Most queens had trouble out of getting laid, he said. Most empresses, too. Queen Elizabeth, Catherine of Russia. Notice none of the girls around here, though, are quite as good-looking as the empress? I had, I told him. Obviously. The art of controlling a man with your female presence is to be just out of reach, but out of reach. You understand? I did. Not only did I understand, but a certain near-demonic impulse moved in me, and my trader's instinct was challenged. During the days when Paula had been talking to me about coming with her on the road of conquest, she had sent up clear signals that she was attracted to me personally. I had taken for granted that part, if not all of this was calculated to gain her own ends. But as it turned out, she had wanted me neither for my services as a magician nor myself. She had simply bought herself a showpiece at the cost of nothing more than promises, rather than having to spend her troops and materiel to get it. Again, it had been a case of seller beware, so I really had no kick coming if I had taken counterfeit currency for what I had sold. But for her to assume that, after having been sharped, I would cheerfully reconcile myself, given the equivalent of 2 cents on the dollar, was something of an insult. Accordingly, I played the game with the female staff so as not to arouse any suspicions, but privately I set my sights on Paula after all. I was patient. I had my ability to see patterns working for me. Success would be along down the line there, somewhere. Meanwhile, in the patterns, I had found another hobby to occupy my time. Now I had broken through twice to the oneness of the universe, and there was no longer any doubt in my mind that such a state of mind existed. And if that was so, anything was possible, even the destruction of the time storm. I made it an invisible exercise to look around me for patterns constantly and to develop my perception of them to the point where that perception and recognition and understanding of the patterns would be simultaneous. The work paid off. The patterns were there, all about me all the time. They were there in the interactions of people, in their physical movements, their speech, their reactions, and their thinking, and in all else about fauna, flora, earth, and sky. Little by little, my knowledge of such patterns became deeper and surer until it began to approach eerily close to the true magic of telepathy and second sight. I could have played chess now better than anyone I had ever encountered. But the chess patterns, for all that they were fascinating and innumerable, were dead patterns. I preferred the live patterns created by my fellow men and women. So I observed and learned. And, curiously, I could feel the old man learning through me. Meanwhile, we were marching to the Atlantic seaboard. The points we searched out were sometimes the fragments of cities or towns that still held supplies or needed equipment, or sometimes they were population centers like my own community, which had not existed before the time storm forces had been balanced, but which had sprung up since around some acquired communication equipment or military force. In every case, however, these places and people in them were plainly inferior to the armed strength of the Empress. They sometimes bluffed for a day or two before yielding, but in the end they all acknowledged her as their overlady. Then at last we ran into opposition. We had reached the ocean and a place that called itself Capitol, which once had been half Washington International Airport, and was now half that and half something else, because Deepwater Ocean lapped up against the base of cliffs that abruptly cut off the main road into the airport. On the ocean, moored out a little distance from a jerry-built wharf, were a number of small ocean-going craft. Still hangared about the airport were a number of 1980 commercial passenger jets, and on the land area of that part that now opened to the ocean, some light 5-passenger craft that were like flying bubbles with stubby wings, and a tiny power plant that seemed permanently fueled with an inexhaustible built-in supply of energy. These were from some time later than the 20th century, and these also were the real prize from Paula's point of view. The craft in their own right were almost as famous as I was in mine, for although there were still large cruise ships and other massive watercraft to be found up and down the Atlantic coast, there was no way now to either maintain or operate them. It was still possible to cross the Atlantic in boats up to the size of small yachts, but the trip would be uncomfortable and a matter of some weeks. With these light aircraft out of the post-20th century, the ocean could be crossed in hours. Once more Paula moved in, going gutsily herself with a small guard to negotiate, while readying her armed forces and artillery behind her. But this time the target did not yield, and she was forced to fight for what she wanted. Not only that, but these people fought hard. It took nearly a week for Aruba and his soldiers to take the place and subdue its inhabitants, and it cost them over half their strength in casualties. Replacements would have to be marched across the continent from the west coast, since she could not trust any of the recently subjugated communities in between to furnish her with loyal fighters. That meant months. Fall and winter would be upon us before they were here and trained. Paula herself and her inner staff officers could cross the ocean by air at any time, but the small boats available could not ferry her army across the Atlantic in bad weather. We were stuck where we were until spring. I saw the pattern of this situation evolving 10 days before the rest of them did. It solidified in my mind on the first day of hard fighting, in which they pounded the enemy positions with artillery and confidently advanced afterwards, only to be cut to pieces by machine gun fire. I saw it, and I raged inside at the inevitable delay it implied for Paula's plans of world conquest. Doc was overdue for one of his periodic visits, and for the first time I found myself fearing, rather than hoping, that he would bring me word that Porniarsk had found the ultimate universe pattern possible to the viewing tank. If the Avatar had found it, I had no choice. I could not delay going home, with the risk that, in the meantime, some chance here might kill me, cripple me, or somehow prevent me from returning at all. On the other hand, I told myself I did not want Paula still on the North American continent when I left her without leave, and headed once more for my own territory. I wanted her on the other side of the world, by preference, or at least across the Atlantic, so that the trouble and expense of sending forces after me to bring me back would be so great she would delay as long as possible in doing so. It was, I believed, a reasonable reason for wishing her success. Therefore, as the week of fighting went on and casualties mounted, I looked grim, along with everyone else in the Empress's camp, but for my own private reasons. About Thursday, Doc finally arrived. "Porniarsk's found it?" I said, the moment we could get off someplace where we were safe from being overheard. In this daylight instance, that meant a training area behind the field hospital where we could see there was no one else within earshot. "No," he said, "not yet." "Good," I said. He stared at me for a fraction of a second. "Never mind," I told him. "I'll explain later." "What's the rest of the news?" "I was going to say," he said, "Porniarsk doesn't have it yet, but he thinks he's close." "Hell's bloody buckets!" This time he really did stare at me, his tanned young face stretching smooth-skinned with puzzlement. "I've got a reason," I said. "Go on." "I was saying, Porniosk hasn't found the furthest possible future configuration the device can show, but he did find a sort of sticking point, some point where he got hung up for some reason. He's pretty sure he can get the tank to go beyond it with a little more work, but he says to tell you he thinks this sticking point is some kind of sign he's close to the ultimate." I took a deep breath. "All right," I said. "If he has, he has. I'll talk to you about that in a minute. Anything else important? How's everybody? The community running the way it should?" "Nothing else. I've got some letters for you, of course." He tapped the leather wallet that hung from one of his shoulders. He always brought me a bundle of personal mail, that being the ostensible reason for his coming. "But everyone's fine, and the place is running, like always, on the button." "Fine. Let's go back to my tent." We headed toward it. It was a matter of elementary caution not to talk to him for more than a few seconds, as we were now, for fear of triggering off suspicions. Given the important and general news, we could do a fairly good job of discussing matters in hyperbole while I went through the home mail, even if there might be ears listening. At the tent, the old man leaped up to seize my hand, then turned to grasp one of Doc's as well. He walked with us to a pair of armchairs still hanging on and hunkered down between us. Since he and I had been away from home, he had become more dependent not only on me, who had been the only human originally he would get close to, but on Doc during Doc's brief visits. "Make yourself a drink," I said to Doc now, "while I go through these letters." "Thanks," he said enthusiastically. He pried his hand loose from the old man's and went over to the table that did duty as my liquor cabinet. Doc was, in fact, a non-drinker as well as a non-smoker, but he always carried cigarettes with him, and he was expert at making a show of both smoking and drinking, these being only two of a large number of casual acts he had perfected, apparently on the off chance that the misdirection in them might prove useful some day. I ripped open my letters and read them. They were perfectly ordinary personal mail from home, and in spite of the fact that they were intended primarily as camouflage, I found myself going through them as eagerly as anyone else would, away from home and family against his will. Marie was still worried about Wendy, who herself had written me a few lines of pure prattle, under duress probably. Ellen had written almost as brief a note, saying that things were fine, just the way I'd left them, and there was no need to worry about anything. I read the last line as a hint to take Marie's motherly concern with a certain amount of advisement. Ellen's language could not have been any more spare and stiff if she herself had been a soldier in the field, so that the word love at the end looked incongruous. But I knew her. Bill wrote he was pleased with the way things were going. From him this would be a reference to Porniosk's work. Also, he mentioned that he had finally refined the emergency harvest plans, which would be a reference to my orders that they all split up and scatter if Paula suddenly decided to take some of them hostage as insurance against my non-cooperation. Porniosk sent no message. "Good," I said to Doc when the last letter had been read. "Things seem all right at home." "They are," he answered. "Have you got letters for me to take back?" "Over on the writing table there," I said. He went to get them. "Were you planning on heading back right away?" "Unless there's something to keep me here." He took the letters I'd written into his wallet, came back and sat down. The old man took his hand again. "I was just thinking, why don't you stick around for a day or so until we've taken this local area? They're putting up quite a fight, and if you stay on, you'll be able to go back and tell the women personally that I didn't get hurt in the process." "Glad to," said Doc. "You've got a good life here. Far as I'm concerned, it's a vacation with all expenses paid." He had a nice, light tone to his voice as he said it, but his eyes were sharp on mine, ready to read why I was asking him to stick around. I shook my head very slight to tell him not now, and started to talk about the situation, saying nothing that wasn't highly complimentary to Paula and confident about her eventual achievements here, but filling him bit by bit with data on the actual state of affairs militarily. When I was done, he knew what the facts were, but not what the connection was between these and the reason I wanted him to stick around. That was the third day of the battle for control of the area. It was not until Sunday that Paula's soldiers overran most of the strong points of the opposition, and not until Monday afternoon that they finished mopping up. "As long as you've stayed this long, you might as well stay for the victory celebration, too," I told Doc. "Suits me," he said. His voice sounded a little thickly from one of the couches in my tent, where he sprawled with a glass in his hand, but his eyes were as clean and steady as the eyes of a sniper looking along the sights of his rifle. I was more glad to have him there than I had thought. I had seen the pattern of the battle's consequences building all week. Paula and Aruba, in particular, must be seeing the same thing themselves, now that the fight was over and the returns were in. So while the rank-and-file survivors whooped it up in celebration, Paula herself and her immediate staff would now be biting into the bitter fruit of a win that had cost so highly. The way they would react, I had told myself, could tell me a lot more about their patterns, and part of what I might learn might be useful information to send home with Doc. Paula had already had to face one particular ugly truth, that there was a point beyond which her well-trained soldiers would not obey her. From dressed-up recruits, they had turned into veterans in the bloodbath of the last 7 days. And commanders back to the dawn of history could have told her what would happen when such soldiers were finally allowed to overrun an enemy who had bled them heavily in preceding days. Her kids had turned into killers. They slaughtered right and left on that Monday afternoon as they subjugated the conquered people. It was Paula's first setback. There were aircraft mechanics and boat mechanics, as well as other experts among her former enemies that were worth regiments to her. But there was no way she could hold her blood-high soldiery back long enough to weed out such valuable individuals from the otherwise killable chaff of the local population. Monday cost her dearly. Nonetheless, she had to put a good face on it, and appeared to encourage the wild celebration that ensued that night. It began at late afternoon and went on until dawn, by which time all but a few rarely tough individuals had collapsed. It was at dawn that Aruba came for me. That he came himself for me, rather than sent for me, was an index of his upset. He stepped into my tent, peered for a second at the still form of Doc, who appeared to be asleep on one of the couches, and then looked back at me. In the early daylight, coming through the plastic windows of the tent, his face was sallow, the shade of new liverwurst. "She wants to see you," he said. "Paula?" I asked. He nodded. I got to my feet. I was still dressed. Anything could have happened in that night just past, and I had not felt like trying to sleep. "What about?" I asked, as I went with him out into the cool morning. A breeze was blowing from the ocean. "She'll want to tell you herself," he said, and licked his lips. He had been badly shaken, and I could see him reaching for a bottle the minute he was alone in his own quarters. I nodded indifferently enough, but inwardly I braced myself. On this morning, her purpose in wanting to see me would not be good. I walked alongside Aruba to the entrance of the pavilion tent, where 2 of our officers, colonels, now stood with machine rifles doing sentry duty. He stopped at the tent flap. "Go in," he said. "She's waiting for you." I went in alone. Paula was alone also, wearing a filmy yellow dressing gown, as if she had just risen from bed. But her face was hard and weary with the look that comes from being up and tensely awake for hours. "Mark," she said, and her voice was pure industrial diamond in tone. "There's a paper over there on the desk. Sign it." "Sign?" I went across to the desk and looked down. It was a neatly typed letter, several pages long. Beneath the letterhead she had given me as one of her staff. "Just sign it," she said. "Not until I read it," I answered. Our eyes clashed. Then she shrugged and turned away. But I could almost see the note her memory made of this, my balking at her command. It would be recalled when the hour was right. "Of course," she said. I bent my head to the letter again and read. It was like being unexpectedly hit in the stomach. Or, more accurately, it was like a sickening collision in the dark, running full tilt into a concrete wall you had known was there all the time, but whose existence you had put out of mind. An impact so unexpected and brutal it left you nauseated. Because suddenly I understood Paula, saw her complete and naked in the glaring fluorescent light of what she was planning to set me up for. I read that I had been shocked by the irresponsible behavior of some of her soldiers in taking over the enemy area. But over and above my shock, I had been aghast to see the criminal murder of certain innocent individuals among the defenders, artisans and mechanics, as well as other trained personnel who had only been in the enemy camp under duress. The slaughter of these innocents was not only a heinous crime against them as individuals, but amounted to treason against the empire, since the Empress was now deprived of the willing services of these people, and many of her subjects would suffer because of that lack. Consequently, I called upon her formally to take action against the criminals responsible and see that they were brought to justice, since I, with the skills that had allowed me to halt the ravages of the time storm, could see more deeply and clearly than anyone into the terrible cost we must all bear because of the deaths of these innocents. Suddenly, reading this, the pattern I'd been building on Paula was complete. I saw the hell she had in mind, not only for the soldiers responsible for delaying her here over the coming winter, but for anyone who had been around to witness this happening to her. And that told me more about her than she might have betrayed to me in 2 more years of my observing her. I signed. "I'm proud to do this," I said, taking the letter over to her. "It doesn't say anything I didn't feel myself. No wonder you're the Empress, Paula. You can even read minds." She smiled and took the letter. I was by no means forgiven for wanting to read before signing, but for the present small moment the smile was genuine. I would never have risked flattering her so grossly before I had stepped through the flap of this tent, but now I knew when and where she was vulnerable. "Dear Mark," she said, "you understand." She looked at me, and I understood all right. Ironically, suddenly, the moment I had patiently waited for, in which I could gain control over her by securing her physically, was with me. In this devastating moment she was available if I still wanted her. But the fact was, after reading that letter, I now would not have touched her with a shark stick. "More than ever before," I said. "Do you want me to let other people know I've written you this letter?" She hesitated, but it was only the habit of caution operating in her. Again, if she'd been herself, I myself would have hesitated to show her such rapid agreement. But she was not herself. That was the crucial truth that had broken out into the open, with the completing of her pattern in my mind just now. She had a flaw I had never really appreciated until now, a deep flaw that would cost her the rulership of the world that had seemed so possible up until now. Already she was adapting to my own hint that I was eager to accept the authorship of the letter she held. Already she was beginning to make herself believe the attractive idea that I had indeed written it on my own initiative. "If I just drop the letter with you and go out to spread the word, I know your officers will be eager to back me up. I know they will," I said. Then we can arrest the guilty ones and bring them to justice before they have time to fill the minds of their fellow soldiers with lies." "Yes." She laid the letter softly down on the end table beside her. "Of course, you've got my permission to tell what you've written me. Justice should be speedy." "I'll go right now, then," I said. "Wait a second, though. Maybe if you give me a written order to do what's necessary, I can make sure none of them escape. Or, for that matter, with that kind of authority, I could do anything necessary in connection with the matter." She smiled dazzlingly, seeing me setting the noose of responsibility for this so firmly around my own neck. "Of course," she said. She crossed to the desk, wrote on the top sheet of an order pad sandwich, tore off the top sheet, and pushed the carbon copy to the back of the desk. "There you are." "Thank you." I took it without looking at it and moved toward the door. Probably I shouldn't waste time. No, you shouldn't. I have to rest now, but see me after lunch, Mark." "Dear Mark, what would I do without you?" "Come on now. You're the Empress. You can do anything." She smiled dazzlingly. I went out. Aruba was gone, as I had expected him to be, and I went directly back to my own tent. Doc was off the couch and on his feet the second the tent flap fell behind me. "We're leaving for home right away," I said. "I'll explain as we go. You armed?" "My rifle's with the jeep," he said. He patted his shirt at belt level, before and behind, belly gun and knife. "Right. I want your help in bringing some blood-soaked criminals to justice," I said. "The Empress has given me special authority to corral the soldiers who committed atrocities on certain innocent people among the civilian population opposing us until tonight." His eyebrows went up ironically. I reached into my shirt pocket where I'd put the order after folding it up, still without having read it. I unfolded it and read it now, then passed it to him. "Mark Desperate has asked for authority from me, and I have given it to him to do whatever is required." He nodded slowly. "All right." I took the order back from him and replaced it in my pocket. "The first thing I want to do is check those future-built aircraft we captured," I said, "to make sure none of those responsible for the atrocities are planning on using them for escaping. They may even have explosives to destroy the aircraft they can't use. You're an expert on explosives. What kind do you think they might be able to get hold of for something like that?" He grinned and patted himself at belt level again. "Primer cord," he said. "It wouldn't take much to do a lot of damage, particularly if they know what they're doing." "That's what we'll search the area for, then. Come along." We headed out the door. The old man came with us. "Want me to put him back inside?" Doc asked, as we stopped just beyond the tent. "Why, no," I said. "Seeing him with us, they won't think I'm doing anything important. It'll serve to allay suspicions. Major?" I called out to a short, swarthy block of an officer in his mid-20s who was passing by. The fact that he was on his feet at all this morning meant that he had not been deeply involved in the celebrations of the night before. He came closer, and I recognized him. There were only so many majors in Paula's army in any case. "Major DeBrow, sorry to interrupt whatever you're doing, but I've got a special job, and I'm going to have to ask you to help. Take a look at this." I passed him Paula's authorization. "You see," I said while he read it, "we want to move before the criminals take off on us. Don't we, Major?" His face did not agree. Someone who was unprejudiced might have found a trace of loathing in it for me, a civilian, who called combat-battered soldiers criminals. "Yes, Mr. Desperate." "Good. I knew I could count on you, Major. We've got an idea that some of them might be trying to get away in some of the valuable future aircraft these people had. We're going to go and check. I want you to come along with us." "Those planes are locked up, as well as being under guard," DeBrow said. Nobody could get away with one of them. Let's make sure." We walked toward that part of the former airport where the post-20th century planes were kept. It was not a short distance, but eventually we clambered over a low barrier of sandbags and found ourselves not more than 40 feet from the entrance to a separate hangar, around which perhaps a dozen apparently sober and competent male soldiers stood guard. "Go get their officer and bring him here, quietly, so we can explain things, will you, Major?" "Just what is it you want?" DeBrow asked. "What do you want him to do?" "I want to check the men on guard and have a look inside," I said, "and I want the officer with us when we do that." DeBrow went forward to the 2 soldiers on guard at the hangar door and was challenged. As he answered, I turned to Doc and saw him looking at me questioningly. "I want you and me to take off from here in one of those planes inside," I said in a low voice. "I don't want the other planes left behind to be workable, and I want the soldiers on guard here out of action. I'll try to arrange it to give you a chance at them one at a time." "Just the 2 of us to leave? Not the Major?" "Not the Major." Doc nodded. DeBrow came back, led us forward to the hangar doors, and in through a small personnel door set in one of them. Inside was the large, dim, echoing interior of the hangar, with small, pearly glowings in the gloom that were the future aircraft. To our right was a glassed-in office brightly lit with self-powered battle fluorescents, standing in for the built-in fluorescent lights in the ceiling, now dark, for lack of power from the community's central supply. Inside at a desk was a single, thin young officer with first lieutenant's silver bars on the straps of his uniform leather jacket. He got to his feet as we came in. "Major?" he said. "Lieutenant," said DeBrow, "this is Mark Desperate." "I know, Mr. Desperate," said the lieutenant. "And his—" DeBrow glanced at Doc and the old man. "Servants. Mr. Desperate has some special authority from the Empress for you to see." I passed Paula's authorization to the lieutenant. The light blonde eyebrows jumped several times while he was reading it, although the rest of his narrow face remained calm. "Yes, sir," he said, passing the letter back to me. "What is it you want, Mr. Desperate?" "First," I said, "I want to check the future aircraft without making a fuss about it. Just you, the Major, and I, and Doc here." I nodded at Doc. "Doc," I said, "has had some experience in handling sabotage. If we find one or more of the aircraft has been booby-trapped, he may be of help to us in disarming it. This experimental with us is called the Old Man. His sense of smell, particularly, is much more acute than ours, and he works well with Doc on jobs like this. Now, how many of the future planes are there?" "9, said the lieutenant. "Does anyone here know how to fly them?" "Nobody's tried so far," said the lieutenant. "I believe the plan is to talk first to these people who had them." "It seems to me I heard they weren't hard to operate," I said. "The criminals we're looking for may have heard that too. These planes would buy them anything they wanted anywhere in the rest of the world if they could successfully steal them from the Empress." I saw both officers looking at me oddly, and wondered if I'd been laying on my image of self-importance too thickly. "All right," I said. "Let's go then. Major, Lieutenant, we'll take 3 planes apiece. We won't take the experimental on this first search. I'll keep Doc and the experimental with me until they're needed. Do you have flashlights?" "You mean hand torches?" said the lieutenant. "Yes, sir." He went to a locker across the office and came back with flashlights for DeBrow and myself. Leaving the old man in the office, we went out into the hangar proper and split up. I took the 3 planes closest to me, forcing the 2 officers to take the ones further over. In the illumination of the flashlight, the first aircraft I came to seemed to glow with an inner gleam of its own. It was made of some milky, semi-translucent plastic, and looked light enough to float up in the air if it was breathed on too heavily. but in spite of appearances it was solid and firm when I pulled open the door in its curving side and stepped in. Within, possibly because of the almost egg-shaped hull, there was more room than I would have guessed. I went forward to the control panel. It was a simple-looking affair, a single small television-like screen inset in the panel and a 5-key keyboard just below it. I pushed down one of the keys at random, and the lights went on, not only on the panel, but all over within the aircraft. "Ready," said a voice. I grinned. There had been no pattern at all to what I was looking at, and now, suddenly, there was very nearly a complete one. "How do I take off?" I asked. "You may pilot yourself or instruct a takeoff and flight." "Thanks. Go back to sleep." I punched the same key again, and the lights went out. Experimentally, in the glow of the flashlight, I punched another of the keys. "Ready," said a voice as the lights went on once more. "Go back to sleep." So that was it. The secret to flying these things. It was that there was no secret at all. I punched off again, and the lights went out, and I beckoned Doc to follow me. Together we left the plane. "All right," I whispered to him. "Get busy taking out those other planes. I'll take my time with the two I've still got to look at. Meet you at the last one, the third one, straight ahead near the back of the hangar. I'll go as slow as I can, but don't let those two officers see you." "They won't," said Doc, and he evaporated in the gloom. I took the old man and went on to the next plane and let myself in, then sat down before the control panel and turned it on. I had quite a little conversation with the computer, or whatever it was, on this second aircraft, and by the time I'd finished asking questions, I had as good a general knowledge of this kind of craft as if I'd kept one around for some years. They were ridiculously child-level, foolproof, and operable. After I'd wasted as many minutes as I thought I reasonably could, I went on to the third craft, poked about inside for a while, and then stepped out again. Neither Doc nor the other two men were in sight. I stepped around to the far side of the plane to wait, and a finger tapped me on the shoulder. I whirled, stepping back instinctively as I did so, and found Doc grinning at me. "All set," he said. "Good. Come on, then." We walked toward the next plane over and found the lieutenant there, conscientiously examining the craft's undercarriage with his flashlight. "Did you find anything, Lieutenant?" He got to his feet. "No, sir. You, sir?" "No luck for me either. Maybe Major DeBrow's found something. Shall we go see?" We all moved over and found DeBrow inside his last aircraft. After a moment he came out. "Nothing," he said. "I'm greatly relieved," I said. "Now, if you don't mind, Lieutenant, I'd like to examine the men you've got on guard here." "But why, sir? We didn't find anything." "For that very reason. We want to be sure. The Empress wants us to be sure. Doesn't she, Major?" "Lieutenant," said DeBrow with a tight throat. "Yes, Major. Yes, Mr. Desperate. If you come up to the office, I'll bring in the men on the doors first." "You'll bring them in one at a time, Lieutenant," I said. "Is there another door to this hangar beside those in the front?" "There's a small service entrance in the back wall." "Good." I turned to Doc. "After we examine each one, I'd like you to take him out the back way and back to his post. See that he doesn't talk to any of the others, particularly not to any who haven't been examined yet. You go out with the lieutenant here, so you'll know where to bring them back to. Lieutenant! Mr. Desperate! I imagine you'll be taking the place of each of your guards as you relieve them. If Doc should come for you without returning the man he last took, if he comes for you alone, it'll mean we found one of them. I'd like you to come back with Doc as naturally as possible so as not to alarm any of the others we may find." The lieutenant opened his mouth, glanced at the major, and closed it again. "Perhaps," said DeBrow, "It might be better if the lieutenant simply stayed here, Mr. Desperate. It's a little unusual, his filling in for one of the enlisted men on post, and—" "If you don't mind, Major," I said. "No, sir," said DeBrow slowly. "I don't mind, sir. Then we'll do it this way, I think. Lieutenant, will you take Doc out so he can get the first guard?" They went off. I turned to DeBrow. "Major, how well do you know the lieutenant?" "I've known him for several years, more than 3 years, I'd say." "But do you know him well?" DeBrow looked at me with sudden caution. After a second he answered slowly, "I couldn't say well, Mr. Desperate." "Yes," I said. I left it at that. After a few minutes of silence on both our parts, Doc came back with the first guard, a chunky lance corporal, 5.5 feet tall, and looking about the age of the lieutenant. "Your name?" I asked. "Lance Corporal Charles Onesh, sir. 3rd Platoon, 4th Company, Blue Regiment." "Have you ever ridden a motorcycle, Corporal Onesh?" "No, sir." "Good. You can go. Take him back, Doc." The next man had never ridden a motorcycle either. No more had the 3 after that. The 5th man we questioned had. I had to reach for some other mysterious question. "Ever fly a sailplane, private man?" "As a matter of fact, yes, sir." "How about drive a hydroplane?" "Yes, sir." DeBrow shifted uneasily in the seat he had taken behind one of the desks. I was beginning to feel a little trapped. "How are you on reading Sanskrit?" "Sir?" I said, "Can you read Sanskrit?" "No, sir." "All right," I said, with inner relief. "Take him back, Doc." "Sir," said DeBrow, almost a little timidly, after Private Man had left, "I'm afraid I don't understand." "You will in due course." He sat back without saying anything more. The 7 more enlisted men on duty there came through, and I managed to send them all back after getting each one to admit he didn't know how to do something or other. "Mr. Desperate," began DeBrow, after the final one had left, "that's all the men on duty here. Does that mean—" "It means this situation is a good deal more serious than I thought. Are you armed, Major?" "No, sir." "That's unfortunate. Well, we'll have to do what we can. I'll stay here. Will you go quietly to the personnel door we came in by and stand just inside it? Lock it if you can and listen for any sounds you can hear on the other side. If anyone tries to force it open, let them, but stand back out of sight, and when they're through, go for help." "Yes, sir." "But for Christ's sake, Mr. Desperate, what's supposed to be going on here?" "I can't tell you quite yet. I've my duty to Paula, to the Empress, to think of," I said. "Get going now. I'm going to step off into the shadows just outside this office and be ready to warn you if anyone who shouldn't comes from the other end of the building." He went. I took the old man by the hand and followed the Major out, moving off to where the shadows hid us from him, but where we would be in line to intercept Doc coming back from returning the last soldier to his post. From where we were, I could see the thin line of daylight showing around the personnel door, blocked out now and then by an uneasily shifting body standing just this side of it. Eventually this occultation ceased, and a second or two later Doc emerged alone from the dimness in front of us. "All set," he said under his breath. "All taken care of?" I asked. He nodded. "The lieutenant?" "I saved him until next to last." "All right. The Major's over by the personnel door." "Was. I've taken care of him, too. He was the last of them." I wanted to ask how many of them were dead, but the words stuck in my throat. It was a lifesaver to have a young timber wolf like Doc for a friend, but it was a little illogical to demand he be wolf and harmless at the same time. "How about the aircraft?" I asked. "The first one you looked at I didn't touch," Doc answered. "The rest are set to blow any time you want." "All right. I've got to see if we can get the hangar doors open easily. Otherwise, you may have to blow a hole in them. No sweat there, either. They're supposed to be electrically operated, but there's a chain block and tackle type dingus to use if the power's off. Can you fly that thing, Mark? I can fly it. Or rather, I can tell it to fly itself, and it will. Just checking, he said, and I could barely see his grin in the gloom. I don't blame you. I would too, I told him. I was very tired suddenly. Why don't you rig the other planes to destruct as soon as we're safely out of here, and I'll move the one we're taking up to this side of the doors. Then you open the door, hop in, and we'll move. Right. He moved off. I turned on my flashlight and led the old man toward the aircraft Doc had specified as untouched. We climbed in, shut the door, and I depressed one of the keys. Ready. Move up slowly on the ground to the inside of the doors of this building. Or, to put it another way, move slowly forward along the ground, and I'll tell you which way to turn and when to stop. The craft stirred and seemed to glide rather than roll forward. Left, I told it. Left, maybe 10 degrees. Now, maybe 5 degrees more. All right, straight ahead. Stop! We halted just inside the hangar doors. I opened the door of the craft and waited. In a moment there was a faint rattling sound to be heard through the opening, and the big doors slid apart to either side of the opening they guarded, and bright sunlight blinded us. That's good enough, I called softly into the brilliance after a moment. But the doors had already stopped parting, with just enough room for us to go through. I heard a faint thud, and Doc was in the cabin, shutting the aircraft door behind him. All set, he said. Go, I said to the craft. Straight ahead, out on the ground through this opening, take off and climb to 3,000 meters. Head west. It slid forward through the doors into the full sunlight. Without any run, it leaped suddenly skyward. There was a sound like a paper bag popping below and behind us. I glanced back and down to see smoke coming from the open doorway of the hangar building, dwindling rapidly to toy size below us. A second later, we were up where the roads looked like thick pencil lines, and the landscape was starting to move backwards beneath us toward the sun halfway up in the clear sky. That takes care of everything, I guess, Doc said. He came forward and pushed the old man off the seat next to mine, a move the old man took without complaint. It was surprising what the old man would take from Doc nowadays, almost as much as Sunday used to take from Ellen. Doc seated himself where the old man had been. Need any help flying or anything like that? He asked. I shook my head. Then I'll get some sleep, he said imperturbably. This gadget's better than a locked door. No one's going to break in and surprise you in the middle of the air. He curled up in the seat, closed his eyes, and dropped off. I was not so lucky. Chapter 29. The aircraft out of the future did not seem to need any serious attention. I asked it for a map of the country, and it was displayed on the screen in front of me. On the map, I picked out the general area of our community, asked to have it enlarged for me, and so continued zeroing in and enlarging until I could identify our destination to the craft. Once this was done, I simply told it to take us there and land by the summer palace, which I described, and my duties were done. I would have liked then to curl up and sleep like Doc, but I could not. I could not even imitate the old man, who was half dozing, opening his eyes every so often to blink at me as if to make sure I was still there. Instead, I just sat watching the empty, clean sky and the slowly moving landscape far below. There was no sound of passage inside the plane, and I felt like a fly trapped under an overturned water glass. As long as we'd been working to escape, my mind had been clear and sharp and purposeful, but now the effect of the body adrenaline began to die out in me, leaving me feeling empty, dull, and ugly. The thought of the soldiers on guard, who had undoubtedly died so the three of us could go free, came back to my mind whether I wanted to think of them or not. God knows I had never wanted to be the cause of anyone's death, particularly now, since I had found that at least part of myself could blend with the rest of the universe. It was, in fact, that specific, blendable part of myself that I now felt I had betrayed, misused, like a fine-edged tool put to some wrong purpose. But what else could Doc and I and the old man have done? I kept asking myself. We had to escape, and the only route open to us lay over the dead or incapacitated bodies of at least some of Paula's warriors. Did it? A jeering little voice in the back of my mind nagged me. All right, I told myself. What other way was there? You tell me. You're the man who can see patterns. I couldn't see one here that didn't involve violence. Then you're not much good, are you? Leave me alone, I told it. Get out of my head. How can I leave you alone? I am you. You're stuck with me. There's a way out, I thought, and I became very cold when I thought it. You haven't the guts. And even if you did, what about Ellen and Marie and all the rest you'd be leaving for Paula to take her revenge on? You want their deaths on your conscience too? Paula. I forced myself to think of Paula instead. But that brought no relief either. Her image summoned up another sort of sick feeling inside me. Because I'd been attracted to her, I actually had. The fact that she had challenged me with her unavailability had been a cloak for the fact that I wanted her anyway, had wanted her, in fact, from the moment I had first seen her getting out of her helicopter, looking like a page out of a fashion magazine in a world now vanished forever. Having her would have been almost like getting that world back again. Of course, I had known she had dressed like that deliberately, that the whole matter of her entrance on the scene had been cool-headedly calculated to produce the effect on all of us that it had. But knowing this didn't alter the emotional leap I had felt. Seeing her like that, I had been lifted out of the raw and dusty reality of my present into a gilded dream of a memory. I had suddenly been reminded of the tawdriness of the little world I was about to defend with my life. I had felt suddenly embarrassed by the workaday plainness of the two women who shared my life with me and my handful of loyal friends. They were like coarse brown bread compared to angel food cake. They were like flat homebrew beer compared to champagne. I had been attracted to Paula all right. From that moment I could have convinced myself I was in love with her, given time. Given enough time, time enough to hang myself with, I could even have gradually forgotten my duty to go back and finish what I had begun with the time storm. Maybe, I thought, now there had been the thought of not returning in the back of my mind all along, so that when I raged at the possibility of Paula not being able to get her army and me across to Europe this fall, I was really raging against the delay of the excuse that being on the other side of the Atlantic would have given me the excuse to put off escaping from Paula if and when word came that Poniarsk had succeeded in accomplishing the very large task I had set him to do. Yes, it had all been there, hidden inside me, the impulse to throw away the golden light I had found for the gaining of an enameled tin ring. How purely tin I had finally discovered when I had seen her in her tent that dawn and she had directed me to sign the letter she had written for me. At that moment the last piece of her personal pattern had clicked into place for me, and I was forced to see her as she innately was. I had thought that there must be at least a touch of something Napoleonic under the display of brightness that was her surface. After all, she conquered the larger part of the North American continent. She had a government, a standing army, and more accumulated resources than any other half-dozen communities in the world combined. Above and beyond this, She had an Alexandrian dream of conquering the whole world. There must, I thought, be something there that was unique and powerful. But there was not. When I had stepped into her tent that morning, when I saw her appearance and the letter she had for me to sign, her pattern had been completed for me. And I realized that what I was looking at was an individual who, momentarily at least, had gone irrational under the pressures of defeat and disappointment. With the evidence of that irrationality, everything about her had fallen into place. She was neither Napoleonic nor Alexandrian. She was a borderline psychotic who had fallen into a chain of circumstances which allowed her to ride forward triumphantly on the crest of a mounting wave, as long as everything went her way. While luck was with her, she appeared to be inspired by genius, but when things went wrong, she had no plan. Literally. Those who were on her side were people. Those who were not were rag dolls to be thrown at the wall, or have the sawdust ripped out of them if she was in a temper. She could wade in blood up to her elbows, and it would not matter, because, of course, it was not real blood. It could not be real blood because it belonged to those who were against her. That was the psychotic side of her. That was what had hit me like a swinging barn door in the face when I had stepped into her tent. All the communities who had given in to her on her way here were composed of real people, of course. But capital had chosen to refuse her. Therefore, its population were not real people, and she told her soldiers to kill them. But some of her soldiers had not distinguished between those she wanted killed and those she did not, and so obviously those soldiers were not real people either. Therefore, she would have Mark Despard find them and kill them. But Mark Despard would know that the idea to kill them had come from her in the first place, which might make him think wrong things about her, things no real person would think. Therefore, it should be arranged so that it looked as if the soldier's punishment were Mark's own idea, and then later she would use some new soldiers to kill him for doing such a thing. Then everybody would be happy again, because there would be nobody left but the people who agreed with her. Real people. Of course, this pattern explained why she had never let me or anyone else get close to her. Experience would have taught her that anyone she let get too close to her might end up disagreeing with her about something or other. I had thought I was beyond the point where any other single human being could scare the hell out of me. But she had done that this morning in the tent. It had been like finding myself locked in a cage with a wounded tiger. So it was someone like Paula that I had been willing to trade the universe for. The universe and everything else I thought I loved. I was sick at heart and sick at mind. And to cure a bad situation, I had now gone out and caused bloody deeds to be done myself. I, who had seen the golden light, had done my own wading in blood. I had sent Doc to kill. The pain of it was more than I could stand. I groped desperately for the unity, the golden light, and could not find it. I scrabbled and clutched for self-justification and found nothing. Nothing but the wrong end to excuse of saving the lives of the few people that meant something to me. I had killed that they should not be killed. Nature red in tooth and claw, wrote Tennyson. The books I had drowned in during earlier weeks danced in my head, but there was no comfort in them. The only small, slim reason I could find for my living was to defend what I loved. At least, if there was no justification in doing that, there was no agony. Perhaps I could be simply pagan and simply simple. And how can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of his gods? I had no ashes of my fathers, no temples, and no gods. I was not Horatius, the ancient Roman, of whom Macaulay had rhymed in these lines from his Lays of Ancient Rome. I only had my little tribe of one-time strangers to guard against all things human, temporal, and infinite. And I wanted some comfort, some prayer to cling to. Like an overboard passenger hanging on to a life preserver, I clung now to Macaulay's 4 lines and the idea of a finish in battle to end all, to wash all out. And I went whirling down into darkness, into dreams and final forgetfulness. I woke suddenly, it seemed a long time later, staring up into 2 close, concerned faces. One was the smooth face of Doc, and the other the hairy face of the old man. "Mark," said Doc, "are you all right? Were you dreaming?" What? My tongue was thick and dry. "What is it?" "Your eyes were closed, and you kept saying, 'I can't do it, I can't do it.' And we couldn't wake you up," Doc said. The old man nuzzled my face in relief. I got a noseful of his hair and realized he badly needed a bath. That brought me back to normality faster than anything else. "Where are we?" I said, sitting up. "I think we're almost home," said Doc. "You take a look. You know how this plane works. I don't." I turned to the control panel and depressed one of the keys. "Where are we?" I asked. "Show me with the mark on a map." Obediently, the screen gave me the image of the last enlargement of the map I had asked it for earlier. A tiny image of the aircraft appeared on this, and I peered at it for a second or two before I could see that it was actually in motion across the map lines. "Looks like we're not more than a few minutes out," I said, "depending on how fast we're traveling." I looked out and down. We still seemed to be at the same altitude, and, surprisingly, the sun seemed no higher above the horizon behind us than it had been when we took off. That would seem to indicate that we had been matching the Earth's rotational speed, which was a good rate of travel, to be sure. "I've told it to go in and land by the summer palace," I told Doc. I turned back to the control panel and spoke to it. "Land slowly. I don't want any of our own people shooting at us, and I don't want to scare anybody." The craft took me literally. It came in over the summer palace at exactly 3,000 meters of altitude, and then descended vertically and slowly. We took about 20 minutes to actually touch ground in the landing area, and by the time we did, most of the population of the community was on hand, standing off about 50 feet from our touchdown spot, with the community leaders in the front rank. I opened the door of the future plane and stepped down to the earth, and they all just stared at me, as if I were a man from Mars. Then Doc and the old man came scrambling out behind me, and everybody poured in on us with a rush. I was surrounded, picked up and carried, literally, almost all the way to the summer palace entrance before I could make them put me down on my feet. When I finally did get a semblance of quiet, I climbed up in one of the jeeps parked there, stood on the back seat and told them, as briefly as I could, that I had escaped from Paula, that she would be after me eventually, but should not be showing up for some weeks at least, and I would have more details for them tomorrow. But right now, I had to sort myself out and talk things over with the other leaders. They were a little disappointed not to hear the whole story at once, but they dispersed to their various activities eventually after I had promised a community-wide celebration for that evening. Finally, I got to go inside the palace with Ellen, Marie, Bill, and the rest. Over food in the same dining room, in which I'd told them I was going with Paula, I broke the news to them bluntly. "She's not completely sane," I said. "I don't mean she's out of her head all the time. She'd be less dangerous if she was. I mean that when it comes to certain things, she'll do exactly what she wants regardless of the consequences. Because when she gets to that point, nothing matters except doing what she wants. That's why I left. Because sooner or later she would want something and find me in the way, and that would be the end of me." I told them about the letter she had me sign. The point was to hit back at the soldiers who killed the experts, I said, and to saddle me with the blame for doing it. Sooner or later, she would have used that blame to get rid of me. That's why I had to get out of there without wasting time, because it could have been sooner. It could have been the minute the men she wanted executed were executed. "But what'll she do now?" Marie asked. "She'll send a force to bring me back," I said. "But maybe not right away, because she's under strength now. That's one reason leaving her now was good timing. Here I can work with Porniarsk, and maybe we can find a way to make the move forward before her people can show up here. I've been working on pattern recognition. I'm stronger in that area than I was. It's a fighting chance anyway." I looked over at Porniarsk, who had not been outside with the others when we landed, but who had come into the dining room since we'd been sitting there.
"I should have sent word to you sooner," he said. "The fact is, I ran into this sticking point over a month ago, but I thought that it was something I could get through. Now I don't know. Maybe the two of us can get through it."
"I'll come to the lab with you as soon as we're finished here," I said, between bites of the home-cured ham I was digging into. "But in any case—" I looked back at the rest of them. "In any case, everyone in the community who won't be needed for the Monad-Gestalt, when and if we're ready to use it, better start making preparations to scatter now. If Paula can't get me back, she'll raise bloody hell, and I mean bloody hell, literally, with anyone connected to me she can get her hands on. Bill, Marie—" They both looked at me from farther on down the table. "You better start making plans as to how supplies are to be portioned out and where to and how people are to take off. Also, Doc, yo! We're going to need a really fast warning system to give us as much notice as possible when we learn Paula or some of her people are headed this way. Maybe you can figure out something using that aircraft we came in." "I think so, Mark." He looked at Ellen. "Right, Ellen?" Ellen nodded. "All right." I finished the ham and pushed my plate back. "Anyone have any suggestions or comments before I head out to the lab with Porniarsk?" "You need some sleep," said Marie. "You look dead. So does Doc." I looked at her. The words were Marie-type words, but there was a difference about her which found an echo in the way she said them. However, I had no time to investigate such things now. "I slept on the flight coming in," I said. "Doc probably could use some sleep." "I slept last night," said Doc. "Whatever," I said, getting to my feet. "Anyway, I'll catch up on my sleep later. Porniarsk, ready to go?"
"Yes,"
he said. We went out of the dining room together, leaving the others behind us.
"It's an unusual situation,"
said Porniarsk, once we got to the tank in the lab.
"It's a kind of stoppage, as if the extrapolative element of this device, what you've been calling the computer, had encountered a logical contradiction, so that further extrapolations from this point would result in increasing error. But attempts on my part to find out what such a contradiction might be have produced no results."
"Let me look at where it stopped," I said. He activated the tank. Once more I stared into the blue grayness with the little firefly points of light flickering through the space of it. For a moment a small crawling fear woke inside me, a fear that in my step aside with Paula I had lost whatever had given me the ability to see patterns in the tank before. But then, slowly, the little points of light began to relate and group themselves into associations. The pattern took shape. It was a strange and unfamiliar pattern, which was to be expected. But when I tried to go one step further and change my perception from that of small lights in a tank to the actual universe envisioned, as I had done once before, I could not do it. The small, crawling fear came back stronger. "I can see what you've got there," I said to Porniarsk finally, "but I can't seem to make it mean anything to me. I don't know what's wrong."
"You may just be tired," said Porniarsk. "Or perhaps you've been away from the device long enough to feel unfamiliar with it."
Maybe. I gave up and withdrew my attention from the pattern in the tank. Suddenly I was dead tired right down to the marrow of my bones. "You're right about one thing," I told Porniarsk. "I need sleep. I'll go lie down." I went back to my own room, part of the suite I shared with Marie and Ellen. But neither of them were there now. It was only early afternoon, and they, with the rest of the community, would be hard at work. I felt a child's loneliness for someone to sit with me while I fell asleep. But I pushed the emotion away from me. I undressed, lay down on the bed, pulled a blanket over me, and stared at the white ceiling, lightly shadowed now and then by the clouds outside reflecting from the window. I was still dead tired, but I began to wonder if I would sleep. I lay there. I woke to someone shaking me. For a second I thought I was back on the future plane again and being woken by Doc and the old man. Then I saw it was dark outside the window and dark in the room, and the shape bending over me was female. "Mark," it was Ellen's voice, "I hate to wake you, but the whole community's waiting for you. If you can just come out and show yourself for a little while, you can come back after that and sleep as long as you want." "Sure," I said. "All right." I levered my wooden body up to a sitting position on the edge of the bed, and she began to massage my neck, standing in front of me and reaching around behind my head. I leaned my forehead gratefully against the human softness of her belly, feeling myself come alive again to the warm pressure of her fingers kneading the stiff cords and muscles running up from my shoulders into the area behind my ears. She felt and smelled delightful, and I wanted to stay there for the rest of my life getting my neck rubbed. But she stopped after a while. "You're awake now," she said. "Get dressed." She was right. I was awake, and there was nothing to do but get dressed. I was standing on one leg putting on my pants when it came to me suddenly that what I had felt was second cousin to what makes dogs and other animals enjoy being petted and stroked by humans. Not the physical sensation alone, but the implication of affection and concern. For a second I could almost feel what an animal might feel in such case, and there, for a second, the universe identity almost was with me again. But the second passed, and it was gone. I finished dressing. Ellen had already gone ahead. I followed down the corridors, out through the door, and stepped into the warm, early evening dark of outside. A barbecue pit had been dug in the landing area, and I could smell roasting meat. There were several other large fires throwing sparks high in the air, so that they seemed to mingle with the stars overhead. And the open space around them was filled with moving silhouettes and the hubbub of voices. For some reason it reminded me of a small town in Mexico I had happened to go through once on vacation on an evening of a fiesta. I could not remember the name of the saint who was the cause of the fiesta, but it had been night, and fireworks were exploding high in the air over the town, their sparks raining down into the dark streets. Lights and voices had been all over the place, with people coming and going in the narrow streets, so that it all had a sort of incredible richness to it. I had wondered then where that feeling of richness came from, but of course now I knew where. Unconsciously I had been reading the patterns of the fiesta around me, the way those who lived in the area read them. I was picking the rich feeling up from them. And now I was doing the same thing, picking up the magic and warmth of the moment from the rest of the community gathered here to celebrate the fact that Doc and I and even the old man were back safe. I went forward into the crowd and was recognized. The faces and bodies swirled around me. Drink was shoved into my hand. I was mobbed and hustled and questioned and patted on the back and kissed until my head started to spin. Between that spinning and the fatigue I had, measured by the little sleep I had just had, I was not to remember most of the events of that evening. It was merely one long, happy blur that ended when I finally groped my way back into my dark room and fell on my bed again some hours later. Ellen was there, and I hung on to her. "Where's Marie?" I asked after a while. "She's still outside," Ellen said. "Sleep now." I slept. I did not come to until late the next day. But in spite of that long, exhausted slumber, it was 3 days before I was really back in proper body and mind again. The night of the celebration with the crowd had healed me somewhat in a way I could not quite pin down, but I felt more whole and healthy generally. I went back to Porniarsk's lab on the 3rd day and tried the pattern of the tank again. The first time I tried it, I was no more successful than I had been the first day I had come home. Still, my failure did not leave me with the sensation of being so helpless as before, and after a rest I tried again. This time I was also unsuccessful, but I got the impression I had come closer to actually envisioning the universe, and so I continued, trying and trying again, feeling that I got a little closer with each try, and a couple of weeks later I broke through. Whatever barrier I had been pushing against went down all at once. Without warning, I was suddenly in the universe of galaxies and stars, and what I saw leaped at me so hard that I was jarred out of it back into the conscious reality of the lab and myself standing there staring into the tank. "Why, hell," I said. "It's wrong."
"Wrong?"
Porniarsk said.
"In what way?"
I turned to the avatar. "I don't know," I said. "I mean, I do know, but it doesn't matter. Don't you see, your device here shut itself down because it began to turn up inconsistencies within the patterns it was evolving from the patterns it had evolved previously. Logically, there couldn't be any inconsistencies, but there are."
"I don't understand,"
said Porniarsk. "Don't you? Look," I said. "This tank has been extending previous patterns that were correct and getting one that is incorrect."
"Then you're saying the device has broken down? I don't see how it could,"
said Porniarsk. "No, it hasn't broken down. That's the point. It's not wrong. What's wrong is reality. One of the factors the device takes into account is the the intelligent life factor. And that factor, logically evolved, is creating inconsistencies with the purely physical evolution of the other factors considered. Don't you see what that means?"
"I do not,"
said Porniarsk. "It means somewhere up there in the future, at the time we're looking at right now, intelligent life is doing something about the time storm, doing something at least effective enough to produce inconsistencies with what would have happened if the storm had just been allowed to run its course. We found them, Porniarsk. We found a time when they're able to do something about the time storm." The avatar stood perfectly still, looking at me. He was so motionless, and his silence went on so long, that I began to entertain the outrageous thought that he had not heard me.
"I see,"
he said, speaking just as I opened my mouth to repeat to him what I just said.
"Then our search is over."
"That's right. All we have to do now is figure out how the monad needs to shift the immediate small factors so that at least this lab can move forward to that time."
"Is it possible?"
I had never actually stopped to doubt that it was possible, and his question took half the joy out of me at one blow. "Of course it is," I said. "It has to be. We're away down at the end of the chain of storm changes. The forces dealing with this area have to be relatively light." I ran down. "We'll have to check and see, of course," I said. "Maybe we'd better do that first before I tell everyone what we found and start getting their hopes up." We were still checking several days later when Doc came into the lab one morning. "I've just made a swing east in the plane," he said. He had become used to the craft now, and he flew daily patrols. "There's a force of about 150 of Paula's soldiers, about half on foot and half on horseback, about 120 miles east of here. No motorized transport or anything more than carry weapons. They aren't wearing her uniforms, but they can't be any other troops. No one else on this continent can put together that many people and get them to move in formation like that." "How did they get so close?" Porniarsk asked. "They must have started out individually or in small groups," Doc said. "That's the only way I can think of. Then they rendezvoused someplace last night, so that this was the first day they've been all together. I'd have spotted them from the air otherwise. At the rate they're marching, they'll be here in less than a week." I looked at Porniarsk. "That ends the checking," I said. "All we can do now is go and hope we make it." Chapter 30. There was something wrong in the atmosphere around the summer palace. I could feel it, but I could not take the time to pin it down. I set the rest of the community to packing up ready to get out, and with Porniarsk got down to the choosing of an optimum target nanosecond on the day before the soldiers were due to arrive. We wanted a time when the pattern of storm forces concerned with our small area would be as close as possible to the conformation I was going to try to force them into with the monad. My original idea had been to deal with as small an area as possible, probably only the lab itself and everything inside it. But as the situation developed, it turned out that the difference between restructuring the forces dealing with just the lab and those dealing with an area including the summer palace, mountain section, and enough of the plain to contain the town and a couple of square miles outside it was essentially no difference at all in terms of the size of the forces to be dealt with. This put a new complexion on things. It was the first good news I could remember finding in a long time. Now I could take along everybody if they wanted to go. I was tied to the work in the lab, but I sent Doc out to tell the rest of the community that as things had turned out, they didn't need to run and hide from the soldiers unless they wanted to. Those who wanted to come along with the monad and myself into the future could simply stick around. Having sent the word out, I got back to work. Matters, for once, seemed to be all going in the right direction. The more I pinned down the force changes to be made, the more possible they looked. Even setting aside the fact that I was much more pattern experienced and more developed and mature than I had been when I had balanced the forces in the immediate area of the planet, what I now looked at was a much simpler job. This, in spite of the fact that we would be moving an unguessable distance of time into the future. There was no way to measure how far, but thousands of years anyway, in terms of the old temporal yardsticks we had used before the time storm. The reason for this was that even taking in the area, including the town, I was dealing with a very small patch of space compared to that which enclosed the immediate neighborhood of the earth. What it amounted to was that I would be making a much larger temporal change, but in a very, very much tinier area than I had the time before. It was as if I multiplied by a factor of a few thousand, but then divided the result by millions. So matters in the lab progressed well, but nothing goes with complete smoothness. It was a good thing that Porniarsk and I were, if anything, ahead of our schedule for charting all the parameters of the shift as I had laid it out, because I found myself called away from the lab to deal with the human side of the move. Without realizing it, I had hit everyone in the community harder than I had planned, when I had sent out word with Doc that those who wanted to come with me could do so. Living with the time storm, as I had been all this time, I had forgotten that only those who had been with me at the time of the balancing of forces originally would have any idea of what to expect from involving themselves in what I planned to do, nor did they look on going far into the future as calmly as I did. Accordingly, they were seething with questions that needed some kind of answers if they were to come up with their individual decisions. I found I had to call a meeting of the community as a whole to explain matters and answer those questions. We were too many to crowd into even the largest Quonset hut, so the meeting was held outside on the landing area with a public address system rigged by Bill for the occasion, with extra microphones on long cords so that everybody could hear the questions as well as the answers. I began by explaining the mechanism of the time storm as well as I understood it, and how this mechanism had affected us here on Earth. Porniarsk stood beside me in the Jeep I was using for a speaker's platform, ready to answer questions himself, but no one asked him any. I think they were still a little wary of Porniarsk, whom few, besides those in the summer palace, had in fact ever seen. When I finished that part of my explanation, I called for questions, but there were none. So I went on to explain how I believe that up ahead in the future, people, not merely human people, but people in the larger sense, including intelligent, civilized life like that represented by Porniarsk's race, would finally come to grips with the time storm and find some way of stopping it. Finally, I repeated what I was sure they must know already, that I thought I had located such a time and I planned to go there. Those who wanted to go with me could. Once more I asked for questions. This time I got them. 3 hours or more of them, mostly unanswerable by me or anyone else there, at least. Basically, they were unanswerable because what they all wanted most to know was what it would be like for them up there in the future. This was naturally something about which I had no more idea than they had themselves. It began to sink in on me as I stood there doing my best to answer them, what an unimaginable gulf exists between those who are obsessed by a goal and those who simply want to live as best they can. In a manner of speaking, I wanted only to arrive in Samarkand, and anything short of the moment when I got there was unimportant. The others were concerned with the possibility of tigers and robbers on the way, the availability of wells along the route, the quarters they would occupy once they arrived, and the marketplace where they would eventually vend their wares. I could not help them. Without realizing it, I had discounted myself completely from the price I was willing to pay to get what I wanted. They had not. They could not think like me, and, God help me, I could no longer think like them. But I did what I could. I gave them words, explanations, until my throat was hoarse, and they went away discussing what I had said, sure that I had told them something of importance, but finding themselves still unsatisfied and unreassured. Porniarsk and I went back to the lab. With or without the extra people, I had to close with the storm forces when the proper moment came, and the moment was marching inexorably toward us. We finished going over all possibilities by mid-afternoon of the day before the soldiers were due in. Doc had been checking the progress of our invaders from the air at heights of 10 to 15,000 feet. Whether they noticed him, the milky-colored aircraft was all but invisible to the ground at that altitude, or not. They continued to come on steadily, neither slowing nor increasing their first observed rate of travel. If they had been the total force that Paula could bring against us, it would have been a temptation to go out and meet them. A night raid or two on their camp, led by some of our people who had picked up special skills from Doc, plus a few good daytime ambushes, could have cut their strength to a point where we would have been able to defend against them quite handily. But Paula could keep after us forever, and there was no use wasting lives. I had been worrying about what to do with the experimentals, now that some of us were moving forward in time and the rest taking to the hills. Paula was just the sort of person to kill them all on sight when she found out I had escaped, if they were left behind and undefended. That problem, however, I found no longer existed. Apparently, when the old man had taken his interest in me, the rest of the village had started to disintegrate socially, except for a few of the others who had formed alliances with some of the human families and were either going forward with these families or taking to the hills with them. The rest had long since wandered away from the village on their own and disappeared. It was a sad sort of diaspora to think about, because there was nothing away from here for them but the lives of solitary, intelligent animals. But there was nothing I or any of our people could do about it now. It could be, I told myself, that there was a consciousness in them that their race, as a race, had no future, just as it had had no past beyond a test tube. But that thought did not make me feel any better. In any case, I had no time to think about experimentals now. This afternoon was the afternoon that had been picked for saying goodbyes. I made myself available out in the landing area, and they came up by individuals and families and groups to say farewell, not only to me, but to the rest of us who were going. I was surprised and even a little secretly unhappy to see the number who had decided to take their chances running from Paula the rest of their lives in preference to following me forward. But it was their decision, and better they make it now while they had the chance than regret that they had not made it later. Dinner time was to be the end of the farewells. We broke off finally and went inside. I had wanted to hold a meeting of the people who would be with me in the Monad before we settled down to eat, but when we all gathered in the dining room, there were some extra faces. One of these was merely Wendy, who had never shown any interest in being part of the time storm work, but who was welcome to the Monad if she wanted to join. Also, there were her gangling young boyfriend, who was not welcome under any circumstances, and Abe Budner, our big, slow-moving director of food services and former chef, whom I liked personally, but whom I'd never thought of as being Monad material. "Abe," I said, as I sat down at the table, "no offense, but we're just about to start a business meeting. You and—" "Mark," said Marie. My mind suddenly became alert, by which I mean that it came out of the whole problem of the move into time and back to the everyday present of the dining room and the people now in it. I woke to the fact that Marie, Wendy, the boyfriend, and Abe were all in hiking gear, rough clothes and heavy boots. I also became aware that there was a silence in the room, a tense silence on the part of everybody else that said that all of them there had known for some time about what I was just now recognizing. I looked at Marie. "You're not going?" I said. "That's right, Mark," she said. Now that I really examined her for the first time in a very long period, I was a little shocked at what I saw. Her face was tired, and definitely now showed the signs of middle age, the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes, the sagging of the chin line. I had never really looked at her in all these months. I had never thought to look. "Get out of here, the rest of you," I said hoarsely. I did not specify who the rest were, but they all left the room except the four who were dressed to travel and Ellen. "Wendy and Walter don't want to go into the future, Mark," Marie said, "and I've decided to go along with them and Abe." "Marie," I said. The words would not come. Patterns flashed and clicked through my mind, and I saw what I did not want to see. If Marie stayed here, Paula would find her sooner or later, and Paula would remember that Marie had been one of my 2 wives. It was inevitable. No, it was not inevitable. Did I think I was a deity to deal in inevitability? But it was so overwhelmingly probable that the chances it might not happen were too insignificant to consider. "Marie," I said, "don't you understand? Unless you go with me, you will land right in Paula's hands. Believe me, I know. You will." "Even if I do," she said. "Look," I made an effort to get the emotion out of my voice and talk reasonably. "There's no point in throwing yourself away just because Wendy wants to stay. I know she's young and—" "You don't understand," Marie said. "I don't want to go with you. I want to stay here myself." Understanding suddenly struck me like a numbing blow. I had not fooled anyone, it seemed, except myself. I realized now that she and Ellen had known all along how I had reacted to Paula, and what at least part of my reason was for going off with her. "Listen to me," I said, "about Paula and me." "Mark," Marie said, "you're going to have to understand. It's me who doesn't want to go into the future. It's me. I can't take this moving any more. I'm sick of it. I want to settle in one place and stay." "With Paula hunting you down?" I couldn't believe what I heard. "That doesn't matter. I'll be here in this world, not in some other, not starting all over again. I can't keep starting over and over again, Mark. You can. All right, you go ahead. But I want a little ordinary life for as long as I can have it here before the end comes." I shook my head. It was all crazy. Vaguely, I became aware that even the ones who had stayed behind before had gone. Wendy and the boyfriend and Abe. All except Ellen, and she was standing far back now in a corner of the room, almost lost in shadow. Marie came around the table to me. "You never did understand me, Mark, did you?" she said. "You didn't understand me from the first, and you didn't love me." "Maybe not at first," I said, and my voice had gone hoarse again. It was part of the general craziness that I should be standing here now telling her this while the other woman I loved stood back listening. "It's different now." "Not different enough," she said. "Not to the point where you'd move 1 inch out of your way for me, or anyone." "That's not true." "Then prove it. Stay here yourself. Don't go forward."
"Marie, for Christ's sake, talk sense."
"I am talking sense, but you can't even hear me." She stopped and said nothing for a moment. Then, surprisingly, she reached up and stroked my cheek with her fingers very gently. "It's all right, Mark. You don't have to hear. You can't change for me, I know that. But there's a point beyond which I can't change for you. Nobody can make all the changes you'd like them to make. Don't you know that?"
"I just want you to live," I said. "I don't want Paula to get you."
"I know, dear," she said, "but it won't work. I've got to stay. And even if you wanted to stay too, you couldn't protect me."
"Don't be so damn sure about that,"
I said, and for an insane small second, hope of straightening this out after all flickered alive in me.
"If I decided to take Paula and all her army apart, it might take some time, but—"
"You'd be throwing yourself away on something other than what you're built to do," she said. "If things went that way, I'd have held you prisoner here instead of you taking me prisoner into the future." I didn't know what to tell her. "Mark," she said, raising her face to me, "say goodbye to me." The ghost of some giant hand took me by the neck and bent my head down to hers. I kissed her, and her lips felt dry and strange, as if I had never known them before. She hugged me, and I hung on to her in return until she used strength to break herself loose. "There," she said, stepping back a pace. "It'll be all right." "A big part of it is you just can't bear to lose anything, Mark. But it'll be all right in the long run. Goodbye now, and be careful." She went out. I watched the doorway through which she had gone, and when I looked around, not even Ellen was in the room. I went out into the shadows of the evening and walked by myself for a long while. When I came back inside, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and there were a great many things to be done. I called together the monad, which now consisted of the old man, Ellen, Bill, and myself. Doc had volunteered to join us, and with Marie missing, I now more than wanted him. I needed him there. I went over the patterns with them as best I could describe them. Not so much because the patterns would mean anything particular to them, but the more their minds could identify with mine, once we were in action together, the stronger we would be as a unit, and the more certain I could be of doing what I had set out to do. Most of the people in the community who were leaving had already gone by midnight when the meeting broke up. I sent Doc out to check that everyone was clear of the area who did not want to be transported forward with the rest of us. It was one of those coffee nights when everything is due to happen with the next day's sunrise, and the nerves feel stretched to the point where they sing like guitar strings at a touch. A warm weather front had moved in early in the evening, and the dark outside was still and hot. Only a faint rumble of thunder sounded from below the horizon from time to time, and the lights among the buildings down below were fewer even than they might be at this hour on an icy winter night, so that already the community looked like a ghost town. Doc came back. "Everyone gone but the Majowskis," he said, "and they were just leaving as I came up. Be clear of the area in another 20 minutes. "Fine," I said. "Go on into the lab. Porniarsk's getting everybody into helmets and set to go. Tell them I'll be along in 20 minutes. He went. I took one more turn around outside. The night air was so dark and still it could almost be felt by the fingers, and the mutter of distant thunder seemed to sound halfway around the horizon of the plain below. I had a vision of Paula's soldiers, night marching through the gloom to take us by surprise. But even if they had started to move the moment the sun was down, they could not get here in time. No one was moving in the streets of the town below. Those going with us would be in their homes waiting. I went into the summer palace and took a final tour of the building. The rooms seemed oddly empty, as if they had been abandoned for years. I stepped into the courtyard where Sunday lay, for a moment, but without turning on the lights. As I stood there, a cicada shrilled suddenly in the darkness at my feet and began to sing. I went back inside with the song of the cicada still trilling in my head. It stayed with me as I went down the halls and into the brightly lit lab. Everybody was in place with helmets already on. Only Porniarsk stood by the directing console, which he had moved out into the center of the room by the tank. I went to the tank myself to make one last check of the patterns, for we had set it on the pattern of our moment of destination. There was no change in what I saw there. I seated myself and took a helmet. As I lowered it over my head, the cicada sound was still ringing in my ears, so that it was like being trapped under there with it. I felt my strength flow together with the strength of the others in the monad, and the memory of the cicada sound was lost in the silent song of blended identities as I opened myself to the time-storm forces in balance around us. They were there. They had been there all this time, waiting, quivering in balance like a tangle of arrested lightnings. I read their pattern at a glance this time, and laid the far future pattern that I wanted like a template upon them. There was matching and overlap and disagreement between the two patterns. I reached out with the strength of the monad, pushed, and the two slid together. It was suddenly done and over. There had been nothing to it. I took off my helmet and looked around. The others were taking off their helmets also, and under the fluorescent lights their faces looked pale and wondering like the faces of children. "We're there," said Ellen. "But where are we?" "I don't know," I said. Then I noticed that around the corners of the drawn shades of the windows, the gleam of full daylight was showing. Chapter 31. We put up the shades, and the sunlight, which looked no different than any sunlight we had ever known, poured in. But outside the windows, all we could see was the same inner courtyard that held Sunday. Overhead, it was a half-cloudy day, with thick white cloud masses and clear blue alternating. We went down the corridors and out into the parking area. Below us, the empty village of the experimentals and the town were unchanged, but beyond a short distance of plain that surrounded these, high grasses now began. The stalks looked to be about 6 feet tall at least, and stretched to the horizon like an endless field of oversized wheat. The road was gone. What now was on the other side of the mountain behind us we could not, of course, see. Down in the town there was still no one stirring. This was not surprising, since many of them might not yet have realized that the move had been made. There had been no sound, no feeling of physical movement when it had happened. It was difficult even for me to realize that this was the far future I had talked about. "Shall I go tell them below?" Doc asked. "Go ahead," I said. He hopped into one of the jeeps and drove off. I stood where I was with Ellen beside me and the others, including Porniarsk, not far off. A moment later we could see Doc's jeep emerge beyond the trees and drive in among the buildings of the town, stopping here and there while he jumped out and went inside. Each time he came out again he was followed by people from inside a building. Soon the streets were swarming, and the figures below were starting to stream back up the slope toward us. Half an hour later, there was an impromptu celebration underway on the landing area. It struck me, caught up in it as I was, that I had had more shocks and more large gatherings recently than in any time since before the time storm. Nonetheless, this last one, this arrival party, as it was named almost immediately, vibrated with something neither the welcome home blast nor the information session had possessed. There was a relaxed feeling of peace about this occasion that I had not noticed before. It was a warm, almost a cozy feeling. Moving about among my fellow time-travelers, picking up patterns, I finally zeroed in on the reason for it. There was something held in common by all the people now around me that I had not thought to look for in them before we made the move. In a sense, those who had come with us were the adventurers among our community, the true pioneers. Those particular words all rang a little off-note applied to the situation we were in, but what I mean is that to an individual, those who had come forward with me were men, women, and even children who did not want to be any further back down the line of history than they had to be. In all of them there was an urge to be at the very front of the wave, up where the race as a whole was breaking new ground. Realizing this, something new and unsuspected in me warmed to them. It was a corner of myself that I had not even realized existed before. It was, in fact, the part of me that felt just the way they did. Even if I had known before we started that what we would all find up here would be the hour of Armageddon and the final end of our kind, I, at least, would have wanted to go anyway, to be part of even that while it lasted, in preference to living out my life in any previous time, no matter how comfortable. Now, here I was with perhaps 180 people who felt the same way I did. Under the most unlikely set of conditions that could be imagined, I had unconsciously put together my own special tribe. I was so elated with this discovery that I had to talk about it with someone. Ellen was busy helping organize the food and drink aspect of the gathering, so I went looking for Bill. I found him also busy. He had set up a table with some sheets of paper and was asking everybody to sign up, so that we could have a complete and correct list of who had actually come through with us, since there were people at the last moment who had changed their minds either for or against the move. The sign-up table, however, was essentially self-operating now that word of it was being passed through the crowd, and I managed to pull him aside. We walked off a little way from the rest, and I told him my discovery about the pioneer element in those who had come and my pleasure in it. "I can't get over striking gold like that," I said. "Stop and think how small the whole North American population was after we got the mist walls halted. And out of that small population we've gathered nearly 200 people who really belong up here, thousands of years ahead in time." "That's true, of course," he said. His handsome, small face had been tanned by several years of outdoor weather, and the same amount of time seemed to have thickened and matured even the bones of it, so that he now looked more competent and mature. I realized that it was with him as it had been with Marie. Just as I had not really looked at her for a long time, so I had not really looked at him either, and he had been changing under my nose. "It shouldn't be such a surprise, though," he was going on to say, even as I was noting the changes in him. "Stop to think that the ones who gathered around us in the first place were survivor types. You had to be a survivor type to stay alive while the mist walls were moving. Even if you were one of the few who were lucky enough to stay put and have no mist walls come near you, contact with the survivor types around you afterwards either made you like them in a hurry or buried you. My point, though," I checked and glanced around to make sure that none of the others were close enough to overhear me discussing them in this clinical fashion. "My point is that these people are a lot more than simple survivors." "Right," said Bill, his brown face serious. "Look what happened, though. After the time storm, our group began to attract a particular type of people, those who had heard of us and thought they'd like to be associated with us. The ones we attracted were the ones who saw the same sort of things in us they saw in themselves. So they came, but they didn't all stay. Those who didn't fit went off again. The community was a sort of automatic self-filter for a common type. Then, when it came down to a question of who wanted to make the jump forward in time or not, that decision shook out the last of the chaff." I winced inside, though I was careful to make sure no sign of it showed on my face. He had labeled Marie with a tag I neither agreed with nor would have wanted to hear applied to her, even if I had agreed with it. At the same time, I had to admit he had laid out a good argument. I said as much. "Time will tell, of course," he answered. "I'll say one thing, though." He turned and met my eyes directly with his. "I've never felt happier in my life than when I realized that it was a settled thing, an unchangeable thing, that I was coming forward like this." "Well," I said a little lamely, "I'm glad. I think even if Betty Jean hadn't wanted to come along, I still wouldn't have hesitated." I opened my mouth to ask who Betty Jean was, and then closed it again. One more thing had evidently been going on under my nose without my noticing. I would ask Ellen later. "I'd better get back to the others," I said. After the celebration had begun to settle down a bit, I got up on my customary Jeep rostrum to tell them what we would be doing in the next few days. I said that we would start setting up the community again here. Meanwhile, Doc would be flying surveys to locate other human settlements in this future world. He would, in fact, fly a spiral course out of this area, and the navigating equipment of the plane could be used to map the ground he covered, in the sense that it would store up information about it, which could later be recalled on the view screen of the control panel. "How soon do you think we'll find other people?" Some male voice I did not recognize, somewhere toward the back of the crowd, asked. "I can't make any guesses," I said. "Actually, if I was betting, I'd bet they'd find us first." There was a silence, and I suddenly realized they were waiting for me to expand on that. "This is the future," I said. "Porniarsk and I found evidence that up here they may be doing something about the time storm. If that's the case, they have to be pretty competent technologically. I'm assuming that sooner or later, and probably sooner, the fact that we're here will register on whatever sort of sensing equipment they've got. For one thing, if they're aware of the time storm, they're going to know that a chunk of their real estate suddenly got exchanged by the time storm forces for a chunk from the past." There were a lot more questions after that, some serious, some not so, covering everything from what future humans would look like to whether we should post guards against animals, if not humans, until we learned that this was unnecessary. I turned that suggestion over to Doc, who thought it was a good idea. The session ended with Bill climbing into the Jeep and making himself somewhat unpopular by saying that he wanted to start tomorrow morning getting a complete inventory of everything we had left after those leaving had taken what they wanted, and he wanted everybody to cooperate by listing their own possessions. I broke away from the gathering before it finally ended and got together with Porniarsk in the lab. The view we had in the tank was essentially the same as the one that had been in it before our move. The difference was that now it was real rather than extrapolated, and there were minor corrections in its display because of that. "Try it now," I said to Porniarsk, "and see if we can extrapolate forward from here now that it's the present." He worked with the equipment for perhaps 20 minutes. "No," he said. "It's still hesitating over inconsistencies." "Then we've landed in the right place, or time, I mean," I said. "To tell the truth, I've been a little worried. Between you and me, I half expected the people from this time to be waiting for us when we appeared." "You were assuming that our activity of time forces would at once attract their attention?" "I would have thought so, too." "And that they'd have means of getting here the moment they saw it," I said. "If they don't, how can they be advanced enough to do anything about the time storm generally?" "I don't know," said Porniarsk, "but I think there are too many unknowns here for either of us to speculate." "I hope you're right." "About that, I believe I am. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess." "All right," I said. "But if no one shows up within 24 hours, I'm going to begin to worry." No one did show up in the next 48 hours, nor within the 48 hours after that, nor in the week that followed. Meanwhile, Doc was coming back from his daily mapping flights and reporting no sign of other human existence. No habitations, no movement. We were evidently at the far eastern end of a mid-continental area of plains, uniformly covered by the tall grass, like central North America in the time of the buffalo, though there were none of the bison breed to be seen now. However, both the grasslands and the hardwood forest that began about 60 miles west of where our chunk of territory had landed were aswarm with other game: deer, elk, wolf, bear, moose, and the whole category of familiar smaller wildlife. The hardwood forest gave evidence of stretching to the east coast, and had been in existence long enough to kill off most of the undergrowth beneath it, so that it had a tidily unreal look about it, like a movie set for a Robin Hood epic. Doc had landed in an open section of it and reported great trunked oaks and elms with level mossy ground beneath them, so that there was a cathedral look to the sunlight streaming down between the lofty limbs overhead. I kept to myself my concern over the fact that we were not being approached by the other intelligences of this future time. Our community was digging in, literally. Just as we had arrived here in daylight when we had left our former time period at night, so we had also arrived here in the spring, although it had been fall when we had left. A fair amount of planted crops had been lost behind us, and even without Bill's urging, a number of our people were eager to get seeds in the ground in this place. There would be no stores of pre-time storm goods to plunder for additional food and supplies in the time where we were now. So the first week became the second, and the second the third, with no sign of other intelligent life to be found on the continent around us, and no futuristic visitors. Gradually we began to adjust to the fact that we might indeed be completely alone on this planet of the future, and the life of our own community began to take up most of our attention. It was a strenuous time. In addition to coping with the fact that here we would have to supply our own necessities, there was evidence that the climate in this future time and area would have colder winters than we had endured back where we had been. Possibly much colder winters. There was a good deal of work to be done to insulate buildings and expand the capacity of their heating units, whether fireplaces or stoves. With the move, we had lost the small river from which we had powered our electric generator. Bill had said he could get some windmill structures built in a few weeks to give us, at least, intermittent current, but this depended on having the hands available to do the work. More immediate was the need for firewood. Right now the only wood available was on our section of a mountain that had come forward in time with us. One hard winter would deforest this completely. It was almost an imperative that we arrange somehow to bring fuel from the forested area 60 miles to our east, or move the community to it, and we had too big a stake in fixed property here to make that move in one short summer. The result was that everybody worked time and overtime, including me. In a way, this was something I was grateful for, because it kept my mind off the fact that no one had contacted us. Doc had by now flown as far as the East Coast and for some hundreds of miles north of what had once been the Canadian border. He had seen absolutely no sign of civilization. Everywhere there was only wilderness visible from the muskeg conifer forest of the north through the now distorted pattern of the Great Lakes down to the flat country north of the former Mexican border. A cold worry had begun to nibble at me that possibly Earth at this time was completely uninhabited and forgotten. And if that was so, how in my lifetime was I ever to contact time storm fighters who were light years, possibly hundreds to millions of light years away? So I was grateful for the hard work in one way. In another way, it kept me from coming to grips with a second worry, one that was like acid eating away deep within me. With Marie's leaving, something in her had come out into the open that I had never suspected she felt. Now I was aware of it in Ellen as well. Ellen was still there during the day. She was there beside me at night, but I could sense now that not all of her was there. Some part of her was being withheld from me. There was a wall between us, as there had been between Marie and myself, although I had never realized it. I wanted to talk to her about it, but there was no time. In the morning, we only had time to rise, dress, eat, and run. During the day, there was no rest, no pause in which to talk. At night, there was only time for another meal, and sleep would threaten to claim us before we had finished refueling the weary, empty engines of our bodies. We fell into bed, opened our eyes, it seemed, a moment later, and another day's cycle was already rushing us inexorably onward. But there had to be a break sometime. It came at the end of the 5th week when the first of Bill's windmills began to power the generator, and a trickle of electricity came to make our lighting fixtures glow faintly against the ceilings and walls behind them. It was as good an excuse as any to give people a breather, and I declared a night and a day off. For all the wonders of artificial light refound, there was little celebrating that first evening. All that most of us wanted to do was to sleep, and sleep we did until late the next day. Then in the noon sunlight we gradually came out of our sleeping quarters to sit or move around slowly in the sun, either doing nothing at all or turning our attention at last to something that had long gone neglected, that we now had time to check, clean, mend, or build. It was the second of these activities that concerned me. When I woke, Ellen was already up and out of the summer palace. I got up, drank a couple of cups of black coffee, and went looking for her. I found her hanging out a wash on the upsloping hillside that lay on the opposite side of the summer palace from that which held the landing area. Coming around the corner and seeing her from a distance, I woke to the fact that she had necessarily taken over all of Marie's household obligations in addition to her own. I had been so used to having both of them around and being selfishly immersed in my own problems that it had never occurred to me that Ellen would now be doing double duty in addition to her own outside work with the rest of the community. Nor had it ever occurred to me to help either her or Marie before. I came around a corner of the building and saw her from a little distance. I stopped, and for a moment I simply watched her, for she had not yet seen me. Then I went forward, picked up a pair of my own jeans from the basket, and joined her in hanging up the rest of the wet stuff. We worked side by side in silence. "Look," I said when we were done, "why don't you sit down for a moment? I'll take the basket in, bring out a card table and some chairs, and fix us a lunch. You just sit still. How about it?" She looked at me. I had never been able to read the deep thoughts behind her face, and I could not now. But I noticed again, as I had come to notice since Marie had left, how Ellen had also changed with the years in between. She was still young. What had I figured out once? That she could not be any older than Doc, and was perhaps even younger? But there was nothing of a girl left about her now, not even the ghost, it seemed, of she whom I had picked up in the panel truck long since. The Ellen I looked at now was a mature woman and another person entirely. "All right," she said. She sat down on the grass of the hillside, took off the scarf she had tied around her head, and shook her hair out. She was wearing some old autumn-brown slacks and a dark green shirt open at the throat. Her neck rose in one straight column from the spread collar of the shirt, and under her dark hair, now loose about her head and shoulders, her eyes were blue-green and brilliant. I took the basket and went into the house. I rummaged around the kitchen, trying to remember what she had shown a liking for in the way of food. I had become a halfway decent cook in my years alone in the North Woods before the time storm hit, but there was not much available here in the way of foodstuffs. We were all living off stored goods until fall, when the crops of our recent planting would hopefully be in. I finally found a small canned ham, and with this some canned new potatoes and 3 of the highly valuable eggs from our community's small flock of chickens, managed to make a sort of a ham and potato salad, moistened with a spur-of-the-moment homemade mayonnaise I whipped up from the yolk of one of the eggs and the corn oil we had in fair quantity. I also hunted around the palace and found a bottle of Liebfrau milk that was not over age. There was no way to cool it, lacking electricity for our refrigerator, but salad and wine, once I had the card table and chairs set up outside with a tablecloth of sorts on it, looked reasonably festive. "That's good," said Ellen about the salad as we ate, and I warmed clear through. "Glad to hear you say so," I told her. "Do you realize I really don't know that much about what you like to eat?" "I like everything," she said. "Well, that's good, because it'll be a long time before we have anything like what we were used to before." I said, and I went on about what we could expect in the way of diet that winter, even if the crops went well. I was talking around and about, trying to get her to give me some sort of conversational lead from which I could get on to the topic I wanted to bring up. She said nothing, however, to help. Nonetheless, with the relaxation of the food and wine in me, I finally began to drift on the tide of my own words into the area I wanted. "There's 2 chances that might help protect Marie and the others," I said. "One's that when Paula's soldiers arrived and found the country changed where we'd been, they figured I'd magicked everybody safely forever beyond their reach, and Paula bought that idea when they told her." "Do you really think she would?" I hesitated. "No," I said. "If she was completely normal mentally, I'd think she might. But part of her mind is never going to rest where I'm concerned. And sooner or later, word is going to reach her of people who've met and recognized some of our people who stayed behind. Then her hunt'll be on again. All we can really hope for is a delay." "What's the other chance?" "That's the long one. If I ever do get into contact with Time Storm fighters here and get to work with them, maybe I can learn some way to go back and make Marie and the rest permanently safe from Paula, maybe by shifting Paula herself to a different time." Ellen said nothing. There was a little silence between us, and a fly that had discovered the empty wine bottle circled it, droning. "God help her," I said, and the words broke out of me all of a sudden. "God help them all." "It was her decision," said Ellen. "I know," I said, "but I looked at her. "How much did Paula have to do with her going?" I asked. "Not much," said Ellen. "You both knew how I reacted to Paula." "Believe me, I didn't even know it myself. I didn't even realize it until after I caught on to what she actually was, headwise, and then I knew I had to get out of there." "Paula wasn't that important to Marie." "You say that?" "If it hadn't been for Paula and how I felt about her, we'd still have Marie and Wendy with us." "I don't think so," Ellen said. "How can you say you don't think so? Marie never talked about leaving before." "Not to you." "She did to me lots of times." I stared at Ellen. "She did? Why?" "She told you why when she left, Mark," Ellen said. "You don't listen. That's one of the reasons she went." "Of course I listen." She said nothing. "Ellen, I love Marie," I said. "Why wouldn't I listen to someone I loved? I love Marie, and I love you." "No." Ellen got up from the table, picked up the empty plates and silver, and started in toward the house. "You don't, Mark. You don't love anyone." "Will you come back here?" I shouted after her. She stopped and turned. "For once, will you come back and say more than 3 words in a row? For Christ's sake, come and sit down and talk to me. There's something here in the air between us. I can feel it. I bump into it every time I turn around. And you're telling me that there was something like that between Marie and me, and I didn't know about it? Come back and tell me what it was. Come back and talk to me, damn it!" She stood facing me, holding the dishes. "It wouldn't do any good." "Why not?" She did not answer. "Do you love me?" I said. "Of course. So did Marie." "She loved me and she wanted to leave me? I didn't love her and I want to keep her? What kind of sense does that make? If you love me the way you say you do, you'd explain it to me so I could do something about it, about me, or whatever was necessary." "No," she said. "You've got things the wrong way around. I love you without your doing anything." "All right, then." "But you're asking me to change. Talk doesn't come easily to me. You know that. If I have to talk before you can love me, then you don't love me. You wanted Marie to change too, but she couldn't. I can, but I won't. It's up to you, Mark, not me." I stared at her. But before I could say anything more, a stranger walked around the corner of the summer palace and came up to us. He was a startling figure, a good 4 inches taller than I was, completely bald, and wearing only a sort of kilt of white cloth around his waist. Even his feet were bare. His features looked something like those of an Eskimo's, but his skin was brown dark, and the muscles stood out like cords under the skin. He looked as if he had spent his lifetime exercising, not with barbells, but on the parallel rings and other gymnastic equipment. He came up to me. "Mark Despard," he said. He had no accent that I could put my finger on, but the timbre of his voice was somehow different from that of any other human voice I'd heard. "My name's Obsidian. Sorry we took so long to come forward and meet you, but we had to study you for a while first." Chapter 32. He was offering his hand in ordinary fashion. I took it and shook it automatically. I had been expecting him, or at least someone like him, but the delay had been long enough, and he had appeared so suddenly that he had managed to knock me off balance with his appearance, in spite of all my expectations. I found myself going through the social routine. My wife, Ellen, and he shook hands with Ellen. "My name's Obsidian." He had a round, friendly face, a little flat-looking and mongoloid, and this, with the hairless skull, gave him something of a tough look. "Hello," said Ellen. "Where did you come from?" "We're perhaps 200 miles from you." "Just a couple of 100 miles away?" I echoed. "We had to keep you from finding us while we were studying you," he answered. "You have to understand that we had to gather a lot of data on you in order to work out your language and customs. And, of course, we wanted to collect data toward understanding the accident that brought you here." "Accident?" I said. "We came here deliberately." He stared at me for a long second. "You did?" "That's right," I said. "I'd probably better take you down to see the lab in Porniarsk. Sorry, maybe I'm getting the cart before the horse, but after expecting you every day from the moment we landed here and not having you show up until now—" "Expecting me when you arrived?" Obsidian said. We seemed to be talking at cross purposes. "That's right," I said. "We came here because I wanted to contact you people who were doing something about the time storm." "Just a moment," he said. "Excuse me." He disappeared. He did not come back in a moment either. He did not come back the rest of the day, nor the day after. It was nearly a week later that I stepped outside from the door of the summer palace that opened onto the parking area and found him standing there, bright, with the morning sun on his bare shoulders. Ellen stepped out just behind me. "Excuse me for not getting back before this," he said, "but possibly I got off on the wrong foot when I first visited you. I've talked the matter over with a number of others, and we've decided that our data was much more insufficient than we thought. Would you be willing to sit down with me and tell me the whole story of how you came to be here, so that we can have that information to work with?" "I'll be glad to," I said, turning back toward the door. "Do you want to step inside?" "No, if you don't mind, no," he said. "Later on, I'd like very much to have the chance to look inside your summer palace, but not just yet. Can we talk out here?" "Certainly." "Good." He dropped into a sitting position, cross-legged on the grass. "If you don't mind, I'll use a chair," I said. "I don't mind," he said. I'm very interested. Is it actually comfortable for you sitting on that piece of furniture? It's more comfortable than sitting the way you are, I said. I can sit like that, but not for any length of time. I see. I went inside and came out with chairs for myself and Ellen. We sat down. The chair was more a product of Western culture in my time, though, I said. In the East, even then, people would be perfectly comfortable sitting the way you sit. Thanks, he said. That's the sort of data we appreciate. All right, I went on. Where do you want me to start? Any and all information you can give us will help, he said. Suppose I start with the time storm, then, I said. We're together on that, aren't we? You know what I mean when I talk about the time storm? Oh, yes, Obsidian said. We're aware of the time storm. Well, we weren't, I said, until it hit us without warning one day. I was up in a northern wild area of a state called Minnesota in the north-central part of this continent. I picked up my own history from the moment when I thought I was having a second heart attack and proceeded to tell it. I had thought it was something I could cover in an hour or so, but I had badly underestimated what there was to tell, and I had come nowhere near beginning to estimate how many things Obsidian would need explained. We began with the matter of my heart attack, which took some 30 minutes or so of explanation by itself, and went on from there, frequently dropping into what must have sounded like a vaudeville act, built around the idea of two blind men meeting in the middle of the Sahara Desert at midnight. But there's no evidence of any damage to your heart now. There isn't? You mean you don't know there isn't? And so on, far into the night. After a little while, Ellen sensibly got up and left us to bring Porniarsk out to join us and to call Doc to let the rest of the community know what was going on. Within a few hours, Obsidian and I had a quiet, attentive audience seated in a semicircle around us and consisting of everyone able to get from the town up to the landing area. The talk went on for 4 days. Obsidian had clearly come with the intention of getting information, but giving little or none himself. But it proved impossible for us to communicate unless he explained something of his own time and civilization. He and I had nothing in common but the language his people had deduced from the first weeks of recording, and then taught him to speak accentlessly, and by the end of the first hour we were both realizing how inadequate this was by itself. The words alone meant little without their connotative referents, and his connotative referents and mine were separated by thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of years. It was a curious sensation to hear a sentence made up of nothing but the old familiar sounds, and at the same time realize that I had not the slightest idea of what Obsidian meant as he uttered them. Luckily, he was an intelligent person, and above and beyond this, he had a sense of humor. Otherwise, the talks would have broken down out of sheer exasperation on the parts of each of us. But he was bright enough and sensible enough to adapt, in spite of the consensus he had been sent out with, that he should listen but not talk. By the end of the third day, he was telling us as much about his people as we were telling him about us, and from that point on the information exchange began to work to a point at least. By this time, we were once more talking privately, but with a tape recorder powered by a stepped-down automobile battery that had been charged by Bill's windmill generator. The tapes were duplicated and made available to the rest of the community. To hit the high points of the information they gathered, Obsidian and his associates here on Earth numbered under 1,000 of individuals belonging to a race of latter-day humans that were primarily scattered very thinly indeed across the habitable worlds of this galaxy. These humans did not think of themselves, however, so much as members of a race, but as members of a larger community, including representatives of some millions of other civilized races with whom they intermixed. Individuals of these other races were also thinly spread across the same habitable worlds, and some of them, as well as some of the humans, were to be found as well in other galaxies or elsewhere in the universe, although when this happened it was because of special circumstances Obsidian had not yet explained. The reason for all these individuals being scattered so widely was apparently that A, the time storm had cut populations on inhabited worlds to the point where there were several habitable worlds for each individual of intelligence, and B, apparently there were means of traveling not merely faster than light, but many times faster than light, so that even visiting other galaxies was not impossible. Obsidian shied away from my questions when I tried to find out more about this means of travel. Evidently, faster than light did not describe it directly in his terms, and he was clearly unsure of his ability to explain it to me at our present level of communication. We had encountered a number of such points of non-communication. The main problem was the complete dissimilarity of our referents, so that often we found ourselves talking at cross purposes. Some cultural differences only emerged more or less by accident. For example, it turned out that Obsidian was not his name, not at least in the way we think of names. In the way we used that word, he had no specific name. This was because he had a certain unique identity, structure, or value. There was no way to express it properly in our terms, which was recognized as him by his fellow humans and other race individuals who had met him and experienced this unique identity of his. For reference purposes, in the case of those who had never met him, he was referred to by a code word or symbol that essentially told where he had been born and what he had been doing since. But this was never used except for that sort of reference. For ordinary communicative purposes, he had a number of nicknames was not the right word for them, but it is the closest I can come, depending on how the individual referring to him associated him. The most common of these nicknames, the one he favored himself, and the one generally in use here among his fellows on earth, was a name that compared him to the mineral we called obsidian. And since it had been established during the month or so they had been recording our speech that we would recognize that word, he had identified himself with it when he first met Ellen and me. It was not just an arbitrary difference from us, this matter of names, it seemed. It was something much more important than that. The whole name business had to do with the different way he and his community of humans and non-humans thought and worked. And until I could understand why they did their naming that way, a vital chunk of their culture would remain a mystery to me. Accordingly, I struggled to understand and to make him explain himself so that I could understand. The name business had something to do with identity in that word's most basic sense, which was tied to occupation among them much more than it would be with us, which was, in turn, tied to a different sort of balance between individual and group responsibilities, which was all somehow connected with the fact that they had not approached us the moment we had appeared here, but had hid and studied us instead. It had not been because they were in any way afraid of us. Fear seemed to have a more academic quality to Obsidian than it did to me. They had been obligated to be able to communicate with us before they could appear. Consequently, they had stayed out of sight of Doc in the plane, which was apparently not as hard as it might seem, since they used structures much less than we did. In fact, our buildings were almost a little forbidding to Obsidian, which was why he had refused my invitation to come inside the summer palace. Apparently, he was about as attracted to the interior of the summer palace as I might have been to the idea of a neighborly crawl through the tunnels and dens of a human-sized mole. Obsidian's people built observatories and such, but these were generally constructed without walls or roof. Apparently, they did not need as much protection from the weather as we needed. When I asked about this, Obsidian demonstrated how he could envelop himself in a sort of cushion of invisible warmth, apparently just by wanting to do it, although he insisted that the heat was generated by mechanical, not mental means. Beyond this, it was obvious to me, early in our discussions, that he had a far greater tolerance for temperature extremes and the discomfort of his physical surroundings than I did. In spite of the chilliness of the spring mornings or the heat of the afternoon, he showed the same indifference to the temperature and wore the same kilt, no more, no less. It was not until the third day that I discovered he was only wearing that out of courtesy to us, it having been established by them that we had some kind of clothing taboos. It was about the third day also that a great many other things began to make sense. Surprisingly, my ability to communicate improved much more swiftly than did his, so much so, in fact, that he commented on it with unconcealed awe. The awe was almost more unsettling to me than the other mysteries about him. It gave me an uneasy feeling mentally to think that these people of the far future might not be so superior to us after all, that they might, in fact, be inferior in some ways. Obsidian and I worried over the communication discrepancy together, and finally concluded that, paradoxically, Obsidian was in a sense being inhibited by the fine command of the spoken language he had exhibited the first time he appeared. It emerged that his group was not used to translating concepts. Sounds and symbols, yes. These varied from race to race, among them in infinite variety, but just as they could agree on the unique identity of any single individual, they were apparently able to agree on the perfect value of any concept, so that translation in that sense was never necessary. When we first appeared, they had set up recording devices to pick up every sound made in our community and channel these into a computer-like device which had sorted them out and deduced the rules and vocabulary of our language with the observed or implied denotative values of each sound. With this done, they had pumped the information into the head of Obsidian and set him to talk to us, confident that he could now communicate. Only he had run into trouble. The sounds he used turned out to have had meanings over and above what the language computer had deduced. In short, Obsidian and his fellows were in the uncomfortable position of people who have grown up with a single set of concepts, thinking there was no other, and who had then run into an entirely different set, ours. They were like the person who grows to adulthood before he discovers that there are other languages than the one he knows, and then has to struggle emotionally with the concept that anybody else can prefer some outlandish sound to what he knows in his heart of hearts is the only real sound for a thought or thing. Because of this, his plans had gone awry. It had been planned that he would drop in on us, pump us dry of all other relevant data on us, feed that also into the computer, and come up with patterns of us in all departments from which it could be figured how to adjust us to the culture of their time, if this was possible. Instead, here he was, floundering at absorbing my patterns while I was picking up his hand over fist. Well, not exactly hand over fist. His patterns, unlike ours, were all logical and logically interrelated, which gave me a great advantage. But there were also abilities and concepts in his area that he took for granted, and I could not get him to talk about because I had no way of describing what I was after. It was not until the fourth day that I finally achieved a breakthrough in that respect, And it happened for a strange reason. That mind of mine, which could never leave a problem alone, but must keep worrying at it, chewing it over until either mind or problem cracked wide open, had been at work on the two enigmatic conversations I'd had with Marie just before she left, and Ellen the day that Obsidian had appeared. I still can make no sense of what they said. For all my efforts to understand, my comprehension slid off the memories of their words to me, as if both had been encased in glass. At the same time, I had a reason to keep working at them now. There was something in me which I evidently could not see, as I could not see my own eyeballs except in a mirror or the back of my head. There must be something in me, I thought, like a dark area, a shadow cast by the sensing mechanism itself that was keeping me from the closeness I wanted to have with other people, and of all people, Ellen. I had been trying all sorts of approaches to the problem, trying to find some way of sneaking up on the unseeable, so to speak, and it occurred to me suddenly, as I was talking to Obsidian, that there might be a similarity between this problem and my problem of communication with him. I had tried evoking the golden light as a means of reaching an understanding of Ellen, but I had found that when I tried to reach for the feeling of unity with all things, for that reason it was as it had been in the plain after leaving Paula's camp. I could not evoke the state of unity. It came to me now that it would do no harm to try for it once more in the case of Obsidian and his people, where the emotional roots concerned did not go so deeply into the dark of my own soul. So I tried. It helped that I had grown to like Obsidian in the last few intense days of talking. I thought I could almost grasp what he described as that unique identity element by which all other beings of his time recognized him. So I picked a moment when he was trying to explain to me what among them took the place of family structure as we in our community knew it. I watched him as he talked, seated cross-legged on the ground. His face was animated, and his hands wove patterns in the air. He had the attribute of seeming to be alive with energy, even while he was obviously without tension and relaxed. It was an ability I'd seen before in casual encounters with professional athletes in top condition. I was hardly listening to what he said. That is, my mind was making automatic note of it, but I was comfortably aware of the fact that the tape recorder was catching his words, and I would be able to review them again this evening in the quiet of the Summer Palace Library. Most of my attention was concentrated on him as a complete entity, a sound-making, limb-moving individual, extending energy to me in the form of sound and gesture. I squinted mentally to focus in on him in this sense, and when I had him in focus, slid on top of his image before me the emotional, intellectual gestalt that was my friend Obsidian as I knew him. The two melted together, and as they did, I was able, for the first time, to take a step back from him and the present moment. I kept my point of view at that distance and slowly let the rest of the day soak into me. We sat just outside the Summer Palace, and I had my back to it, so that I looked past Obsidian, across the open stretch of the landing area, and out over the descending slope of the trees to the town below and the tall grass marching in all directions to the horizon. It was, for once, a perfectly clear day. There was not a cloud in sight, but a small, cool wind was wandering back and forth across the mountainside where we sat. I saw the treetops moving to it and felt the intermittent light touch of it on my face and hands, canceling out now and again the warmth of the steady afternoon sunlight. It was too early for insects, but down on the wooded slope below me a cloud of specks that were small birds burst up unexpectedly as I watched, to swarm dark against the far bright sky for a moment like a cloud of gnats, and then settled back down out of sight into the dark mass of the leaves below them again. High up, another single speck swam against the cloudless sky. A hawk? My vision went out to the horizon and beyond. Slowly I became conscious of a rhythm that was the beating of my own heart, and at the same time the breathing of the world. Once again the golden light began to grow around me, and once more I felt myself touching all things in earth, sky, and water, from pole to pole. I was touching all things, and I reached out to touch Obsidian. I looked at him without moving my eyes, and saw him in full dimension for the first time. For he was a part of the universe, as all these other things were a part of it, and that was what was at the core of his community's difference from ours. They were aware of the universe of which they were a part, while we thought of ourselves as disparate and isolated from it. That was why Obsidian's identity was unchangeable and instantly recognized by his fellows. It was because the dimensions of that identity were measured by the universe surrounding him, in which he was embedded and of which he was a working part. All at once the gestalt formed, and I understood without words, without symbols, the different fixed place he and all other thinking minds of his period had in this, their own time and place. I had produced the golden light again, and it had helped me find what I had been seeking. I sat just feeling it for a moment, then let it go. The light faded. I came back into my ordinary body and smiled at Obsidian. But he did not smile back. He had stopped talking, and he was staring at me with a startled expression. "Obsidian," I began, about to tell him what I now understood. He vanished. Chapter 33. Once again he did not come back for a while. He was missing all the rest of that day and through the next 2 days. Under the conditions applying up until 5 minutes before he left, I would have worried that I had somehow damaged the relationship building between the two of us and between our people and his interstellar community. Following the moment of light and my sudden access to understanding, I was sure this was not the case, and I tried to reassure the other members of our group who were inclined to worry about his non-appearance. "It's not explainable in our words," I told Ellen, Bill, Doc, Porniarsk, and about 5 others of the community who had been emerging as leaders during the past few weeks. We were all sitting around the fireplace in the library on the second evening, with the windows open to the courtyard and the night sky outside. But I'm sure I didn't step on his toes in any way. I can't tell you how I know it, but I know it. "Why did it take off, then?" Bill asked. "Can't you give us some idea, Mark?" He recognized what I was doing. This universe association trick I've told you about. I've explained that the best I can, and I won't try to explain it any more now. You'll have to learn how to do it yourself if you really want to understand. "You'd better start giving us lessons, then," said Doc. They all laughed. "I will," I said. "Seriously, I will, when we've got the time." "Go on, Mark," said Bill. "Finish what you were saying. He knew what you were doing, and that's what disturbed him?" "Not exactly disturbed, I'd say," I told them. "He was just surprised. He's gone back to check with his friends. The way they are, the way I now know they are, that sort of checking's a responsibility on his part." "So that's why you're sure he'll be back?" Bill asked. "Isn't that what I've been saying?" "Porniarsk," said Bill, turning to him, "can't you help explain any of this? You're from a more advanced race than we are."
"By comparison with Obsidian and his associates," said Porniarsk, "I'm essentially of the same primitiveness as the rest of you. Also, you'll remember I'm only an avatar. I've no creativity, and no imagination beyond what I acquired when I was produced in the image of Bornearsk. I'm not equipped to speculate or interpret."
"Well," said Bill, "anyway, we've all got plenty of work to do while we're waiting for him to come back. Mark, you'll speak to him as soon as you can about whether we can count on them for supplies or assistance in case we need it."
"Yes," I said. "I can talk to him about that as soon as he comes back.
I was afraid earlier that I couldn't explain what we wanted without muddying up the idea we intend to be independent here. We still do want to be independent and self-supporting, don't we?" I looked around the room. I did not really need the murmurs of agreement from all of them. I only wanted to remind them we were all together in that one point.
"If it's only a station they've got here," said Leland Maurer, a thin black man in his mid-20s who was an architect and our construction and mechanical engineering expert. "My feeling's that this world is ours by right of settlement anyway, not theirs. We don't want to start off owing any piece of it to someone else."
That comment ended the business of the evening. We sat back to drink coffee and compare notes on how things were going with our individual work projects to get ready for winter. And after about an hour of this, most of us were ready to fold for the night. The next day, Obsidian had still not come back. That morning happened to be the half-day a week we had begun to take off as a rest period, following the good effect of our one-day holiday after the first windmill generator had been put into operation. We had found that there was a limit to the efficiency involved in working 7 days a week. After several weeks of unbroken work, we ended up going through the motions of our labors, but getting less done in total than if we had taken a break and started in fresh again. Accordingly, that morning I could stay home with a clear conscience instead of lending my strength to one of the work jobs down in the town. Ellen was also home and busy doing something with her clothes in one part of the summer palace. I took advantage of the chance to dig once more into the books I'd been neglecting lately, but they did not seem to hold my attention after all. The urge had been growing in me to try for the golden light state again, and once more to try to reach toward Ellen as I had reached toward Obsidian. I was encouraged in this by my success with Obsidian, and also by the fact I began to believe I was, at last, zeroing in on my inner search. The outer search had always been the time storm, but the inner search, I now began to suspect, went back to my relationship with Swanee and my mother. I put the book I was holding aside and looked out into the courtyard, feeling once more for a unity with the universe. It did not come easily this time. It was almost as if it knew why I wanted it and was reluctant to help me in that direction. But slowly, as the minutes went by, first the room and then the courtyard and the sky I looked out on took on greater values of reality, as if I was seeing them with a dimension added, a greater depth, a beyondness, in addition to the ordinary height, depth, and width of normal vision. My body slowed its breathing and its heartbeat and began to blend with the movements of the planet. The light changed, the gold moved in, and once more I had it. I held where I was for some little time, perhaps as much as 10 or 20 minutes, although in that state of concentration time seemed almost suspended, to make sure that my hold on the state I had evoked was firm. Then I reached out to feel Ellen elsewhere in the palace. My touch went out like a wave, spreading up on a sloping beach. I reached her, felt her there lightly, and started to unfold her, and something far out in myself jerked back, so that the wave of my feeling was sucked away again abruptly, and my touch against her was lost. All at once the golden light was gone, and the unity was destroyed. I was alone and isolated in my armchair in the room, looking out through the glass window panes at a world I could no longer feel. I sat there dulled and numbed by my failure. But after a few moments, a miracle happened. Because the door opened, Ellen walked in, bent over the chair, and kissed me. Then, without a word, she turned and went back toward the door. "Why?" I managed to croak as she opened it. She looked back and smiled. "I just felt like it," she said. She went out, closing the door behind her. I sat there with my heart rising like a rocket, because now I knew. I had not succeeded in fully touching her, but I knew that I was going in the right direction now, because she had felt me trying. If I lived, I would reach her eventually. Our half-day holiday ended with noon. I put on work clothes and left the summer palace to go down and help the people who were insulating and expanding our largest Quonset, so that it could become a combination dining hall, hospital, and living quarters for those of us who might turn out to be too young, too old, or too feeble to live out the winter cold in the other, flimsier buildings of the town. I had just shut the door of the summer palace behind me when Obsidian appeared in front of me. "Can we talk?" he said. "Of course," I said. He came first before any rough carpentry of which I was capable. "We've come to an important decision, my colleagues and I," he said. "You remember I told you our original plan was to gather enough information on you so that we'd know how to educate you into adjustment with civilization, at least educate you enough so that you could stay with us here?" "I remember," I said. "I'm afraid I didn't tell you everything," he said. "There was an alternative I didn't mention. If it turned out you people couldn't be adjusted to a civilized pattern, we were intending to send you back to your own time, the time you left to come here." "No, you didn't tell me that," I said. "But you didn't have to. We primitives can think of those sorts of alternatives without being prompted, you know." "Yes, well—" Obsidian looked uncomfortable. "As it happens, you've turned out to be, in some ways, more than we guessed. In fact, more than we bargained for. In particular, you're different yourself from anything we imagined. So now we've come up with a third alternative. But for this, we're going to need your agreement." "Oh?" I said. He did not answer immediately, so I prompted him. "Agreement to what?" "To an alternative that ties into this desire of yours to get into the work of controlling what you call the time storm. Logically, it's unthinkable to expect someone from as far back in the past as you are to be capable of learning to do a kind of work that's done only by unusual, highly qualified individuals in our time. But because of certain anomalies about you, we'd like to test your aptitude for such work." "Fine," I said. And for the second time that day, my heart went up like a rocket. "You understand," Obsidian said, "this testing in no way changes the fact that by no stretch of the imagination could we expect you to actually be able to work in the temporal area. It's simply a means of supplying us with data by which we can decide best what to do with all your group here." "All right," I said. "Are you sure you understand? Our interest in whether you have any ability for temporal work is only academic." "I hear you," I said, but my heart was still high inside me. Explain it any way he might, Obsidian could not hide from me the fact that in offering me such tests, they were letting me come one step closer to the goal I had been working toward. "Well then," said Obsidian, "even if you're willing, there's a further question. Ordinarily, there'd be no need for you to leave your area here. but in this particular case some special conditions are involved, so that to be tested you have to be willing to go some distance across the galaxy. Now, if you want time to consider this—" "Thanks, it's not necessary. I'll be happy to go wherever being tested requires." He gazed across the jeep at me for a full second. "Are you sure you understand?" "I think so," I said. "You want to know if I'm willing to be tested for abilities in time-storm fighting?" "I am." "You also want to know if I'm agreeable to going a large chunk of light years to wherever I have to go to be tested?" "I am." "You understand this means travel between the stars through space?" "Well, I gathered that," I said, but he did not echo my grin. "I'm a little surprised," he said. "I understood from what you told me that you'd never been off this one world in your life." "That's right." "But you're willing to go without thinking it over, without talking it over with the rest of your people?" "I'll check with them, of course," I said. "But they've been getting along without my immediate help while I've been talking to you. They ought to be able to get along without me a bit longer." "How long would I be gone?" "In terms of time here, not more than a couple of your weeks, probably considerably less. It may be a single, simple test will give us an answer once you've reached your destination. It's possible we might have to test further, but probably not more than a day or two." "I see," I said. "The more ability I show, the more you'll go on testing?" "Essentially. But, Mark," said Obsidian, "if you've got hopes of our test finding you to have very great ability in that area, I wish you'd temper those hopes. Believe me—" "I believe," I said. "I'm also willing to go. We're agreed?" "Yes," he said slowly. "Good. The thing you have to understand about me, friend Obsidian," I said, "is that I'll do whatever I decide is best. I'm not going to leave the other people here in a bind because I didn't bother to check. I'll check first. But I said I want to go, and I'm going." "Forgive me," he said. "There's nothing to forgive," I said. "It's just that this isn't a matter of group discussion. This is me saying what I choose to do." "All right," he said, "but it's not quite what I'm used to. You understand that? We have—" "I know," I said. "You people have got a pattern of responsibility. So have I. And I won't violate my pattern any more than you'd violate yours. But I tell you, Obsidian, I want to go where your people will test me. The fact it's cross space doesn't matter, because I'd go cross-universe as quickly as I'd go around this jeep to get that done." I had gotten a little warm on the subject, and I was braced to have him react with equal emotion. Instead, he only looked at me a long, questioning look. Then he nodded. "This means more to you than we'd thought," he said. I stared back at him. Something other than the golden light was moving me now, a surge of feeling that was more like a tide, a running tide, carrying me irresistibly forward. "You don't understand at all," I said. "Do you?" "No." He shook his head. "All right," I told him. "See if it has meaning for you this way. I don't know who my remote ancestors were, but what moves me as far as the time storm goes must go as far back as they do. There's something in me that's certain about one thing, that anything can kill me, but until I'm killed, I'm what lives, and as long as I live, I'll fight. Come and get me out to face my special enemy, whoever that is, and while I can still move, I'll stay after it. When I'm finally done for, I'll still be happy, because I wasn't deprived of my chance to do something. All I want is that chance. Nothing else matters. And here you come asking me if the fact I have to cross some space to be tested might make me decide against going. I had really moved off the high end of the emotional scale this time, but I saw now that at last I had gotten through to him. I do not think even then that he understood what I was talking about, but he had registered the charge of the emotion that had ridden on top of my words. "How much time do you need before you'll be ready to go?" he said. 2-3 hours, say. "Good. One more thing. We'd like, since we're moving you this distance, to take advantage of the opportunity to do some testing of the Avatar as well. Do you think he'd be willing to come? He's had experience in cross-space travel, I understand." "He has," I said. "I'll ask him. I think he'll want to come." "Then I'll be back in 3 of your hours." He vanished. I turned back into the summer palace and went to find Porniarsk. It had not occurred to me until now to wonder what had been occupying him since we had arrived at our destination here in the future, and it struck me suddenly now that he had been busy in the lab all that time. But at what? I wondered. When I arrived, I found him working with the vision tank, and I asked him that question. "I've been doing some charting," he said, waving a stubby tentacle at the tank. "I thought perhaps if I could establish specifically what the inconsistencies were that we noted, I might be able to evolve a picture of what's happening with the time storm at this future moment." "What did you find out?" "I discovered that, except for certain areas where the force lines of the storm still seem to be breeding, the universe in general has been brought pretty much into the same sort of temporary dynamic balance that we achieved around this planet back in our earlier time." "What about the breeding areas?" I asked. "That's interesting, very interesting," he said. "The force lines seem to be both breeding and healing, both increasing and decreasing in these areas. By the way, the areas I'm talking about are all out in the midsections of the galaxies. There's none of them down in the very center of a galaxy, in what might be called the dead core area." "Dead core?" "I thought you knew." He glanced at me. "The center of most galaxies, like this one, is an area of very old stars immersed in a dust cloud." "Where's the closest activity to this solar system?" "The blue-white supergiant star," said Porniarsk, "that you call Rigel, seems to be one of the near loci. But the main activity close to us is centered on the star you call S Doradus in the Lesser Magellanic Cloud outside this galaxy, about 140,000 light years from us here." "S Doradus is a big hot star, too, isn't it?" I said. "Like Rigel, one of the brightest." "Sounds like a large, bright star is necessary. Can you tell why?" "No," said Porniarsk. "All I know is that the lines of time storm activity in the area in question seem to center on S Doradus, and then there's the matter that S Doradus has stopped radiating." "Stopped what?" "It's no longer radiating. It's gone dark," Porniarsk said. "I mean by that if you were in the immediate neighborhood of that star, it would no longer appear to be radiating. From our distance here, of course, it still seems to be shining, since we're getting light that left it thousands of years ago." My head began to spin. The distances, the star sizes, and the rest of the information involved was on such a scale that my imagination struggled to get a grip on it. "I've got a message for you," I said, to shift the topic of conversation. I told him about Obsidian taking me to be tested, and his question as to whether Porniarsk would be willing to go also.
"Of course," said Porniarsk. "I'd be very interested to see how they do such testing."
Chapter 34. 3 hours turned out to be less time than I thought in which to get hold of Ellen and the other leaders, explain what Porniarsk and I were going to be doing, and pack a suitcase. When Obsidian reappeared outside the summer palace at the landing area, he found about 40 people, all who could possibly get up there to see Porniarsk and myself off. But it was not at the others he stared, or even at Porniarsk and I, but at the suitcase at my feet.
"Can I ask?" he began.
"My bag," I said. I guessed what was puzzling him. "Personal necessaries. Remember, I wear clothes, shave every morning, and things like that."
"Oh,"
he said. I had discovered by the end of our first day of acquaintance that the humans of his time had no body hair to speak of.
"Of course."
Following this conversation, there was a great deal of kissing and handshaking all around. In fact, our community nowadays was more like one large family than anything else. I almost spoiled the occasion by laughing out loud at the spectacle of Porniarsk solemnly promising people that he would be careful and take good care of himself. It was rather like a battleship assuring everyone that it would keep a wary eye out for sharks and take care not to get bitten. But even the saying of goodbyes had to run down finally. "We're all set," I told Obsidian.
"All right," he said. "Then if you'll just stand close to me here."
Porniarsk and I moved in until we were almost nose to nose with him, leaving a ring of unoccupied ground about 10 feet wide around us. All at once we were standing elsewhere, in a little open space between the trunks of massive elms, spaced about 30 feet apart. We stood on something that looked like a linoleum rug, but felt underfoot like deep carpeting, a solid dark green in color. About us were some walls at odd angles, several large puff-type cushions ranging up to a size that would have made a comfortable queen-sized bed, and several of what looked like control panels on stands apparently connected to nothing. I looked around. "This is your living area and working quarters?" I asked Obsidian.
"Yes," he said. "I think you'll find it comfortable for the three of us. I can arrange the walls so that you can have separate rooms for privacy if you like."
"Don't bother," I said. "I assume we won't be here long in any case, will we?"
"About the equivalent of 5 days of local time."
"5 days?" I said. "I thought we'd be leaving for wherever it is in a matter of hours, if not minutes."
"Oh, we've already left," he said.
He waved his hand, and something like a picture window appeared between us and the trees to our left. The view in the picture window, however, was a view of black space, bright pinprick stars as thick as pebbles on a beach, and a blue and white earth globe nearly filling the lower right-hand corner of the view. I stared at the earth globe and confirmed my first impression that it was visibly shrinking in size as I watched. "I thought you said this was your working and living area."
"It is."
"It's a spaceship, too?"
Obsidian waved a hand. "I suppose you could call it that," he said. "Actually, it's more accurate to say it's simply living quarters. The process of traveling between the stars isn't much more cumbersome if we bring it along, however, and it's a lot more comfortable if we do so." I turned about in a circle on my heel. "The trees and all," I said. "That's just an illusion?" "Out here, yes," Obsidian said. "Back when we first arrived, of course, you were looking at the actual surrounding forest."
"When did we take off?"
"As soon as we arrived. But to call it a take-off—"
"I know," I said. "Doesn't exactly describe what happened. Never mind. I'm not really interested in the mechanics of it right now." All right, then, if we really are going to be here for 5 days, I believe I'd appreciate a room of my own, after all. And I'd imagine Porniarsk would, too.
It makes no difference to me, said Porniarsk, but I am interested in the mechanics of your space flight. Can I examine those control panels?
By all means, said Obsidian. If you like, I'll explain them to you. They're for work back on the planet we just left, actually. Our trip will be handled automatically.
I'm interested in all things, said Porniarsk. This is the effective result of being the avatar of an individual, Porniarsk, who has always been interested in all things. He checked himself. I should probably say was interested in all things.
Do you miss him? Obsidian asked. This individual of whom you were an avatar?
Yes, said Porniarsk. In a sense I do. It's a little like realizing that part of myself is gone, or that I had a twin I now know I'll never see again.
The tone of his voice was perfectly calm and ordinary, but suddenly I found myself looking at him closely. I had never stopped to think of Porniarsk as having emotions, or stopped to consider what he might have lost in a personal sense by going forward in time with us. I should have asked you if you wanted to come with us, I said.
If you had, I'd have answered yes, said Porniarsk. The process of discovery and learning is what I was constructed for.
Yes, I said. I was suddenly very tired, with an almost stupefying feeling of fatigue. Part of it, undoubtedly, was the work schedule we had been keeping in the community these last few weeks, but the greater part was something more psychological and psychic than physical. In spite of Obsidian's insistence that the testing I was about to take was that and no more, I was, at last, certain that I had reached the last arena, the moment of final confrontation. I was like someone who had trained physically for months and years for one battle. I felt loose, light, and ready, but drained and empty inside, hollow of all but the inevitability of the conflict toward which I was now marching inexorably. Not even enthusiasm was left, only a massive and silent acceptance of what would be. I think, I said to Obsidian, I'd like that private room now, if you don't mind. I think I'd like to get some sleep.
To be sure,
he said. Suddenly the white walls were around me. I had not moved, but now I was enclosed, alone with the picture window or screen, showing the innumerable stars and the shrinking earth. I turned to the largest of the cushions and fell on it. For a second, the lighting was still daylight strong. But just before I closed my eyes, it dimmed to non-existence, and the space in which I now rested was lit only by the star glow from the window. I slept. When I woke, the stars in the picture window were different, not merely a little different. They bore no relationship to anything I'd ever seen in the skies of Earth. Puzzled, I lay there looking at them, while gradually I came to full alertness, and either automatically or in response to some way of sensing my urge for better visibility, the lighting in the room slowly increased back to the level of sunlight. I got up, explored, and found a doorway that let me into a bathroom, which was too good a replica of what I was familiar with to be anything but a construct created expressly for me by Obsidian. Still, I was grateful for the fact that it looked so familiar. Part of my waking up had always been a morning routine involving a sharp razor blade, soap, and a good deal of hot water. This out of the way, I left my private quarters and found Obsidian sleeping quietly on one of the larger cushions of the main area. Porniarsk busy doing incomprehensible things with one of the control consoles.
"Good morning, Mark,"
he said, turning to look at me as I came up. "Morning, if that's what it is." I lowered my voice, glancing at Obsidian. "Sorry, I forgot about him sleeping there."
"I don't think you need worry,"
said Porniarsk, at ordinary conversational volume. "I don't believe he hears any noise he doesn't want to hear until he wakes at the time he wants to wake." I looked at Obsidian curiously. "Good trick," I said. "What's the breakfast situation?" "There's food of various kinds in a room there," said Porniarsk, pointing a tentacle at a doorway in one of the walls that had been there when we arrived. I went to look and found he was right. It was a pleasant small room, apparently surrounded completely by the illusion of the forest in forenoon sunlight. There were chairs, my style, and a table, my style, and a piece of furniture that looked like a heavy, old-fashioned wooden wardrobe. When I opened the doors of this last piece of furniture, however, I found it filled with shelves, full of all kinds of fresh, earthly fruits and vegetables. There were fruit juices in transparent vessels, milk, and a pitcher of black liquid that turned out to be hot coffee, although what was keeping its temperature up was a mystery. There were no meat or eggs, and although I looked around carefully, I could not find a stove or any means of cooking any of the other foodstuffs. Well, at least the coffee was hot. I found a small empty vessel to pour it into and settle down to eat. It was an interesting meal. There were no shocks but some surprises. For one thing, the already sliced loaf of bread I discovered turned out to be hot. Not toasted, hot like the coffee. The glass of what I had assumed was orange juice turned out to be slightly fizzy, as if it had been carbonated. There was no sugar, and the honey tasted as if it had been spiked with vodka. I finished up and went back into the other room. Obsidian was still asleep, and Porniarsk was still at work. "Have you eaten?" I asked Porniarsk. I knew he did eat, although Porniarsk and nutrition was something of a puzzle. Apparently he could go for weeks at a time without food. He had told me once that his bodily fueling system was almost as much a mystery to him as it was to the rest of us, since that was an area of information in which Porniarsk, the original Porniarsk, had no interest whatsoever. Apparently our Porniarsk, at least, had some way of getting a great deal more energy out of the sustenance he took in than we humans did. I had played with the picture of a small stainless steel fission engine under the thick armor plating of his body, although he had assured us he was pure animal protein in all respects. "No," he said now, "there's no need. I'm greatly interested in this equipment." "It looks like we built up quite a velocity while I was asleep," I said. "Where are we now?" "That's the fascination of this," he said, nodding heavily at the control console. "Apparently, as Obsidian said, our trip's completely under automatic control, but this control, since he showed me how to operate it, has been furnishing me with information on our movements as we make them. Right now, we're something like 3 million years in the past, and consequently far displaced from your solar system." "Displaced?" I said. But even as I said it, even as he began to explain, my mind was jumping ahead to that explanation. "Why, yes, Obsidian and his community," said Porniarsk, "have evidently done a superb job of, first, balancing the large areas of time forces, and second, an equally excellent job of charting specific force lines in between the balanced areas. In fact, I'm inclined to think that the process of balancing was designed to leave just the network of working force lines that remain. The result has been that, although they can't actually cross space at more than light speeds, by using the force lines, they can jump distances equivalent to some hundreds or even thousands of light years and arrive at their destination in a matter of hours or even days. Watch the present stellar arrangement." He touched the console in front of him with a tentacle tip. Another picture window appeared, showing the starscape beyond. My memory for patterns now was too good to be deceived. This was a different view again of the galaxy than the one I'd seen in the other room on waking up.
We should be coming up on another transfer momentarily, said Porniarsk. There.
The star view abruptly changed without jar, without sound, and so instantaneously that I did not even have the sensation of having blinked at the scene.
We've gone down the ladder in time in order to make large shifts through space, said Porniarsk. In the smaller node of forces on Earth, the time jumps were also much smaller and the physical displacement was minor. Here, of course, when we take a large step forward or backward in time, the surrounding stars and other solid bodies move around us. What's that phrase I once learned from Marie about Muhammad not being able to go to the mountain, therefore the mountain must come to him? Obsidian's people have learned to use the time storm to bring their mountains to them, instead of themselves making the journey to the mountains.
He glanced at me. Porniarsk could not be said to have the most readable facial and body expressions in the universe, but I knew that hang of his tentacles well enough by now to tell when he was being apologetic.
I mean, of course, he said, to refer to the stars and other solid bodies of the universe as mountains.
I guessed you did,
I said. I'm afraid I'm sometimes a little pedantic, he said. So was Porniarsk himself, of course. It's a failing that often goes with an inquiring mind.
Don't let it bother you where I'm concerned, I said. One of my worst habits is telling other people what the situation is at great length.
That's true, of course,
he answered, with gentle unconcern for my feelings.
Nonetheless, two wrongs do not. I believe our host is waking up.
He had creaked his head to one side as he spoke, to gaze at Obsidian, who now opened his eyes and sat up cross-legged on his cushion, all in one motion, apparently fully alert in the flicker of an eyelash.
"Are you rested, Mark?" he asked. "I finally had to take a nap myself. Apparently Porniarsk needs very little sleep."
"Damn little,"
I said. "We'll have a little more than 4 days more before we reach our destination," said Obsidian. "I'm looking forward to doing a lot more talking with you, Mark. I gather you've already come to a better understanding of the present time."
"I think so," I said. "Tell me if I'm wrong, but as I see it, all the intelligent races in the galaxy have joined together to fight for survival. Animate organisms against the inanimate forces that otherwise might kill you all off."
"That's a lot of it," Obsidian said. "We're concerned with survival first, because if life doesn't survive, everything else becomes academic. So the first job is to control the environment right enough. But beyond survival, we're primarily interested in growth, in where life goes from here."
"All right, but—" I checked myself. "Wait a minute. I ought to give you a chance to get all the way awake before I tie you up in a discussion like this."
"But I am awake," said Obsidian, frowning a little.
"Oh, all right," I said. "In that case, suppose you start filling me in on the history of everything. How did this brotherhood of civilized entities start? What got it going?"
"As a matter of fact," he answered, "what began the getting together of races that later became the present civilized community was what you call— excuse me, I'll just use your word for it from now on— the time storm itself."
This was paradoxical, because it was the time storm that threatened the survival of all life, and here it made real civilization possible. With that, he was under way with a flood of information almost before I had time to find myself a seat on a nearby cushion. In the next 4 days, while his house, so to speak, flitted through space from Time Force line to Time Force line, and Porniarsk watched that process fascinatedly with the control console, Obsidian drew me a picture of some 40-odd thousand years of known history on the time scale of our galaxy, and an unknown amount of time before that in which life was nearly destroyed by the time storm, but in which the foundation of a universal community was discovered and erected. The process was instinctive enough, he said. We tried to adapt to an environment that included the time storm, and in the process learned to manipulate that environment, including the time storm, as far as we could. Right now, the time storm makes possible a number of things we couldn't have unless it existed. At the same time, by existing, it continues to threaten to kill us. So we're doing our best to control it. Note, we no longer want to wipe it out. We want to keep it, but under our domination. Like taming a tiger, I said, to be a watchdog. He frowned for a second, then his face cleared. Oh, he said, I see what you mean. Yes, we want to tame and use it. So do I said. He looked unhappy. I was hoping, he said, that you'd be beginning to appreciate the difference between someone of your time and people of the present. We'll be arriving shortly, in a matter of hours, in fact, and I thought that maybe with the chance we've had to talk on the way here, you'd be seeing the vast gulf between what you know and are and what anyone from the present would have to know and be. It's not that vast, I said. Now, wait a minute. He had opened his mouth ready to speak again. When I held up my hand, he closed it again, but not with a particularly comfortable look on his face. All right, look, I said. You've evolved a whole science, but anyone born into this time of yours can learn it in that person's lifetime. Isn't that so? Oh, of course, Obsidian said. I didn't mean to sound as if the hard knowledge itself was something more than you could learn. In fact, we've got techniques and equipment which could teach you what you need to know in a matter of days. But the point's that the knowledge by itself wouldn't be any use to you, because to use it requires the sort of understanding of the time storm that only growing up and being educated in the present can give you. What you're saying, I told him, is that aside from the intellectual knowledge that's necessary, I need the kind of understanding that comes from knowing a culture and a philosophy. And the cultural part is simply the same philosophy expressed on a non-symbolic level. So what it boils down to is understanding your basic philosophy. And you've just finished telling me that that's been shaped by contact over generations with the time storm. All right. I've had contact with the time storm. I've had some contact with you. And I tell you that your culture and your philosophy isn't that much different from what I've already understood myself, where the time storm forces are concerned. He shook his head. Mark, he said, you're aiming right at a disappointment. We'll see, I answered. Yes, he sighed. I'm very much afraid we will. Just as there had been no sensation of taking off when we had left Earth, so there was no sensation of landing when we got to our destination. Simply, without warning, Obsidian broke off something he was saying about the real elements of art existing fully in the concept of the piece of artwork alone, a point with which I was disagreeing because I could not conceive of art apart from its execution. What if the statue of Rodin's thinker could be translated into a string of symbolic marks? Would the intellectual appreciation of those marks begin to approach the pleasure of actually seeing, let alone feeling, the original statue with whatever microscopic incidentals of execution had resulted from the cuttings of the sculptor's tools and the textural characteristics of the original material? The idea was absurd, and it was not the only absurd idea that I'd heard from Obsidian, for all his personal likableness and intelligence during the last 5 days. At any rate, he broke off speaking suddenly and got to his feet in one limber movement from the cushion on which he had been seated cross-legged. "We're here," he said. I looked over at the picture window and still saw only a starscape in the picture window. Just one more, if, once again, different starscape, with only a single unusual element about it, which was a large, dark area just to the right and below the center of it. Porniarsk was also watching the window from his post near one of the control consoles, and he saw the direction of my attention. He trundled across the room and tapped with a tentacle at the screen surface over the dark area. "S. Doradus," he said. Obsidian turned his head a little sharply to look at the avatar. "Aren't we down on some planetary surface?" I asked Obsidian. "Oh, yes," he said. The starscape winked out to be replaced with a picture of a steep hillside littered with huge boulders. The sky was dark blue overhead, and what looked like beehives, colored a violent green and up to 20 or 30 feet in height, were growing amongst the rocks. The scene you were just looking at is of space seen from the vantage point of this landing spot. Haven't I mentioned that we nowadays have a tendency to surround ourselves with the type of scene that suits us at the moment, no matter where we are in a real sense? You like the Earth Forest scene yourself, then, Obsidian? Not primarily, he answered me, but I supposed you did. Thanks, I said. I felt gratitude and a touch of humbleness. I appreciate it. Not at all. May I introduce... He turned abruptly to face the several individuals who were now joining us from somewhere outside the illusion of the Earth Forest. There were only 4 of them, although my first impression when I saw them entering was that there were more. None of them wore anything resembling clothes or ornaments. In the lead was what I took to be a completely ordinary male human, until I saw there was a sort of bony ridge or crest about 3 inches deep at the nape of his neck, running from his spine at mid-back up to the back of his head and blending into his skull there. He was somewhat taller than Obsidian. Next was a motley-colored individual with patches of skin almost as light as my own, intermixed with other patches of rust red and milk chocolate darkness. This one was less obviously humanoid, but seemed plainly female, and of about Obsidian size. The third was something like a squid-crab hybrid, with the squid growing out of the back shell of the crab, and he or she, or, for that matter, it, entered the room floating on a sort of 3-foot-high pedestal. I would have guessed this third individual's weight at about 100 pounds or so earthside. The fourth was a jet-black, pipe-stem-limbed humanoid, about 3 feet tall, with a sour face and no more hair than Obsidian. I was secretly relieved to find that everybody with a generally human shape nowadays was not someone I had to get a stiff neck looking up to. As they all came into the room, its area expanded imperceptibly until we stood in the middle of a space perhaps 30 by 40 feet. The illusion of Earth Forest now only occupied a portion of the perimeter about us. In the remaining space were 4 other scenes ranging from a sort of swamp to a maroon sand desertscape with tall, whitish buttes sticking up dramatically out of the level plain below. I was so interested in watching all this that I almost missed the fact that Obsidian was trying to introduce us. Sunrise. This was the individual with the neck crest. Drager, the party-colored female. One of the children of life, the squid crab. And Angel, the sour-faced little black individual. It's a remarkable thing to be able to meet you, I told him. I'd like you to know I appreciate the chance. Compliments are unnecessary, said Drager in a somewhat rusty voice. I suppose we can call you Mark without offending you. Certainly, I said. You speak my language very well. It wouldn't have been practical to have you learn ours, Drager said. She seemed to be the speaker for the group. If you don't mind, we'll get on with the test. Would you give your attention to that panel just behind you?" I turned. The panel she was pointing at was about 3 feet high by 5 feet long, sitting on top of a box-like piece of equipment that had appeared with their entrance. As I looked, an elliptical pool of blackness seemed to flood out and cover the corner areas of the slab. I stepped close to it and found myself looking into, rather than at, the darkness, as if it had depth, and I was looking down into a 3-dimensional space. As I focused in, deeper into the darkness, I saw that it was alive, with shifting, moving fans of lights, something like the aurora borealis, with its successions of milky colors spreading out over the northern sky at night. These lights, I watched now, moved much faster than the northern lights I was used to, and their pattern was much more complex, but otherwise they were remarkably similar. They were similar to something else, too. I stared at them, unable to quite zero in on what they reminded me of. Then it burst on me. "Of course," I said, turning to Drager and the others. "Those are time-storm force-line patterns, extremely slowed, but still force-line patterns in action." The 4 of them looked at me. Then Drager turned to Obsidian. "Thank you, Obsidian," she said. She looked back at me. "Thank you, Mark." She turned around and began to lead the rest out. I stared after her and at the rest of them. "Wait a second," I said. "Mark," said Obsidian behind me. "Mark, I said you might be working yourself up for a disappointment." "Disappointment?" I said. "The hell with that. I said they're force-line patterns, and they are. Come on back here, Drager, the rest of you. You can't just walk out. You owe me an explanation if I want one. I've picked up enough about your time to know that." They slowed and stopped. For a moment they stood in a group, and I had the strong impression that a discussion was going on, although I could not hear a word or see a lip movement. Then they turned back into the room, Drager still leading, and came to face me again. "There is no explanation to give," Drager said. "We wish to test you for a sensitivity we feel is necessary if you and your group are to be allowed to stay in the present. Unfortunately, you don't seem to show that sensitivity." "And how do you figure that?" I said. "You showed me a pattern of time-storm forces in action. I told you what they were. Where's the indication of a lack of sensitivity on my part?" "Mark," said Drager, "I'm sorry to say that what you looked at was not what you said it was." "Not a pattern of force lines from the time storm?" "No, I'm sorry." Once more she turned to go, and the others shifted with her. "Damn it, come back here!" "Mark!" It was Porniarsk now, trying to interpose. "Porniarsk, stay out of this. You too, Obsidian. Drager, you others, turn around. Come back. I don't know what the idea is you're trying to lie to me like this, but it's not working. You think I don't know time-storm forces when I see them? Obsidian has been told what I've done and been through with Porniarsk here. You must know what I told him, or didn't you do your homework? If you do know what I told him, you know you can't get away with showing me a pattern of storm lines and claiming it's something else." The 4 stood facing each other in silence. After a second, Obsidian took 3 quick steps across the floor and joined them. They stood motionless and voiceless, facing each other for a long minute. Then they all turned to face me. "Mark," said Obsidian, "I assure you that was not a representation of lines of force from what you call the time storm. It was a projected pattern of conceptual rhythms common to all minds in our present-day culture. If you had shown a capability for responding to those rhythms, the pattern would have evoked some common images in your mind: water, gas, star, space, and so on. Apparently it didn't, so we have to conclude that you don't have the capability to respond in modern terms." That's all. You don't gain anything by this insisting that you were looking at a representation of temporal force lines. I see, I said, because suddenly I did. And suddenly I was so sure I was right that I went ahead without even bothering to check the words out in my head before I said them. In fact, I said, I see a lot of things. One of them is that I understand you better than you understand me, and I'm going to prove that right now. You see, I know you can't slough me off and send me back with that answer if I say the proper words. Your responsibility reflex won't let you, and I'm going to say the proper words now. The words are, you and these people here, and everyone else you know, have one galloping cultural blindness. You're dead blind in an area where I'm not. And I can see it where you can't because I'm standing outside your culture and looking in at it. Your whole set of rules is based on the fact that you can't deny me a hearing on that point. Now that it's been raised, you have to settle conclusively whether I'm right about what I'm saying or wrong. If I'm wrong, then you can get rid of me. But if I'm right, then you, all of you, are going to have to learn different from me. Am I right? I stopped speaking and waited. They merely stood there. Well, I said, am I right or aren't I? Am I entitled to a hearing or not? They looked at each other and stood for a moment longer. Then they all turned back to me. Mark, said Obsidian, we'll have to consult about this. In theory, at least, you're right. You'll get your hearing. But now we have to talk the whole matter over, and that's going to take a little time. Meanwhile, because of the importance of your challenge to us, it seems you're going to have to learn our way of communicating after all. Chapter 35. It developed that the reason they had not tried to teach me, and Porniarsk for that matter, how to communicate in their way was because of an assumption on their part that, conceptually, we were not up to such education. But since I had now told them that I believed the shoe was on the other foot, and that I knew things of which they couldn't conceive, their original reason for not teaching me had become indefensible. In short, whether I could actually handle their language effectively or not, I had to be given a chance to explain myself in it so that the accusation couldn't arise that I had failed to make my point because I had not been given the chance to state it in fully understandable terms. That much established, the actual process of learning turned out to be easy. As Obsidian had said, they had devices and techniques for teaching. Within 24 hours, Porniarsk and I could handle all 4 modes of their communication. These were sound, signal, limb waving, etc., attitudinal, which was another form of signal, since it meant communicating with physical attitudes, body language, and modification of surroundings, which essentially meant communicating by playing games with the surrounding scenery, whether illusory or real. These 4 modes actually duplicated each other. That is, they had each been single, exclusive methods of communication originally, and had been combined as amplifying redundancies. Actually, I would be able to make my argument completely in the verbal mode. But if I should be questioned on a particular verbal statement, I could now nail down what I meant by repeating what I had said in one or more of the other modes. In theory, any statement made in as few as 2 modes established its message beyond any possibility of ambiguity. So I was ready for argument in 24 hours. The debate was not called to order, however, for the equivalent of 3 more Earth days. I was not too unhappy about that because it gave me time to do some thinking. Under pressure, I had jumped to a conclusion there in that moment when Drager and the others had turned to walk out. And that jump had been genuine inspiration. But now I needed to build that inspiration up into a solid, cohesive argument. When the meeting was finally called to order once more, the number of the universal community's members present had grown from 5 individuals to 32. The space that arranged itself around us, consequently, was large, and had sloping sides around the flat central area, so the spectators looked down on Draeger and me as if they were a crowd in a small arena or a lecture hall. Draeger began by replaying what had happened on our first meeting. It was a little strange to stand there and see myself, in apparently solid replica, demanding that the five come back and listen to me. When this reached an end with Obsidian's last words to me, the illusory figures of our former selves winked out, and Draeger turned to me. "You're going to point out a cultural blindness to us, Mark," she said. "Go ahead." "All right," I said. As briefly as possible, then, the first evidence I noticed of a cultural blindness was during the first few days that Obsidian and I talked. We found out then that he had trouble understanding what I meant, in spite of the fact that he'd been trained by your equipment. On the other hand, I was understanding him fairly well, in spite of the fact that he was trying to gather information on my culture rather than teaching me about yours. You might want to check your records on that sometime to see what I mean." "We can show it," put in Draeger. The illusory figures appeared again. This time they were Obsidian and myself talking back outside the summer palace. This was a bit of assistance I had not figured on. I stood there as my image pointed out to Obsidian that he was like someone who had grown up thinking everyone spoke only one language and was having difficulty entertaining the idea that there might be other words possible for a familiar object. The second set of figures disappeared. "This started me thinking," I went on. "From the beginning, in your contact with us, you've assumed the only possible solution to my group existing in the same time with you people would be for us to adopt everything that was part of your culture and discard anything of ours that didn't fit. As with the language situation, your thought seemed to be that there was one and only one right way of doing things." I stopped and looked at Draeger, giving her a chance to argue this point, but she said nothing and seemed to be merely waiting. I went on. "As far as I can gather," I said, "you wouldn't have had any intention of testing me for present-day abilities, even to this small extent you tried here a few days ago, except that Obsidian had turned up a couple of anomalies in the characters of me and my people that, because it's a cultural imperative on you to base your conclusions on certainties, made it necessary to check. The first anomaly was that I said we had moved ourselves to your present time deliberately, using the time storm forces to do so." I stopped again and looked at Draeger. "Would you like to replay that particular conversation?" said Draeger. "Very well." The figures of myself, Ellen, and Obsidian appeared before us. "And, of course, we wanted to collect data toward understanding the accident that brought you here," Obsidian was saying. "Accident? We came here deliberately." "You did?" "That's right," I answered. "I'd probably better take you down to see the lab in Porniarsk. Sorry, maybe I'm getting the cart before the horse, but after expecting you every day from the moment we landed here and not having you show up until now—" "Expecting me when you arrived?" "That's right. We came here because I wanted to contact you people who were doing something about the time storm." "Just a moment. Forgive me," said the figure of Obsidian, and he disappeared. The figures of Ellen and me also winked out of existence. "That bit of conversation," I went on to Draeger and the rest of the audience, "shook Obsidian up, because here I was talking about deliberately making use of time storm forces back in a time long before anyone was supposed to be able to make use of them. The second anomaly, and the one that made it imperative that you test me, was the fact that Obsidian caught me making what I call a universal identification. I note, by the way, that this is one area of my vocabulary in your languages that you haven't filled in for me. You have to have a term for it yourselves." "We have," said Draeger. "You just used it. We term it universal identification." "Sorry," I said. "My apologies." "So you didn't deliberately leave that part of my vocabulary out, then?" At any rate, the point is, once more, Obsidian had discovered that I could do something that I shouldn't be able to do, being from as far back in prehistory as I was, but making use of time-storm forces to move in time or space, and the concept of the individual being able to share the identity of the universe, or vice versa, or things you believe belong to your time, not mine. So far, said Drager, as I paused to look at her, I hear nothing to disagree with. You must have more to say than this, though, I assume. I have, I said. Let's call me fish and you mammal, in the sense that I'm in effect your prehistoric ancestor. When you found I could breathe air the same way you did and had legs rather than fins, you had to classify me and those with me as something more than fish. So you thought you'd check me out to find if I was mammalian. But your first check turned up the fact that I'm an egg-laying creature. Since mammals, in your experience, don't lay eggs, you assumed I must be a fish after all. It didn't occur to you that I might be something like a platypus. I had used the human word for platypus because there was no alternative in their 4 communication modes. It was true their spoken language gave me the building blocks to construct an equivalent word, but from their point of view, that equivalent would have been a nonsense noise. Drager and the rest stared at me in silence. Platypus, I said. An animal from my planet. A monotreme. Now, there was a word that was translatable into some sense in their language. Drager spoke up. Just a minute, Mark, she said. There was a delay while the audience got a thorough briefing on the fauna of Earth in general and that of Australia in particular. It's understood then? I said, when this was over. The platypus lays eggs, but nonetheless, it's a hair-wearing, lactating mammal. Primitive mammal, said Drager. Don't strain my analogy, I said. The point is, there was a possibility of my people and me belonging in a category which your culture had made you blind to. That's an assumption, said Drager. No, I said, it's not. It'd be an assumption only if I was wrong about what you showed me having anything to do with the movement of time-storm forces. Now, you were right in saying there was no connection between what you showed me and the storm. But in the overall sense, I was the one who was right and you were wrong, because the connection is there, and you're so culturally blind to it that I am willing to bet that even in these last 3 days, none of you have checked out the possibility that that connection might actually be there. There was a second, only a second, of silence. You're correct. There hasn't been any check made of a possible connection, said Drager. On the other hand, we've nothing but your guess that the connection exists. I told you the last time I saw you, I said. It's no guess. I'm neither fish nor fowl. I'm a monotreme. I've learned to use the time storm and to make a personal identification with the universe entirely without and apart from the history, culture, and techniques that you people have developed. I can read the time storm by reading patterns of movement. All movement falls into patterns. I looked around the room at the spectators. You're probably not aware of it, I said, but the ways you've grouped and sorted yourselves around me here show certain patterns. And from those patterns, with what I now know about your culture and language, I can see a habit of social sorting by individual specialties or abilities. If I didn't have that cultural information, I'd still be seeing these patterns. I just wouldn't know what they implied. In the case of your groupings here, I now do know. And in the case of the time storm forces also, I do know. This is assertion only, Mark, said Drager. No, it's a case of my being on the outside of your culture, so I'm able to see clearly something you're refusing to see. You people have struggled with the time storm for hundreds of generations. That struggle literally created your community the way it is now and dominated every element of it. It's quite true the panel you showed me was supposed to be showing patterns of conceptual rhythms common to your time and culture, and that I didn't recognize them as such because my own conceptual rhythms aren't like that. I looked around at them. "Mark," said Drager, "have we waited these several days and gathered together here only to hear you admit that we were right to begin with?" "No," I said, "because you're wrong. What I saw and recognized were time-storm force patterns. You, all of you, couldn't realize that because you don't recognize how much the time storms become a part of you over this long struggle, part of your body, mind, and culture. Your conceptual rhythms are time-storm rhythms. You don't see that because they're so much a part of you, you take them for granted. I can see it because I'm standing outside your culture looking at you. I'm the most valuable mind you've got in this present time of yours, and you'd better appreciate that fact." I was almost shouting at them now. This was a strong statement in their terms, but I needed to wake them up, to make them hear. "Don't take my word for it," I said. "Check those conceptual rhythms on your instrument against the patterns of the time-storm forces and pick up the identity between them for yourselves." I stopped talking. In my own past time, a moment of this would have provoked a buzz of unbelief from the spectators or outcries against my idea or myself, anything but the way these individuals reacted, which was in a thoughtful silence. There was no visible evidence that I had attacked the very base of the culture they had always taken for granted. But I knew what was happening in their minds. I knew because I now knew more than a little about how they thought and about their obligation to consider any possibility for truth which that same culture put upon them. I knew they had been jarred and jarred badly by what I just told them. But my knowledge of that was about all the emotional satisfaction I was likely to get from the situation. As far as appearances went, they showed no more reaction than they might have if I'd told them that I planned on not shaving when I got up tomorrow. The meeting was breaking up. Some of the figures in the stands were simply disappearing. Some were walking off through visible doorways. Some were simply melting into the illusions of surrounding scenery. I found myself alone with Poniarsk, Obsidian, and Drager. "We'll check, of course," said Drager to me. "Tell me, Mark, what is it exactly you want?" "I want to fight the time storm, myself, personally." "I have to say I can't see how that can be anything but a complete impossibility," she said. "On the other hand, there are always new things to be learned." Chapter 36. "They're a great people, Mark," said Poniarsk. Once we were alone again in the ordinary configuration of Obsidian's quarters, which Obsidian had by now largely given over to our own private use. "You shouldn't forget that." "You think they are?" I said. I heard him as if from a middle distance. I was once more, as I had been when we had just left Earth on the way here in Obsidian's quarters, like someone who had trained years for a single conflict. I was light and empty inside, remote and passionless, hollow of everything but the thought of the battle that would come, which nothing could avert or delay. "Yes," he said, "they've survived the time storm. They've learned to live with it, even to use it for their own benefit, and they've made a community of innumerable races, a community that's a single working unit. Those are great achievements. They deserve some honor." "Let other people honor them then," I said. It was still as if I was talking to him from some distance off. "I've got nothing left except for what I've still got waiting for me." "Yes," he said. He sounded oddly sad. "Your foe. But these people aren't your foe, Mark. Not even the time storm's your foe." "You're wrong there," I told him. "No." He shook his ponderous head. I laughed. "Mark,
he said. "Listen to me. I'm alive, and that alone surprises me. I'd expected I'd stop living once I was taken from the time in which Porniarsk existed. But it seems to my own deep interest that in some way I've got an independent life now, a life of my own. But even if this is true, it's a single life only. I was constructed, not engendered. I can't have progeny. My life's only this small moment in which I live it, and I'm concerned with what and whom I share that moment. In this case, it's you, Ellen, Bill, Doc, and the rest."
"Yes," I said. At another time, what he had said might have moved me deeply, but at the moment I was too remote, too concentrated. I heard and understood what he told me, but his words were like a listing of academic facts off somewhere on the horizon of my existence, shrunken by their distance from what obsessed me utterly.
"Because of this," he said, "I'm concerned with what you're planning to do. I'm afraid for you, Mark. I want to save what I've got no other words to call but your soul. If that's to be saved, sooner or later you'll have to reconcile yourself with things as they are, and unless you do it in time, you'll lose your battle, you'll die."
"No," I said. The need for sleep was deep in me, and I only wanted to end the talking. "I won't lose. I can't afford to. Now, I've got to get some rest. I'll talk to you after I wake up, Porniarsk." But when I finally woke up, Drager was standing over the cushion on which I lay. "Mark," she said, "your training as a temporal engineer is going to begin at once. And if you can absorb that, you'll be taken out to where the line of battle runs with the Time Storm forces." I was suddenly fully awake and on my feet. She was going on, still talking. Porniarsk was also to be given the training. This was a bonus, because in no way had I dared to hope I could win for him also what I had wanted for myself. But now he, too, would have the chance. There was a comfort for me in the sight of his ugly, heavy bulldog shape. He was like a talisman from home, a good omen. Obsidian took us far across space again. For the first time, we came to another vehicle. It was like a raft the size of a football field, with some sort of invisible, impalpable shield, like a dome, over it, to keep in an atmosphere that would preserve workable temperatures and pressures for the massive engineering equipment it carried. Barring the star scene that arched over us in every direction, it was like nothing so much as being in the engine room of an incredible, monstrous battleship. All the way out to this star raft in Obsidian's quarters, and for nearly 2 weeks of Earth time after we got there, Porniarsk and I were force-fed with information from the teaching machines Obsidian had talked about. It was an unnerving process. We were like blank cassette tapes in a high-speed duplicator. There was no physical sensation of being packed with instruction, and in fact the information itself did not become usable until later, when contact with some of the actual engineering work going on aboard the raft tapped it, the way a keg of wine might be tapped. But at the same time there was a psychic consciousness of mental lumber being added to our mental warehouses that was curiously exhausting in its own way. The sensation it produced was something like that which can come from weeks of overwork and nervous strain, to the point where the mind seems almost physically numb. How Porniarsk reacted to it was something I had no way of knowing, because we were kept separated. Emotionally isolated by my own purpose, I was generally indifferent to what was being done to me, physically or mentally, and when, in due time, the process of information feeding ended, I fell into a deep sleep that must have lasted well beyond the 6 hours of my normal slumber period. When I woke, suddenly all the knowledge that had been pumped into me exploded from the passive state into the active. I had opened my eyes in the same unstressed state of thoughtlessness that normally follows a return from the mists of sleep. I was at peace, unthinking, and then suddenly the reality of the universe erupted all about me. I was all at once bodiless, blind, and lost, falling through infinity, lifetimes removed from any anchor point of sanity or security. I tumbled, aware, too much aware, of all things. Panic built in me like a deep-sea pressure against the steel bulkhead of my reason, threatening to burst through and destroy me. There was too much all at once crowding my consciousness. Suddenly I had too much understanding, too much awareness. I felt the pressure of it starting to crack me apart. And then, abruptly, my long-held purpose came to my rescue. Suddenly, I was mobilized and fighting back, controlling the overwhelming knowledge. I had not come this far in time and space and learning to disintegrate now in an emotional spasm. The universe was no bigger than my own mind. I had discovered that for myself before this. I had touched the universe not once but several times previously. It was no great frightening and unknowable entity. It was part of me as I was part of it, a thing that did not frighten itself. An arm did not panic at discovering it was attached to a body. I surged back. I matched pressure for pressure. I held. But my mind was still far removed from my body back on the raft. It felt as if, at the same time, I was floating motionless and flying at great speed through infinity. My vantage point was somewhere between the island universes out in intergalactic space. In a sense, it was as if I stood on the peak of a high mountain from which I could see the misty limits of all time and space. Almost, it seemed, I could see to the ends of the universe, and for the first time the total action of the time storm activity became a single pattern in my mind. "So, Mark," said a voice, or a thought. It was both and neither, here where there were no bodies and no near stars. "You survived." It was Drager speaking. I looked for her instinctively and did not see her, but I knew she was there. "Yes," I said. I was about to tell her that I had never intended anything else, but a deeper honesty moved me at the last second. I had to. "Evidently. Do you understand the temporal engineering process now?" "I think so," I said. And, as I said it, the knowledge that had been pumped into me began to blend with what I was now experiencing, and the whole effort they were making unrolled into order and relationship like a blueprint in my mind. "This isn't the way I imagined it," I said. "You're actually trying to stop the time storm by physical efforts to reverse its physical effects on the universe." "In a sense." "In a sense? All right, say in a sense. But it's still physical reversal. To put it crudely, in the sort of terms you're most familiar with, the normal decay of entropy began to stop and reverse itself when the universe stopped expanding. Then, when the farther stars and the outer galaxies started falling back here and there, they set up areas where entropy was increasing rather than decaying. Isn't that right, Drager? So it had to be these stresses, these conflicts between the two states of entropy in specific areas that spawned the nova implosions and triggered the time faults, so that on one side of a sharp line, time was moving one way, and on the other a different way. So that's what made the time storm. But I assumed you'd be attacking the storm directly to cure it. We're after the root cause. Are you, Drager? But this way, this is using sheer muscle to mend things. Do you know of a better way? But using energy to reverse the falling back of these physical bodies, to force them to move apart again? There ought to be some way that wouldn't require tapping another universe. Isn't that what you're doing? And tapping a tachyon universe at that? You're working with forces that can tear this universe apart. I ask you, repeated Drager, do you know a better way? No, I said. But I've got to see this for myself. I can't believe you can control something that powerful. Look, then, said Drager. S. Doradus is only a thought away from us here. It was true. Merely by thinking of it, we were there, with no time spent in the movement. Bodiless, with Drager bodiless beside me, I hung in space and looked at the great spherical darkness that was the massive engine enclosing the young blue-white giant star called S. Doradus. It was an engine that trapped all the radiation from that vast sun to use it as a focus point, a lens in the fabric of our universe, through which then flowed the necessary jet of energy from the tachyon universe that was being tapped for power, to push not only stars but galaxies around. A coldness took my mind. Through that lens, we were touching another place where every physical law and time itself was reversed from ours. As long as the lens aperture was controlled, as long as it remained small and unvarying, the reaction between the two universes was under command. But if the lens should tear and open further, under the forces it channeled, the energy flow could flash to proportions too great to be constrained. The fabric between the universes would break wide open. It would be mutual annihilation of both, annihilation in no time. "You see now," said Drager, "why we didn't think it was possible for you to do this work. In fact, if you hadn't been able to make the conceptual jump that sets you free to survey the situation like this, there'd have been no point in even considering." "Made the jump? Just a minute," I said. "This isn't something I've done all on my own. I must be getting some technological assistance to let my point of view go wheeling through infinite distances like this." "Of course you are," said Drager. "But the only person who could make it possible for your mind to endure such assistance was you yourself. You're strong enough to endure the sense of dislocation involved. We didn't think you were. I didn't think you were. I was wrong. I've got work I want to do," I said. "That helps." "A great deal, evidently. At any rate, Mark, you're one of a select group now. Less than 1/1,000,000% of all our people have the talent to do this work and endure the conditions under which it's done. Are you surprised we doubted that you could? An individual has to be born with the talent to be a temporal engineer. Evidently you were born with it, millennia before there was such work." "I didn't know about this," I said. "That's true enough. But there were other things that called for the same kind of abilities. I was thinking of the stock market, of that part of me which could never rest until it had tracked down what it searched for. Also of that other part of me that had immediately recognized in the time storm an opponent waiting for me." My mind boggled suddenly and strangely and shied away from finishing that particular thought. Puzzled, I would have come back to it. But Drager was talking to me again. "Are you listening to me, Mark?" "I'm listening," I said. I returned my full attention to the moment in our conversation with an effort. "Something bothers me, though. If it's pure technology at work, why is it talents needed at all? Why is it only a few can do this? There must be more than a few who can endure the conditions, as you say." "There are," she answered, "and that's why you've got one more strength you have to demonstrate. We need people with a special talent because when we move stars, and more than stars, we make gross changes in the time storm forces. We don't have any technological device quick enough to safety measure and assess the effect of those changes on the stresses by which we control the flow of energy from the tachyon universe. If the pressure against which we're exerting our energy flow changes suddenly, the flow can increase. The lens may dilate, and you must have guessed what can happen then before any adjustment can be made." "You mean the lens tearing open?" I said. "That's right. Only minds able to read the pattern of the time storm forces directly can see danger coming fast enough to correct for it. We, who are temporal engineers, have to direct our stream of extra universal energy and at the same time make sure that it doesn't get out of our control." She stopped speaking. Eyeless, I hung in space, watching the great darkness that was the engine, the Dyson sphere enclosing S. Doradus. My imagination pictured the unbelievable Holocaust within that shell of collapsed matter and the Klein bottle forces that made the core of a star millions of times the mass of our sun into a tiny rent in the fabric of a universe. I had thought I was equal to any dimensions that might exist in the battle I wanted to join, but the dimensions here were beyond imagination. I was less than a speck of dust to that stellar nucleus, and in turn it was infinitesimal to the point of non-existence compared to the two great opposed masses of energy between which it formed a bridge and a connection. And I was going to share in the control of that bridge? My courage stumbled. There was a limit even to imagination, and here that limit was exceeded. I felt my view of the space around me growing obscured and tenuous. I was aware of Draeger watching, judging me, and with remembrance of her presence, my guts came back to me. If she could stay and work here, so could I. There was nothing any life born in this universe could do that I could not at least attempt. The view of the space before me and the mighty engine in it firmed. It grew clear and sharp once more. "You're still with us?" asked Draeger. "Yes," I said. "Then there's only one more step to take," she said. "We'll test you on the line. If you don't succeed there, no one can help you. There'll be no way out." "I'm ready." We went forward toward the Dyson sphere. Bodiless, we passed like thought through its material shell, through the Klein bottle forces, down into the sea of radiation beyond any description that was the enclosed star. We approached the core that was the lens. Here ordinary vision was not possible, but with the help of the information that had been pumped into me, the lens area rendered itself to my mental perception as an elliptical opening, dark purple, against a wall of searing blue-white light. The energy stuff of the other universe, pouring through that opening, was invisible but sensible. It rendered itself as a force of such speed and pressure that it would have felt solid to the touch if touch had existed in that place, and it had been safe to use it upon that inflow. Draeger led me almost to the lip of the lens. "Do you feel anything?" she asked. "Yes," I said. There was an odd counterforce at work here. In spite of the tremendous outflow, I felt something like an undertow, as well sucking us toward the lens. From where I felt it, it was nothing I could not resist, but I did not want to get closer. "The downdraft," said Draeger. The word she had used in her communication form was not a precise or scientific term, but a casual one, almost a nickname for what I felt. "Does it bother you?" "Yes," I said, for the touch of its pull toward the open lens filled me with uneasiness. I don't know why. "It bothers us all," she said, "and none of us is sure why. It's no problem here, but out at operations point, it becomes something you'll need to watch out for. Now, meet the others working in this area." She spoke in turn to at least a couple of dozen other identities. My stored information recognized the symbols that were their personal identification as they answered her and spoke to me. Our conversation seemed to be mind to mind here in the heart of the star, but actually, as I knew, we were talking together through the purely technological communication center of the space raft where my body and Porniarsk's were. Most of those I spoke to had been at my full-dress argument session previously. I was a little surprised to realize how many there had been temporal engineers, although now that I thought of it, it was only logical that most of them should have been, since they would be the ones most concerned with me. "Mark is going online with us out at operations point," Draeger said. "If he works out there, we've got another operator." "Mark, are you ready to go?" "Yes," I said. We withdrew from the lens, from the star and the engine. I had expected that I, at least, would be returning to my body on the raft, from which I would then go by ordinary physical means to the operations point. But our identities instead started moving out along the energy projection from the engine through interstellar space, from the lesser Magellanic Cloud, where S. Doradus was, toward our own galaxy. Your bodies will be sent back, she said. Bodies? I woke to the fact that the identity of Porniarsk had just joined us. Porniarsk, I said, you're going on the line too?
Only as an observer, I'm afraid,
he answered.
As I think I've said to you in the past, I lack creativity, and a certain amount of creativity is required for direct work in temporal engineering, but in all other respects I'm qualified, and our instructors thought you, at least, might find me useful to have with you.
Draeger? I said. Yes, thank you. The decision wasn't mine, she answered, but I think it's a good one. In spite of the fact you've passed all tests, Mark, you're still very much an unknown quantity to us. Aside from whatever advantage it'll be to you to have your friend with you, it'll make the rest of us feel more secure to know that there's an observer ready to tell us what happens if you do have trouble. Enlightened selfishness, I said. Of course. The trip we were now taking was a curious one. My newly educated memory told me it would have been thoroughly possible to make an immediate jump over the 140,000 light-years of distance from the neighborhood of S. Doradus to our own galaxy. But Draeger evidently had a reason for taking me over the distance slowly, following the route of the energy being sent from the engine to the retreating matter of our galaxy, and now I began to understand what that reason was. The energy from the tachyon universe was not projected in the form it was received, like a light beam aimed over 140,000 light-years of distance. Instead, it was converted to a time force line itself, an extension across space of form without mass, which would not be converted back into energy until it touched the solid material at its destination, and even then it would be absorbed rather than felt as an outside force by that material. The form in which it was extended, however, was designed to increase in cross-section until it was as wide as the galaxy to which it was being sent. Crudely, then, the energy flow could be represented as a funnel shape, with the small end at the lens of S. Doradus, and the width of the funnel increasing over the light-years of intergalactic distance between lens and galaxy, until the large end could contain our whole galaxy, including its spiral arms. We were following then alongside this expanding funnel, and as we traveled, I became acutely conscious of its steady growth and of a corresponding increase in the uneasiness I had felt about the downdraft. And this was ridiculous, because here, with the energy converted into a massless form, there was no downdraft to be felt. Draeger's reason for moving Porniarsk and me this slowly along the route of the projected energy was becoming apparent. I set my teeth against the reaction. It did not let itself be beaten down easily, because there was something very old about it, as if I had suddenly come face to face with a dire wolf out of prehistory lurking among the shadows of some well-groomed civilized park at sunset. But it was only one more enemy to conquer, and gradually, as I faced it, it ceased to gain against me, and then finally retreated. It was all but gone when Draeger spoke. "How do you feel, Porniarsk?"
"I'm filled with wonder,"
said Porniarsk. "Outside of that, nothing?"
"Nothing,"
he answered. "And you, Mark?" "Something," I said, "but I think I've got it licked." She did not say any more until we came at last to the edges of our own galaxy and moved in among its stars, ourselves now within the mouth of the funnel. "When possible," she said, "we give the individual engineer a sector of work that includes their own home world. Your sector, Mark and Porniarsk, will include the world from which Obsidian brought you to us. Just now there's no work going on in it. For the moment, no changes in the temporal forces are appearing here, although the earlier forces aren't balanced fully except in the local area of your world where you balanced them yourself, we understand, back before we have records of the storm. But there are going to be forces building up farther in toward the galaxy's center in about 9 months of your local time. You'll have that many months to study your sector. Your bodies are being returned there, and you'll be able to spend some time in them. Obsidian's returning them and bringing in the equipment you'll need individually to work in this sector. We were in sight of Sol now, and to my eyes the star scene had a familiar look that moved me more deeply than I would have expected it could.
"I was told of one more test to be passed back here,"
said Porniarsk. "There's one," said Drager, "but not for you, for Mark. Mark, in the final essential, the only way we'll ever know whether you can work with the time storm is to see you work with it. Only if it turns out you can't, it'll almost certainly destroy you. That's why this is the last test, because it's the one that can't be taken under other than full risk conditions." "Fencing with naked weapons," I said. I had not meant to say it out loud, for one reason, because I did not think Drager would know what I was talking about, but she surprised me. "Exactly," she said. "And now I'll get back to my own work. Mark, Porniarsk, watch out for the downdraft now that you're sensitized to it. It seems diffuse and weak out here, but don't forget it's always with you, whether you're in space like this or down on a planet surface. Like any subtle pressure, it can either wear you down slowly or build up to a point where it can break you."
"How soon will Obsidian return so we can have our bodies back?"
Porniarsk asked. "Soon. No more than a matter of hours now, perhaps in terms of your local time, half a day."
"Good," said Porniarsk. "We'll see you again."
"Yes," she said, "before the next build-up of forces that affects this sector." "Goodbye, Drager," I said. "Thanks." "There's no reason for thanks. Goodbye, Mark. Goodbye, Porniarsk."
"Goodbye, Drager,"
Porniarsk said. She was suddenly gone. As we had been talking, we had drawn on into the solar system until we now hung invisibly above the Earth at low orbit height of less than 200 miles above its surface.
"I'd like to go down, even without our bodies, and make sure everything's been going well,"
said Porniarsk. "Yes," I said, then checked myself. "No."
"No."
"Something's sticking in my mind," I said. "I don't like it. Drager was talking about this sector being affected by a buildup of time forces farther in toward the center of the galaxy in about 9 months.
"If you'll consult the same information I had impressed on me,"
said Porniarsk mildly,
"you'll see that the area of space she was talking about is quite large. It'd be reasonable to assume that the chance of our own solar system being strongly affected by that buildup should be rather small."
"I don't like it, though," I said. "I've got a feeling." I stopped.
"Yes,"
said Porniarsk. "Just a feeling. Just a sort of uneasy hunch," I said. "That's why I didn't say anything about it to Drager. It's too wispy an idea. But I think I'd like to take a look at the forces of that full area from close up out here before I go down to Earth. You go ahead. It won't take me much longer to do that than the few hours we have to kill anyway before Obsidian gets here with our carcasses, and nobody's going to realize we're around until then. You go ahead. I'll be along."
"If that's what you want,"
said Porniarsk.
"You don't need me with you."
"No reason for you to come at all," I said. "Go ahead down. Check up on things. You can check up for both of us."
"Well, then, if that's what you want,"
said Porniarsk. I had no way of telling that he had gone, but in any case I did not wait to make sure he was. Even while I'd been talking to him, the uneasy finger of concern, scratching at my mind, had increased its pressure. I turned away from the Earth and the solar system to look south, east, west, and north about the galactic plane at the time storm forces in action there. Chapter 37. It was not just the forces themselves I wanted to study. It was true that they would have progressed considerably since I had last viewed them in the tank of Porniarsk's lab, but that tank had still given me patterns from which I could mentally extrapolate to the present with a fair certainty of getting the present picture of matters in general. But what concerned me was how those patterns would look in the light of my new knowledge, not only of the engine around S. Doradus and the lens there, but of the downdraft as well. The downdraft worried me, if only for the fact that it had had the capacity to disturb me gut-wise as well as mentally when I had encountered it. The situation I found in the area when I examined it was one in which the sectors were established within force lines that had been stabilized by the universal community, so that they might be used by members of that community in physical travel among stars. I was now able to trace with no difficulty the first 29 force line time shifts Obsidian's quarters had used in carrying us to the testing by Draeger and the others. I could have continued to trace them all the way to our destination, but right now I was concerned only with the situation in the area to which Draeger had assigned me. Between the force lines, stability did not exist, except in our own area around Earth, where we had produced it ourselves. Struck by a sudden curiosity, I checked the Earth's balance of forces with what I now knew about the time storm and satisfied myself that the present balance was not my doing. My original balance had evidently lasted far longer than I had expected, in fact for several hundred years. But since that time, it had been periodically renewed by an outside agency. I was puzzled for a second that Porniarsk had not picked up this evidence of outside time storm control earlier than the present period. Then I remembered that the search had been made by the computer mind of the tank, and undoubtedly Porniarsk, like myself, had never bothered to instruct it to consider a continuing state of inaction in what was already a non-storm area as an anomaly. Within the fixed boundary lines of the stabilized force lines set up to be used for cross-space transportation, the time storm had gone on in its normal pattern of developing and spreading temporal disintegration until about 3,000 years ago, when there began to be evidence of periodic checking of areas threatening to set off large-scale disturbances throughout the general galaxy-wide pattern. This checking had apparently been so minor as to be essentially unnoticeable until the cumulative effect of a number of such incidents began to show evidence of anomaly on the large general scale, and the tank picked them up. I studied the stabilized force lines, and I studied the earlier, smaller evidence of disturbance checking. What was gnawing at me, I finally decided, was the fact that corrections, which were too small to be important taken singly, could pile up to have a much more serious cumulative effect on the stress situation of the galactic area as a whole. Moreover, this could kick back against the flow through the lens and cause exactly the sort of tearing and enlargement that was the ever-present danger there. It was all very iffy. It was a chain reaction of possibilities only, but I did not like the look of it. I swung back and forth mentally over the force line stress pattern in my sectors, trying to make it all add up in some other way than it had just done, but I kept getting the same answer. What I was hunting for were those elements of patterns that would point me toward the evolution of one particular pattern less than a year from the present moment. It was difficult and frustrating because, so far, I had no idea what kind of ultimate pattern it was I was after. All I had to go on was a subconscious reaction to something I did not like, as when someone who spends his life in the open, in the woods, or on the sea, will step out of doors on a morning, sniff the air, feel the wind, look at the sky, and say, "I don't like the looks of the weather." The day might even be bright, sunny, and warm, with no obvious hint of change about it, and still some deep brain sensor, conditioned by an experience consciously forgotten, sends up an alarm signal. I thought of calling Draeger and immediately saw the pitfall on that path. Draeger had warned me that the only way in the end to prove I could work with the time storm was for me to work with it. My starting at shadows, if indeed that was what I was doing now, and there was nothing really for me to worry about, might strike her as just the sort of sign she had been talking about, that I could not deal with the storm. She might even be right in thinking that. She had given me no reason to think there was any dangerous situation building up here. In fact, she had deliberately reassured me this was not the case. Maybe, I thought, the best thing for me was to put it out of my mind and follow Porniarsk back down to Earth's surface. I had been paying little attention to time, but now I realized that at least as many hours had gone by as Drager had said it would take before Obsidian was due back on Earth with Porniarsk's body and mine. I should go to his station now, pick up my body, and go back to my own clan. I turned and went. Mentally, it was only a single stride to Obsidian's quarters in the forest east of our community. Obsidian himself was not there when I arrived, nor was the body of Porniarsk, which meant that the Avatar must already be back home. But my own body was waiting for me, and I sat up in it on the edge of the cushion on which it had been lying, feeling the strangeness of experiencing the weight and mass of it under the pull of gravity once more. As I sat up, the illumination of the room increased around me, responding to my increased heartbeat, temperature, and half a dozen other signals picked up by its technology from my now activated body. I stood up and moved to one of the two consoles that still stood in roughly the same places they had stood on our voyage out. I knew how to use these now. I touched the keys of one of them and stepped from the room in Obsidian's quarters to the spot on the landing area outside the door of the summer palace where Obsidian had always appeared. The darkness about me when I arrived came as a small shock. Waking in the room at Obsidian's, I had not realized I might have come home during the hours when that face of my planet was away from our sun. For a second after appearing there, I felt oddly as if I had not come home in the body after all, but as if I was still only a point of view hovering there, as I had hovered in space a few moments past, overlooking the whole galaxy and all the stars that were now shining down upon me. The drawn shades on the windows of the summer palace were warm with light. Everyone there would be celebrating Porniarsk's return and expecting me at any moment. I turned and looked away down the slope to the town below, and under the bright new moon of midsummer, I saw the buildings down there had their windows also warmly lit against the night. I had been intending to turn to the door immediately and go on into the palace, but now I found myself caught where I was. The small, cool wind of the after-sunset hours wrapped itself around me. I could hear it moving also in the distance, whistling faintly amongst the trees on the slope below. No night bird called, and the chill and the silence held me apart from the light and the talk that would be indoors. Out of the avalanche of printed words I had read during my mad period crept something more for me to remember. Not a quote this time, but a story. The French-Canadian legend of La Chasse Galerie. It was a myth about the spirits of the old voyagers who had died away from home out on the fur trade routes, coming back in a large ghost canoe on New Year's Eve for a brief visit with their living families and the women they had loved. Standing alone in the darkness, strangely held from going inside, I felt myself like one of those returned ghosts. Inside the lighted windows there were the living, but no matter how much I might want to join them, it would be no use. Like the ghost of the voyagers, I was no longer one of them within. I had become something else, part of another sort of place and time. It seemed to me suddenly that the small cold breeze I felt and heard no longer wrapped around me, but blew straight through my bones as it did through the tree limbs below me. And I thought that all my life I had been outside, looking at lighted windows, thinking how good it would be to be inside. Once I might have made it to there. God knows I had tried, with my mother, with Swanee, but now it was too late. And that was no one's fault. It was not even my fault, in a sense, because at each fork in the road along the way, I had made the best choice I knew to make. And all those choices had led me here. If here was outside forever, still getting here had led me to many good things, beginning with Ellen and the crazy cat, and continuing to this same moment which was also, in its own way, good. For if I was lonely out here in the dark, looking at the lighted shades of the windows and knowing I could not be behind them, I was less lonely knowing who and what were there, and that their lives, which were part of me now, could be warm and bright. Thinking this, I felt some of the warmth come out and enter me after all. I remembered that I had discovered before this that there was no real separateness. I was all things, and all things were me, and with that bit of remembering I began to move again into touch with the universe. I flowed out to be part of the breeze around me, the ground under me, and the trees beyond me, part of all the houses below with their lights and separate lives. I felt the summer palace behind me and reached into it to touch everyone there. There was no light, but the gold came into everything again. I saw them all behind the walls at my back, the eternally sleeping Sunday, Doc, Bill, Porniarsk, and Ellen. I saw Ellen, and I touched her, and she was the key to all the rest between the walls of infinity and all infinities beyond those walls. I had a larger picture of this universe and all others now. I went out and out. Mark! I turned to vanish, to step back into Obsidian's quarters, and even as I turned, I knew it was already too late. I came all the way around to face the summer palace and saw darker shadow within shadow, Ellen there. "Ellen," I said, "how did you know I was here?" She came toward me. "I know where you are," she said, stopping in front of me. I could barely make out her face. "I always know where you are. Porniarsk was back, and when you didn't come in, you had to be here." "Go back inside," I said. My voice was a little hoarse. "Go back in. I'll be along in a moment." "No, you won't," she said. "You were going to leave and not come in." I said nothing. "Why, Mark?" Still I could not answer, because suddenly I knew why. What had been niggling at me all the time I'd been studying the force lines now suddenly rearranged itself from a possibility to a certainty, from a suspicion to a knowledge, as the absolute vision of my unity with the universes took hold. I had been turning away because I knew I would not be coming back. Why? I realized then that she was not asking me why I had been leaving. She already knew it was because I would not be back. She was asking me why I would go to something from which I would never return. "I have to," I said. She put her arms around me. She was very strong, but we both knew she could not hold me there. The whole damn universe was pulling me in the other direction. There always was Doc for her, I thought bleakly, looking down at her. I had seen the way he felt about her, but I was wiser now than I had been, and I knew better than to mention that to her now. "I do love you, Ellen," I said. "I know you do," she said, still holding me. "I know you do. And you don't have to go." "I do," I said. "It's the time storm." "Let somebody else do it." "There isn't anyone else." "That's because you've made it so there isn't." "Ellen, listen." I felt terribly helpless. "The whole universe is going to blow wide open unless I do something." "When?" "When?" I echoed. "I said when. 10 years from now? 10 months? 2 weeks? 2 days? If it's 2 days, take the 2 days. The first 2 real days of your life. Stay here and let it blow." "I can't do that." "Can't?" she said. She let go and stepped back from me. "No, that's right, you can't." "Ellen," I said. I stepped toward her, but she moved back again out of reach. "No," she said. "You go now. It's all right." "It isn't all right," I said. "It's all right," she repeated. "You go." I stood there for a second more, but there was no way I could reach her, and I had no more words to say that would do any good. She already knew I yearned to stay. She knew I wouldn't. What was there to tell her beyond that? I went. It was like tearing myself down the middle, leaving the larger half behind. I stepped back into Obsidian's quarters and turned to the console to put in a call to Drager. There was a little delay, and then Drager's voice spoke to me out of the air of the softly lit room with its cushions and its nighttime trees all around. "Forgive me, but I'm working now and can't be disturbed. Leave word if you want me to call you back." It was a canned message. "This is Mark," I said. "Call me as soon as you get this message. It's critical." I sat down on the cushion I'd gotten up from earlier and sent my mind back out among the stars. The forces of the time storm were still out there waiting for me. Now that I came back to them with the additional insight of my momentary contact with the universe outside the summer palace, what I had only suspected before showed as not only certain but unavoidably obvious. But whether I could convince Drager and the other engineers of its obviousness was by no means certain. My conviction rested on my own way of interpreting the forces which was different from theirs. The time storm was too much in their blood and bones for them to hate it and love it the way that I did. For I did, I realize now, both hate and love it. I hated it for what it had done, for the millions of lives it had swept out of existence. Or perhaps they were all still in existence somewhere else, locked up in little dead-end universes. My wife, Swanee, and all those Ellen had known. Marie's husband, Samuelson's family, and the countless others erased by moving mist walls, not only on Earth, but all through the universe. But I loved it even as I hated it for being my opponent, for giving me an enemy to grow strong in fighting. So it was because of both the love and hate that I could see where it was trending now. And it was because they saw it only as a technological problem that I feared the temporal engineers like Drager would not. I traced the lines of my suspicion again now through the network of forces out beyond my sector, out beyond the galaxy and the influence of the one lens I'd seen, until I had checked it out against the storm across all the viewable universe. What I feared was there, all right. I could trace the paths of my suspicions, I could see the connections to my own satisfaction, but I could not turn up any solid evidence to present to the engineers. I was still searching for something to prove what I believed when Drager called me back. "Mark," her voice sounded in my mind, "you had something critical to talk to me about?" "The time storm's going to get out of hand," I said. "It's going to get out of hand right here in our own galaxy, and possibly in a number of others throughout the universe at the same time. The pattern's already evolving out of the patterns of the last 1,000 years. You've already got evidence of it. You told me there'd be increased activity here in 9 months or so, my local time. That isn't just going to be increased activity. It's going to be activity that's quadrupled, sextupled, 100 or 1,000 times increased all at once." "What makes you say so, Mark?" "The character of the patterns I see evolving." There was a little silence. "Mark, can you describe what you mean by character?" "The color, the feel, the implications of the patterns in the way they form and change." There was another silence. "None of these words you mention have any precise meaning for me, Mark," she said. "Can you describe what you're talking about in hard concepts? Failing that, can you give me the concepts you're talking about in more than one mode?" "No," I said, "because these verbal symbols of your language only approximate my personal meanings. I'm translating verbal symbols from my own language, symbols that have special value derived out of my experience with all sorts of things outside your experience, my experience with buying and selling shares of stock in a market, with painting pictures in varied colors, with understanding what is written and carved in the name of art, with thousands of things that move intelligent and non-intelligent life and make it the way it is." "I think I understand," Drager said. "But to convince me you're right about this coming emergency you're talking about, You'll need to give me evidence in terms and symbols I can value and weigh exactly as you do. The only symbols like that are in my language, which you now also know. I can't explain things your language hasn't any symbols for. Then you're saying that you can't convince me of what you guess is going to happen. Not guess, know. If you know, show me how you know. There was an emptiness of desperation in me. I had known it would be like this, but I had hoped anyway. Somehow I had hoped the gap would be bridged between our two minds. Drager, don't you remember how I explained to you how I'd learned about the time storm by a different route than the rest of you? That route gave me a view of it you others don't have, and that view gives me insights, knowledge you don't have. Don't you remember how I convinced you I had a right to be tested, and didn't I pass those tests? But have you actually passed the last part of that test now? Drager said. Or are you finding some incapability in yourself in actual practice, an incapability which you hide from yourself by imagining there's an emergency condition building that none of the rest of us can see and you can't substantiate? Drager, I said, I know this is going to happen. I believe you think you know. I don't yet believe you're correct. Will you check? Of course. But if I understand you, my checking isn't likely to turn up any evidence that agrees with you. Check anyway. I've said I will. Call me again if you find something more to prove what you say. I will. She said no more. She had gone then. I said no more either. Merely hung there, a point of nothingness in open space. The conclusion was the conclusion I'd feared. I was alone, as I had always been, as I still must be. Drager would check, but find nothing to convince her I was right. It was up to me either to find something she could understand or stop the time storm myself. It was the latter that I'd come to eventually. I might as well face that now. It had been inevitable from the first that the time storm and I should come to grips at last alone like this. I had come this far forward in time to find the tools to fight it and the allies to help me. I had not found the allies after all, but I had found some tools. Thanks to Drager and the others, I knew that the storm could be affected by massive use of energy. Thanks to myself, I now knew that all things, all life, all time were part of a piece, and if I could just reach out in the right way, I could become part of that piece and understand any other part as if it was part of me. The thought was calming. Now that there was no hope of outside help, the solitary and abandoned feeling began losing its edge in me. It was ironic that I had come this far forward to find help, who could handle a time storm I believed was too big for me to handle alone, only to discover that while the help was here, it would not aid me. But now the irony no longer mattered. All that did was that I was back at ground zero alone, and there was no need to waste any more effort on false hopes. If anything was to be done, I would have to do it by myself, and if nothing could be done, nothing could be done. I felt more at peace than I could have dreamed I would at this point. The unity with the universe came on me without my reaching for it, and I hung bodilessly in the midst of the galaxy that had produced my race and myself, sensing and touching all things in it. I had thought of failure as inconceivable. Nothing was inconceivable. Ellen had said to let the universe blow and take what time remained for myself, even if it was only a couple of days. It would be more than a couple of days, of course. It would be months, at least, and each day of that could be a lifetime if I lived it, touching everything around me. Ellen had been right in her own way, and I should have told her so. I thought of going back now and saying it, and then I realized that she was reaching for me. "Ellen?" I said. as I might have spoken to Drager. No words came back. She could not speak to me in symbols because she did not have access to the technological equipment of the engineers. But across the touch between us, I could feel her thought, even though it was not in words. "I shouldn't have let you go like that," she was telling me. "It's all right," I told her. "I'll come back." "No," she told me. "You mustn't come back. Not as long as you still think you can do something and want to do it. I want you to do what you want to do. I just didn't want to cut you off. I didn't want to be separated from you." "You don't have to be," I said. "You never have to be separated from anything as long as you can really hold it in your mind. I didn't know that before, but I know it now." A sudden discovery moved in me. "Ellen," I said, "where are all the short words and the short speeches? You're thinking just the way everybody talks." "It just always came out the other way," she answered. "But I talked to you like this in my head. From the very beginning, from the first day you picked me up." "I should have known," I said. "Anyway, I know now." "Ellen, I'm coming home." "No," she told me. "You mustn't, unless you're sure you don't want to stay at all." "Are you sure?" We no longer talked in a place where there were any rooms to hide what I did not want her to know. "No," I said, "you're right. There may not be anything at all I can do, but I want to try. I've got to try." "Then try," she said. "It's whatever you want, because I'm with you now. Aren't I with you?" "Oh, you are," I said, and I reached, forgetting how I was bodiless, to hold her. With that she came to me, like a wraith, but real, across the light years of space from our little planet to where I now floated. And with her came another wraith, a bounding, furry shape that bounced against me and sandpapered my face and hands with its rough tongue and crowded between our legs as we clung together. "Sunday," I said. "Of course," Ellen told me. "He was always there, if only you'd reached for him." With them both there, with the three of us, we three ghosts, together once more, my heart broke apart with happiness, and out of the broken pieces rose a strength that spread and towered in me like a genie let loose from a bottle when the Solomon seal is snapped. There was no universe or combination of universes that I was not now ready to attack to save what I now held. And I reached to the ends of all time and all spaces. So, at last, by the one route I had never dreamed existed, understanding dawned to me. "I should have realized it," I said to Ellen. "It's one and the same thing. The time storm, and what's always been inside me, what's always been inside all of us." Chapter 38. "What's been inside you?" Ellen echoed. She was still not speaking to me by the physical route Drager had used, but what she said was now so clear to me that my mind supplied her voice, as if both it and my ears were physically present. "The storm," I said. "The struggle. The fight to understand and be understood by everyone else in the face of the equally strong need to be yourself and yourself only. That unique and completely free identity that never was before this moment in time and will never be again once you're gone. I've got to do that. Say that the identity says. Otherwise I can't grow. I can't make. No, you can't do that. Say the other identities outside your skull, all also struggling to grow and be free. If you do that, I won't understand why. I'll take it as a threat. I'll isolate you, or I'll fight you. So before each action along the road to each goal, There are all the interior battles to find a way of compromising what you want and need to do with what others will accept you're doing. The storm within, everyone has it, and the time storm without is its analogy. I don't see that, said Ellen. Why? Because both storms are the result of conflict between two things that ought to be working together, like a couple of millstones badly adjusted, chewing each other up, throwing off stone chips and sparks instead of joining to mill the grain between them. But even so, said Ellen, why is that important, here and now, and with you particularly? Because I never knew how to quit, to give up, I said. When I ran into the inner storm, I couldn't stop trying to conquer it. But because it was inside me, because it was subconscious instead of conscious, I couldn't get at it. So I made everything else a surrogate for it. The stock market, the business, my heart attack, and at last the time storm. Even so, what good could it do to fight other things? It could teach me how to fight. It could help me discover and forge weapons to fight my inner storm with. And it did. By God, it did. I've found the answer to the inner storm. Not fighting, said Ellen very positively. All right, that, yes. But there's more to it than just not fighting. The full answer's in the unity of everything, reaching out and becoming part of everyone and everything else. It was you and Sunday who first broke me into being a part of someone else without struggle. You were both completely dependent on me, so it never occurred to me that I had to adjust myself to suit you. There was something besides that, said Ellen. We cared for you. I know, I said, I know. I took that for granted, too. I'm sorry I didn't know any better than to take it for granted then. I didn't begin to know any better until Sunday was gone, and I suddenly found the big hole in myself where he'd been. I didn't realize then why it hit me as hard as it did, but actually something of myself had just become suddenly dead. If Sunday hadn't been killed just then— I broke off, looking instinctively for her face before I remembered she was not there in the body to be seen. Would you have gone off with Tech then, if Sunday hadn't been killed? I don't know, she said. If I had, though, I think I'd have come back. I never loved Tech, but I couldn't make you hear me or see me. I remember— The wraith of Sunday jumped up to hug my bodiless spirit with non-existent forepaws and tried to lick my face that was not there. It's all right, Sunday. Down, cat. I'm not feeling bad now. I was just remembering something. But the time storm's still there. You mean you can give up on it now? Ellen asked. I think I could, now. But you don't really want to. No, I said. The truth is, no. If I give up, nothing will be done, and that means the end for all of us. You're sure it does? Yes. There's been a situation building up for a few thousand years now, ever since the temporal engineers started working with the storm. They've been trying to cure an imbalance between energies in this universe by importing more energy from another universe to shore up the weaker of the two energies here. It's worked for a while, but it's also been creating the potential of a bigger imbalance if the scale should suddenly tip the other way, and the weak side become the strong one, with all that extra imported energy added to its natural advantage. I think it's about to tip, in this universe at least, in about 9 months. The engineers don't know this? Ellen said. You're sure about that? They know it, but they don't realize how great the reaction can be. In any case, what can you do by yourself? I don't know. I need to think. Quiet, cat. Leave me alone for a few minutes. Sunday stilled. His ghost body lay down with crossed paws on nothingness and resigned itself to patience. I still held my vision of unity with the universe that had come on me after I had finally faced the fact that there was no hope from Draeger or her colleagues. I had found what I had stumbled toward and struggled for all this time, and now I wanted to live, as even more I wanted Ellen, Sunday, and my universe with everyone in it to live. It went against reason that I could have come this long journey through life and time without picking up the skill and knowledge to do something about the situation. Somewhere there had to be a chance, and if there was a chance, my blessing curse of being unable to turn away from an unsolved problem should keep my mind hunting until I found it. If I'm right about the parallel, I began at last, slowly. What parallel? Said Ellen. The parallel about the time storm being an analogy of the inner storm. If I'm right about that, and I had to get outside myself to find the key to my inner storm, then— Ellen said nothing. Then, I went on after a moment, the answer to the time storm has to be outside too. Outside the universe, outside this universe. If I go outside this universe, I ought to be able to see it. But how can you do that? Asked Ellen. I did not say anything. There's no way you can do that, is there? Yes, I said slowly. There is. There's the lens. What lens? I told her. Mark, said Ellen, are you crazy? It's the only way to get outside. But it's the center of a star, and worse than that, you'd be burned up before you got into the lens. I'm not material at the moment, remember? It's my mind only that'd be going. But even if you could go through this lens without being destroyed, there's the problem of getting back. How could you do that? I don't know. Why don't you check the idea out first with the temporal engineers? They might want to stop me, and maybe they could, I said. They can't help me, Ellen. The time storm's too much inside all of them, just like my inner storm was too much inside me. I'm the only one who can do anything, and the only thing I can think of to do is go through the lens. She said nothing for a moment. The wraith of Sunday lay waiting, trusting, leaving it all up to me. If you don't, we all die? I believe so. She sighed. Then you do have to go. There actually is no choice, she said. All right, I'm going along. I don't think you can, I said. Where are you? Back down in the summer palace asleep? I'm in my own bedroom at the summer palace, said Ellen, lying on the bed, but I don't think I'm asleep. You're there, though. I'm here. Tell me, can you feel the downdraft? The what? I explained what it was. She was quiet for a little while after I finished. Finally she spoke. No, she said. I thought so, I said. I'm probably reaching down to you as much as you're reaching up to me. You see, I really am out here, in a sense. I'm an energy pattern projected by the engineering devices of the temporal engineers. I can go from place to place at faster than light speeds, only because I can turn off my projection in one spot and turn it on at another. If you're a pattern of energy, then the energy coming through the lens can destroy you, or at least change you. Energy is material. Maybe. I've got to try it anyway. There has to be some way I can go with you. I don't think so, and that's good, because then I couldn't stop you from coming, and there's no sense in both of us going. Let's try and find a way. Wait a bit. You said we had 9 months. 9 months before the axe falls, but it may be already too late to stop its swing. I can't wait. I've got to go now. Wait just a little bit. Come back home for a couple of days, or even one, so we can talk it over first. If I did that, I might not go after all, particularly not now with the two of you around. Ellen, I've got to go. I've got to go now. We flowed together, we ghosts. She held me. Sunday held me. I held them. All right, go then, she said at last. Go now. Goodbye, I said. I love you. I love you both. I'll be back. You'll be back, said Ellen. I pulled away from them and shut them out of my mind. I was alone among the stars, and by reaching out for it, I could feel the funnel of energy and also the downdraft, weak, as Drager had said, way out here, but unceasing, relentless. I let the pull of the downdraft fill my mind. I let myself go with it. At first there was nothing. It was like floating on a lake. Then I noticed a slight movement, a drifting, and I became aware of the fact that I was dropping down below the galactic plane. I revolved and saw the direction of my movement toward the lesser Magellanic Cloud, and a darkness there enclosing a young, blue-white giant star, a darkness I was still too far off to distinguish. I let myself drift. The plane of the galaxy receded above me. I was in intergalactic space. There was nothing to measure the speed of my movement now, but I sensed that it was increasing. I was falling faster, faster down the funnel of extra-universal energy, reaching from the lens at S Doradus to our galaxy. I fell 140,000 light-years, and time became completely arbitrary. It may have been minutes, and it may have been months, that I fell with steadily increasing velocity until I must have been traveling faster than any pulsar measured in my early original time. I think it was probably minutes rather than months, or at least hours rather than months, because I could feel that my acceleration was not merely steady, but steadily increasing all that time. I had no ordinary way to measure this. I only knew it with some measuring back part of my mind. It became plain to me, finally, that I would not see the lens before passing through it. By the time I would be close enough to make out the dark circle of the engine among the lights of the Lesser Magellanic Cloud, I would be only a fractionless fraction of a second from entering the tachyonic universe, too small a moment of time for perception. I relaxed, letting myself go. And it happened. There was a shock that felt as if the subatomic particles of the energy pattern that was my identity were being torn apart and spread through endless spaces, following that incomprehensibility. I was afloat in darkness, streaked by lines of light that shot past me on every side, almost too fast to see. Other than these, there was nothing. But the darkness had a value, and the lights had a value, even if I could not read them. Feeling stricken and dismembered, I floated helplessly, watching the shooting lights. I had no power of movement. I had no voice. I could find no means by which I might measure the time, the space, or anything else about me. If I had indeed come into the tachyon universe, I had arrived completely helpless to learn what I needed to know, and helpless to take the knowledge back with me. Look about as best I might, I could see nothing left to me but to give up. And the only reason I did not do so immediately was because I was not sure if I was even able to do that. I floated, and gradually, like a shocked heart starting to beat again, my ancient weird woke again in me. I could not give up, because even here I was still lacking the reverse gear that I had been born without. Alive, dead, or in living pieces less than electron size, I was still committed to chewing at any cage that held me until I could gnaw a way out. But what way was there? Where do you begin when there is no starting point on which to stand? A journey of 1,000 miles may begin with a single step. But where to begin? If you're not standing still, but skating across eternity in total darkness with meteor-like lights flashing all around you. I hunted through myself for something to hang to and found nothing. Then Ellen came to my rescue. "Remember," she said, "when you first found me, I was lost like that, and I found a way back." She was not speaking out loud to me. She was not even talking in my mind, as she had as I hung in space, normal space, just before I'd come here. It was the Ellen which had become a part of me, speaking to me out of a corner of myself, as Sunday had come bounding back from death to hug me with non-existent paws, out of a corner of myself where he had been all this time without my realizing. "If I did it, you can do it," Ellen, that was me, said. "Do it the way I did it before. Take what there is and build from there." She was right, of course, and I drew strength from her. If she had been able to do it once, she was able to do it again. Therefore, I could do it as long as she was part of me. I drew certainty from her and looked about once more at what I had. I had the darkness and the lights. The lights were totally incomprehensible, but with Ellen's certainty that I could build with them, I started to watch them. They were too momentary to form patterns. Or were they? I floated watching, and the watching became a studying. All that underwent change fell into patterns of alteration eventually. It was a long time resolving to my understanding, but finally I began to see the elements of patterns in the streaking lights. They were not entirely random after all. If they had patterns, they were part of a larger identity in which such patterns could be held, a larger identity which was the universe of their context, whether that universe was as small as an atom, of an atom, or larger than all other universes put together. If this was so, then there was a relationship between the universe that held them and the patterns that it held. What I had learned in my own universe could be the key here also. Incomprehensible as this place was, the unity of every part of it with the whole, the identity of every part of it with the whole might be certain here as it had been where I came from. If this was so, I had to be part of this universe, and it had to be part of me simply because I was now in it. Therefore, its patterns had to be part of me also, as understandable as my own physical speech in action when I was back in my old body, because a part of the whole cannot be either strange or alien to the whole, as I had found. "Now you see," said Ellen, that was me. "And since you see, all you have to do now is reach out and touch." She was right again. There was no cardinal here perched on a bird feeder, and the golden light was lost and left behind in another infinity. But she was still right. There was nothing to stop me from reaching out and trying to touch, to connect with that of which I was now a part. I reached. I felt outwards for my identity with this place surrounding me, just as I had felt in my home universe. Identity was slow coming, but in the end it turned out to be only one step more than I had needed to make in reaching out for identity with Obsidian and his peers. I touched something. It was something, or some things, with an ability to respond. After that, it was only a matter of mastering the necessary patterns to communicate with them, and in this they met me halfway. Apparently, I say apparently because the situation does not translate into words easily, if at all, the distinction between living matter and non-living matter was not the sharp division existing in our own universe. Instead, the important division was between those or that which had finite lifetimes and those who or that which did not. And the lights I had been watching were each a single lifetime, lighting up from the apparently brief moment of its birth until the moment of extinguishment at its death. But what seemed so brief was not necessarily so. Looked at from another viewpoint, what seemed to me a momentary lifetime could have existed the equivalent of billions of years in our universe. Also, to live here was to communicate, so that in the end I myself lived to communicate and communicated by living. It was a long moment for me because I had a large job in making them understand what I wanted them to know about us and our situation. But the time came when I got through, and after that no more time was needed. I was left with my mission accomplished, but myself isolated. The only way I had of telling that I had gotten the message to them was by the change I could observe in their patterns. For of course there was no way they could speak directly to me any more than I had been able to speak to them. Actually, the most I'd been able to do had been to signal crudely in their direction, like someone on a hilltop waving flags to people in a valley far below to direct their attention to a distant danger. It was not just the mechanism of communication that was lacking between them and me. It was the fact that not merely our thinking processes, but our very existences were too different. So there I was successful, but stranded. I had no conception of what might now be left to me, for I had no conception of what I might be here in this different universe. It was possible that here I had an incredibly long life before me, a slow, almost imperceptible decay into extinction, like that of some radioactive element with a half-life measured in millions of years. It might be that I was only seconds from extinction, but that the vastly different perception of time would make this into a practical eternity. It might be that I was truly immortal here and would exist forever, observing and apart from a universe filled with a life for which alien was an insignificant, inadequate word, but unable to end. Curiously, none of these prospects bothered me. I had done what I had set out to do, and in larger measure I was content. The only sadness left in me was because I could not tell my own people that the message had been carried, the battle won. Battles, I ought to say, because in coming here, in managing to get my message through to the life of this place, I had finally got outside myself, finally seen myself in full reflection, and come to the inner understanding I'd been trying to find all along. My hunt had been nothing more than the human search for love, only I had been afraid of finding it, even while I was pursuing it. So I had made sure to create masks for all those I encountered, so that if I became attached to any of them, my attachment would be to the mask, and not to the real being behind it. That way, if the person betrayed me, it did not matter, because I had never really known them anyway. There was no way the living person behind the mask could sink emotional hooks into my soul, because it was to the mask I had committed myself. In retrospect, I had put a mask on my mother and sister. I had put masks on Swanee and Marie and Paula. Those whom I feared I might love, I gave unlovable masks. Only to those I was sure were unable to love me did I give masks that I could love. It was a fail-safe system. It was only when I forgot to use it that I got tripped up. The crazy cat and the idiot girl. Who would have suspected in the beginning that either of them would be able to reach through and tear me up inside? True, I had wakened to the danger in the girl and tried to put a mask on her, but by that time it was too late. Meanwhile, the crazy cat had already got to me. When he was killed, for the first time in years, I hurt. And hurting, I came back to life whether I wanted to or not. Now I was grateful for that return to life, because what I'd been doing was wrong. It was against instinct, and could only have led me nowhere, finally, but to a desiccated hell of sheer loneliness that was at the opposite end of the spectrum from the contented isolation in which I now hung. This way I was alive. The other way I would have been dead. The golden light had been first to give me the answer, but then I had still struggled against it. Chapter 39. I was in my own bedroom of the summer palace. For a moment the terrible thought came that the whole thing had only been some sort of dream, but then I knew better. I looked around and saw Ellen standing beside my bed with Porniarsk and Drager. "Hello," I said to Ellen, and my own physical voice echoed strangely in my ears. "I'm back." "Yes," she answered. It was the sort of answer I would have expected from her. I lay there, savoring the familiar goodness of it, feeling warm and comfortable, while the three of them stood watching me with a careful concern, as if I were some sort of carefully brooded egg which was about to hatch and which might produce something strange. I thought over half a dozen things to say, decided against all of them, and simply held out my arms to Ellen, who came and hugged me. "How did I get back here?" I asked finally, when she let me go. Outside of feeling weak as dishwater, I seemed to be fine. "We brought your body here right away," said Drager, speaking 20th century English now, as well as Obsidian ever had, "just as soon as we caught you. We were barely in time to keep your identity from going through the lens." I stared at her. "No, you weren't," I said. At that, Drager looked embarrassed, like someone caught in a lie, which surprised me. I would not have thought it possible for her to show that particular reaction, and I would not have expected myself to be able to interpret it if she had. But there was no doubt about what I was seeing now. "At any rate," she said almost defensively, "we trapped your mental energy pattern in time to keep it from going through. Something else could have gone through that was a part of you, though what it would be there's no way of telling." "His soul," said Porniarsk, firmly and clearly. "Call it that for the moment, then," said Drager. "At any rate, it's been some 8 of the local days here since then." 8 days? Is that all? "That's plenty," said Ellen. "It felt like—" I began and ran out of words. "Temporal differences," said Drager more briskly, "or possibly differences in temporal perception. It'll take a great deal of study." "But you did it, Mark," said Ellen. "Whoever they are in the other universe, they've been sending messages in through the lens. The engineers here understand now. They're cutting off the inflow of differential energy and doing something with the downdraft instead. It's going to work out. It's all going to work out." "You were right in the first place, Mark," said Drager. "We were too much a part of the time storm ourselves to realize the forces that were building up." "It's interesting," put in Porniarsk. "When you get down to it, there's nothing in such great supply that it's inexhaustible, no container so large it can't be filled." "And that's true for a universe as well as boxes, bags, oceans, and galaxies," said Ellen. "I should say, however," Porniarsk corrected himself, "it may be that the human spirit is inexhaustible. Time and work will tell." "You were right, as I said, Mark," Drager repeated. She was apparently determined to make her apology or say her piece, whichever it was. "We were too close to the problem to see it properly. Are you interested in the details?" "You could say that," I answered. I pulled the pillow up behind me and propped myself up against it. I got it crooked, but Ellen straightened it out. Essentially, Drager said, you were right in assuming that it was a mistake to import energy into this universe from another one. Ellen told us what you told her before you tried to go through the lens. The energy already stored in the increase of entropy by matter falling back in toward itself, I said, can be tapped to push it out again instead of using the energy flow from the other universe. They told you about it over there, then? Drager asked. They didn't tell me, I said. When you've seen both universes, it becomes obvious. Theirs is the opposite of ours. There, something traveling at the speed of light is standing still. When you started tapping the differential in energy between their universe and ours, you triggered off the equivalent of an entropic decrease in their universe, where normality was a continually increasing entropy and a collapsing universe. Ah, said Drager, that explains it. Explains why you got to work with them to pump back the energy you've taken from them? I said. No, said Drager. We're already doing that, of course. It becomes possible if we use the downdraft to trigger the release of energy stored on this side, as you said. No, I'm talking about a message we got from them thanking us for solving their problem. Oh, I said. Apparently, said Drager, they don't realize that you weren't deliberately sent to them as our representative, and that your concern was to solve the problem here rather than altruistically offering to aid them with their problem. I see, I said. All this is rather embarrassing to us, said Drager. There's little we can do to set the record straight with them, at least until communications between the two universes becomes more sophisticated and we understand their conceptual processes better. In time, no doubt, we can make it clear to them they owe us no gratitude, but that still leaves us overwhelmingly obligated to you. I don't know what you can do about that, I said. I was interested in saving this universe for myself, and those I now know I care for. Wait. Yes, Drager said. There's one thing, I said. One of the things that Porniarsk and I hoped for from the beginning was that you could do something for a leopard who used to be a friend of mine. He was killed, and Porniarsk put him in a state of timelessness, hoping that up here in our future you people would know how to reverse time for him back before the moment he was hurt and killed. If you could do that for me— Oh, yes, said Drager. Ellen and Porniarsk both told me about this, and we've looked at the body of the creature. I'm afraid there's absolutely nothing we can do with that. I see, I said. Life isn't something that can be created simply by an alteration of the temporal matrix forward or back. You have to have noticed, said Drager, that when you pass through a timeline, a mist wall, as you called it in the past, and through timelines in traveling with obsidian to your testing, that your movement in external time did not change your apparent age or state of health. All right, I said. Yes, I understand. All right, let it go then. But what I was going to say, went on Drager, is that life is apparently a concept, and given the concept, the rest isn't difficult. As you discovered yourself at the time of your conversation with Ellen in space before you went to pass through the lens. Oh, for God's sake, said Ellen exasperatedly. She went to the door of the bedroom, opened it, and put her head out into the corridor. Doc, she called. You were able to summon up a complete conceptual gestalt of your leopard, probably largely thanks to your developed ability to recognize and think in patterns. We've theorized that what you did was to put together in your mind a critical number of behavior patterns of the leopard, and this triggered off a creative whole. Now, given this, of course, it's simple for us. I should have thought of it myself, of course, said Porniarsk. I'm ashamed that I didn't. to build a duplicate of the physical body to which that conceptual gestalt belonged. As Porniarsk says, this much was possible even in his culture back in that early time. So we took the completed pattern from your unconscious several days ago. Doc appeared in the open doorway. A black, furry thunderbolt shot past him, flew through the air and landed on top of me, stropping my face with a file-rough tongue. The bed collapsed. "Oof," I said. I had intended to say, "Will you get the hell off me, you crazy cat?" But I didn't have the wind. He had knocked it all out of me. It didn't matter. End of Time Storm by Gordon R. Dickson. Narrated by Burt Blackwell in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, October 1978. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, St. Martin's Press.
End of book.